Another one.
Talking about.
Ganja vibes all good fam, I understand.
Another
Yeah,
one.
feel me?
SYNTHSPED says, LFG bro.
Self-speed, brother. What's love to you, man? Yeah, we just... Oh, goodness. We just vibing. It's about that time for me to fucking go to sleep, man. My OBS crashed, so we had to pull it back up.
SYNTHSPED says, cheers brother.
Talking about.
We good.
Yeah, feel me?
Hey, Self-speed, thank you, brother, man.
It's over 9,000!
Oh, and let me give you a hug, my guy.
SYNTHSPED says, something's happening with all of our OBS.
Yeah. Yeah. Make sure we do this.
SYNTHSPED says, it's been crashing and acting crazy for a while, bro.
He's my best friend, he's my pal, he's my homeboy, my rotten soldier, he's my
I got you on that.
my good time boy.
Big blessings, man. Big blessings. Big blessings, brother. Hey, real talk. Big blessings. Really do hope you're doing good tonight, brother. We're gonna link in tomorrow.
Another one.
That's for sure. You know what it is.
SYNTHSPED says, huge blessing, brother.
We're gonna link in tomorrow, that's for sure. Look at that man. Look at that man, man, legend.
SYNTHSPED says, I love you, Ganja bro.
Yes, sir. Man over there doing the damn thing, as always. Motherfucking legend. Look at this guy right here. We made this about 15 minutes ago. I just been playing around, man, you know. Seeing what we can do.
SYNTHSPED says, I was so fat brusky, lol.
Nah, you all good, man. You're a fluffy man. Through and through. I gotta order me a heater. It's starting to get chilly. Or start to wear more clothes. We're gonna do a little shave tomorrow. When we get up. We're gonna try to have a conversation with this young lady. I like to look good when I talk to her, so I can feel good. You look good, you feel good, right there, Sim? Look good, you feel good. That's what it's about. Yes, sir.
Cannabis users. Talking about.
SYNTHSPED says, you look gorgeous, brother. And heat lady, bro.
Yeah, well, we'll see. You know,
Another one.
technically I already got her, but you know, it's about locking it in, man, you know?
Another
the
one.
Ghost
She about
GTV.
locking it in.
Talking about. Face red heart shape. Yeah, feel me?
It's one of those kind of things. Good morning to you too, Candace, as usual. Hey, big blessings to y'all. That's for sure. I want to make sure I get everybody up and shit. Some speed over there, goddamn. Single boy vibing. Single boy vibing. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Another
You
one.
know. I got some automatic messages because I be tired as a motherfucker, but that's that guy right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Who's the ghost in the motherfucking house? Yes, sir.
Talking about.
Cannabis users morning brother, hope we're doing good fam, hope you have a great and wonderful day, we about to pass out over here.
Yeah, feel me?
Cheers to y'all.
No, we
Bless
played the
us.
waiting game.
Talking about. Let's go. Yeah, feel me? Cannabis users. Talking about. Cheers. Yeah, feel me?
I do feel you, my guy. Oh my goodness, I do feel you. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. G Vibes in the motherfucking building. Yes, sir. We fucking out here. We've been making our own avatars. We trying to get a couple of custom things created so that we can have some things to use, you know? There we go. Fortnite avatars. From my own Fortnite characters. So when I make my own little clips, videos and stuff, I can use my own people, my own little skins, you know? Then I can do this for anybody. So if you wanna, you know, honestly, I'm gonna start charging. I'm gonna throw my skills out there. You know, I'm gonna make up a list. Maybe you know, $5, $10 here and there, right? For me to make a set of avatars, you know, 3 to 5 of what you want. And it's like, you know, I don't mind putting my time out there for people, you know, so they can get what they
5X
want.
come back to me a combo.
Give me some pictures, some sources, some things, and I can see what I can do. And you pay me accordingly to however you feel it came out. Anywhere from 5 to whatever, 5 minimum, whatever is whatever from there. You know, you can pay me only 5, and that's it. I don't come on mine. I'm gonna give you 5 elements, and that's $1 each, basically. You're paying for, you know. Create 5 different pictures. Because at that point, I'm willing to pay for this co-pilot. Because I do like it. People say they like ChatGPT. That's fine. I might be able to, you know, use ChatGPT as well.
It's over 9,000.
But I do like co-pilot. Some speed over there doing this damn thing. Big blessings to that man. Cannabis user over here. We pull him up to the front as well. My man right here. Mm-hmm.
waiting game.
Mm-hmm.
It's over 9,000!
play the waiting game.
Another one. It's over 9,000!
Let me go to sleep. Hey guys, I'm gonna be getting the fuck up out of here. Appreciate y'all vibing with me. It's some real ass shit, man. Y'all been here fucking doing the damn thing all day, man. Shit, just trying to hang in there with me, man, huh? I'm a long time viber, so I be out here fucking long time and long biting me long time, yo. But I tell you what, we vibed ourselves out. And so, I'm gonna go ahead and fucking
Now we play the waiting game.
34. Talking about. Good morning, just hope you're well. Yeah, feel me?
Well, yes, I am. Thank you, Real Larry. B34. I am well. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yes. Hey, Real Larry, thank you, brother man, for sending all that love, brother man. God damn, I'm trying to tell you, man. We getting ready to fucking slide on out, man. We sitting over here making some art, trying to take our stream to the next level, man. Take some of our videos to the next level. I'm tired as hell. I've been up all day, all night. This guy right here, I made him other night. Sorry. I made him the other night with the, outfit that I had on. G-Vibes is what they call them. One of the newest Fortnite characters in the, break. And then we also have homie right over here. I made him yesterday. Well, tonight. few hours ago. That one right there. Based on the so-called outfit that I'm wearing today. I should have took a picture of the other shit that I had on earlier, but it's okay. Every day I want to take a picture of myself and like turn it into an avatar, you know? Based on whether it be Fortnite. Right now I'm working on like maybe some kind of Mortal Kombat type of character, you know? We'll see. This picture that's being produced right now is actually pretty fucking crazy good. I'm stylizing the stylization of Mortal Kombat right now. And boy, that's actually pretty fucking sick. And you know, AI these days makes things a lot easier to do your own thing. It's not our own work, but it's work that we've worked to make. We've prompted it, at least. I mean, I don't know how to feel about it. We'll have to see how the future holds when it comes to this AI stuff, right? I'm gonna change that other one to a new avatar I just made. That's gonna be crazy cool. Check this out. I present to you G-Vibes. That motherfucker crazy right there. I mean, what you want from me? You know? That's when you done powered up, got a suit on, he about to motherfucking get at you. Awesome. Freaking awesome. Awesome.
Realgorim 34. Talking about. That's so awesome, you have so much love on your channel, everyone should follow, you're the best, this helps my mental health this morning. Yeah, feel me?
Well, I appreciate that, brother, man. Thank you very much for that, man. Like I said, man, we just out here trying to create, you know what I'm saying, give a good vibe to folks as well. You know, I'm glad I could be here for you this morning, you know. It's a long night, long morning, long night, long morning again kind of thing. And we'll continue to vibe with y'all, man, on all kinds of levels, you know. We love ourselves, and we ain't afraid to, you know, make art, do things that express ourselves as well. And so, you know, we try to keep it that way. Keep it real with ourselves. Because, you know, nobody gonna love you like you love yourself, man. You know, I'll tell you what. I learned that the hard way. And also, you know, there is somebody out there that will love you like you love yourself. You just gotta find them. But they out there.
Another one.
Making another prompt. I just like, you know, I enjoy creating these things, man, you know, just making some new stuff. And like I said, I'm gonna be making some YouTube videos, making some thumbnails and things that people like. Behind me here is my alert stream. Just kind of, it's flipping automatically through the homies. Right there, you see my homie Epitome, Chronic Epitome, doing his damn thing, vibing out on the biggest stage on my own.
Realgarib 34. Talking bout. For real, I got my girlfriend, she loved me for who I am and is a blessing. Yeah, feel me?
Well, that's what's up, man. You know, and that was a thing in my mind and heart that I needed to kind of tap into today. And I think I will. We'll see. Because I need to kind of get my love life back together. It's been long enough. There's somebody that's waiting for me to get my shit together, so to speak.
Now we play the waiting game.
You know. Sometimes it be like a cat fight, though. You know what I mean? Be just like that. Like what you say to me? Be having arguments, be having conversations, be sounding like arguments, be like,
G vibes. Talking about. Cats too. Yeah, feel me?
but at the end of the day, you get to having some real chill conversations, like some cool cats.
Another one.
You know what I'm saying? We just chilling, chatting, like some cool cats. Big wrestling, yeah. Yeah, that's even a good one right there.
It's over 9,000!
But I ain't putting the prompts in before I pause that. Before I actually put the reference in. Yeah. Nah, but I like that Avatar right over here, man. That motherfucker. That dude right there cool as a motherfucker. I'm like, God damn, give me more. Give me more of that dude. Yes. We was actually about to fast slide out, but I'm glad I was able to chill and chat with you for a minute, homie. You know, help you get your morning started. And I'll continue to do what I do. Bring that vibe live, P.O. Play on with you. Use that. Yeah, let me get ready to go to sleep, y'all. You already know how we do. It's probably me some same guns and same guns and channel type shit. So I tell you what, man, y'all on the fucking fast road to real Talk City. We about to put on some, how can I say, conspiracy theory type of videos. You know, get our, what the fuck is going on. You know what I'm saying? Try to figure out what the fuck the world's doing. I got an old piece of pizza from earlier today, right here. Been sitting on the plate. It's good. So I'm gonna go ahead and munch that, cause I like old pizza. Old cold pizza. Who doesn't, right? It's definitely perfect. Got a crispiness to it. I didn't want it earlier, but I mean, now it's pretty fire. God damn it. Marinated.
Now we play the waiting game.
Oh yeah. He jumped to my room. Oh man. I'll tell you what. It's been a real one.
another one.
Alright guys, what's up to y'all? We done here. We're gonna hit our BRB screen. I was gonna BRB here, but I think it's probably best that I BRB in my BRB screen. Alright guys, good night. Same guns time. Same guns channel. We'll see you later.
another one.
Now we play the waiting game.
Over 9,000!
play the waiting game.
Cash. I've empowered Anna Paulina. I've empowered them, and whatever they come out with, we will release. Stop calling it a hoax. You can't keep calling it a hoax.
Coke just signed a deal, $1.1 billion deal with Microsoft. Are they tracking us in food? Fluorescent nanoparticles, are you putting that together? I'm going to call BS on that. This was actually found in 2018. Fluorescent nanoparticles present in Coca-Cola and Pepsi. So the fact is, it was found in both. They wouldn't be in two of the top competitors if it was a special deal with Microsoft. For me, it's another reason not to drink this stuff. I'm not afraid of being tracked, at least by this, but I'm not drinking it.
Nothing can be old. Everything must be new. They want everybody to look the same. There will be no personality in anything. They will turn us into AI bots.
It's
Even the way
over
they're making
9,000.
posts, it's ugly. Everything is ugly, and there's a reason for that. They don't want you to think that structures have existed. They want you to think that you're just floating through the wind and nothing matters. Your family doesn't matter. Ancestry doesn't matter. Everything yesterday is gone. We are living in an ever present.
I've done my part trying to wake people up, right? I've tried with the people closest to me, and so many of them just turned around, showed me their backs, and shoved their heads even deeper up. Not up, into the sand. Oh, that was close. Anyway, that's exactly why I launched this channel, to put truths out there in a non-biased, impartial way, as best as I can. You know, I do make mistakes now and again, I'm not going to lie to you, but that's neither here or there. I'm growing too. I'm not complete. I would hate to be complete. Our life would be so boring after that, right? Always learning, always growing, right? Anyway, to present different theories, arguments, and perspectives, you know, that's what I like to do. I like to offer you everything, even ones I don't personally believe, just to get people thinking. If it helps even one person in their own awakening, it was worth it. So yeah, you can call us the crazy preachers on the street corners. Some of us have been there metaphorically, you know, hell, maybe even literally, who knows. But here is the biggest question. How many of these conspiracies have to come true before we stop calling them? Consider that for a moment, right? But how about we actually get the political breaking news out of the way now and dive into our next segment? Here comes the latest controversy. Here comes the latest governmental conspiracy and hiccups from across the internet right now. Are you ready? Because it's coming either way. Let's find out. But first, I just wanted to mention the 40% of you which have hit that subscribe button. You're absolute heroes. Thank you so much for doing that, and welcome to YouTube on easy mode. I hope you're enjoying it. Cheers.
We won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything before that and in between, and then we decided to go woke. When you look at Chicago, we have a governor that says that things are okay with crime, except that last weekend, 11 people were killed and 68 people were wounded by gunshot. And he said, oh, well, we have a safe city. These people are sick. There's something wrong with them.
Проводить встречи. Можно. Я никогда не отказывался от этого. Если эта встреча хорошо подготовлена и будет вести к каким-то позитивным, возможно, результатам. Дом попросил меня, если возможно, провести такую встречу. Я сказал, да, это возможно. Ну, в конце концов, если Зеленский готов, пусть приезжает в Москву. Такая встреча состоится.
White House has revealed that the president will be signing an executive order renaming the Department of Defense to its original name, created by George Washington, the Department of War.
I think that this name is more reflective of the philosophy that we need to have in the United States about putting America first and letting people know that we're not going to have weak policies and we're going to back up our policies with actual strong words and actions.
We've been talking about this Department of War. So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything before that and in between. And then we decided to go woke and we changed the name to Department of Defense. So we're going Department of War. And I'd like to ask our Secretary of War to say a few words. Pete Hegseth. I think it's a much more appropriate name, especially in light of where the world is right now. Okay, Will, you go ahead.
And I'd like to leave you with this gift from a constituent back in Tennessee.
Oh, I could use that at night.
It's an American flag.
That's very nice. I like that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. That's very nice.
Next, we have enough.
Wow, so it's very obvious that certain media sources are desperately trying to paint Trump as a bumbling idiot. Oh wait, where have we seen that before?
With the they got the Pfizer vaccine. I'll be getting my booster shot.
Yeah, it's a common trend at this point, right? All these outlets trying to undermine each other and us at every turn. To me, this wasn't Trump misidentifying an American flag. He made a comment that's been intentionally misinterpreted to make him look foolish. And they'll do this relentlessly because that's what biased media does. They pit left against right and they add fuel to the fire, you know? I mean, I say add, they literally douse it. And they're very desperate for you to see Trump as either an idiot, a dictator, or on the flip side, some kind of untouchable godlike chosen one, you know? Very, very difficult to find unbiased mainstream media, if not impossible. Reality, neither is true. Everyone's a puppet, end of story. Let's move on with our lives. But I had to call this out as the obvious hit piece it is, because whether I support him or not, I will call things how I see them. And by the way, I don't support any of them. I'm just saying that now. Anyway, enough of this. Who's ready to jump into the latest from the UAP rabbit holes from literally across all the internet? And let me tell you, right, there is actually a lot going on in that category right now. Check these out.
In the heart of a parched desert plain, scientists have uncovered a fossilized footprint so massive it defies conventional explanations. Perfectly detailed and eerily human-like, its scale raises unsettling questions. Could this be evidence of ancient giants?
The idea that we are alone in this vast expanse of the universe, truly. Not that we're being watched, but that we're alone out here is a pretty narcissistic thing to think. So yes, I'm coming out with it. I believe in aliens. Thank you.
Don't mind NASA, guys. They just forgot to add the land to their fake CGI Earth. Like, it's so funny at this point. I'm just starting to think that anyone that sees these things and believes it is just, they're not even real. They're complete NPC bots, programs of the Matrix, just regurgitating what they're told to believe, because obviously this is fake. Where's the land? Where's the land?
Could this be evidence of ancient giants?
The idea that we are alone in this vast expanse of the universe, truly. Not that we're being watched, but that we're alone out here is a pretty narcissistic thing to think. So yes, I'm coming out with it. I believe in aliens. Thank you.
Don't mind NASA, guys. They just forgot to add the land to their fake CGI or like it's so funny at this point. I'm just starting to think that anyone that sees these things and believes it is just, they're not even real. They're complete NPC bots, programs of the Matrix, just regurgitating what they're told to believe, because obviously this is fake. Where's the land? Where's the land?
It's over 9,000!
Whoa. Las Vegas.
Mr. President, this is a photograph of the alien from the movie Alien. This is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw, frozen shrimp being sent to the United States by other countries. In late August, the FDA found that raw frozen shrimp from Indonesia was being sold in Walmart. If you eat it, how could you end up looking like the alien in the Alien? Because the shrimp was radioactive.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Who is this guy? Is he the leader of some hardcore internet conspiracy group, the grandmaster of a fringe movement that takes itself way too seriously? Or did he just escape a nursing home and there's a silver alert out for him right now? I mean, come on, right? You've got to wonder sometimes. The internet is a wild place, folks. Never a dull moment in the world of rabbit holes, that's for sure. But as I always say in these compilations, we can't have UAPs without a follow-up of paranormal and supernatural, you know? That's like the side dish for the UAP category, which is exactly what we have coming up next. Take a look.
Her daughter encountered with an imaginary friend. Okay. Yo.
Bro, why the F all these dolls are so scary? Why? It's It's not just a video. Watch this. Look here. Bro, it's not normal. It's not normal. Just look at these expressions. Oh my god. No, it's so scary. It's demonic. I told you it's demonic. Watch this. I don't claim any negative energy from this. We all know she's with so many things from very on. Look at these skulls. Look at this. And one thing I can't able to understand, who are these people who listen to these type of peoples? How they are tolerating so much these things? How? We all know it's all about frequency.
Now we play the waiting game.
Tell me your thoughts.
She looked behind the curtain when she sees this. A mother named Gina was with her kids at Chuck E. Cheese, taking videos and pictures of them enjoying the animatronics. As the show ended, the staff covered up the stage with a curtain. Gina, wanting to take a better look at the animatronics, she goes and peeks through the curtain when something horrifying is captured. Like something from a nightmare, the animatronic suddenly moves its head towards Gina and stares directly at her, like if it was aware of what she was doing and wasn't too happy. It's not the first time these robots have been seen suddenly looking at someone for no reason. So is this just a feature built into the machine, or do the animatronics get a bit quirky at night?
This clip comes from a live television broadcast watched by millions of people. The footage shows commentator Angela Rice speaking through Zoom from her home while she was alone. Everything looked normal, just her streaming from her living room, until something is spotted in the background. Something semi-transparent was lurking, watching. Remember, she was alone, and all doors were locked. No one entered the house. It was just her and this entity. Watch this.
Folks talking about her sleeping her way to the top. Now what she's up against is folks lying about her border record. Folks talking about her sleeping her way to the top. Now what she's up against is folks lying about her border record. Folks talking about her sleeping her way to the top. Now what she's up against is folks lying about her border record way to the top. Now what she's up against is folks lying about her border record top. Now what she's up against is folks lying about her border record.
Don't forget to follow me for your dose of nightmare fuel.
When I was in pest control, there were a couple times I could tell that someone had a demonic infestation in their house. There's certain key signs to look out for. And it's kind of subjective. On some levels, you'll see people that actually have stuff in their house because of the amount of bugs and rodents and other things that are in their house. Sometimes these denser energies will be attracted to things that are happening within the house. I didn't know it at the time, but I was helping clear out certain issues for certain houses. Some I was warned away from my intuition and just did my job. One of the craziest stories I have is on a Saturday. This lady would always call me out. She was always in a trailer, and she came out, and I saw these 3 dark beings around her. Ever since I've been a child, I've seen dark beings. And then she got remarried because she was going out with this 40-year-old before. She got remarried, and within a month of her living there, the guy was like, I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen this many bugs and rodents get into a house. Like, it was my fault. And I wanted to tell him, bro, it's your wife. She's the problem. But I couldn't tell him that.
Don't forget to follow me for your dose of nightmare fuel.
Another one.
This is why you should think twice before going caving. A group of explorers entered a dark cave with nothing but an old map from the 1970s. At first, everything seemed fine until they reached a passage that was far too narrow.
They've gone further on the maps, like way further.
Dude, hold on. Are you sure this is the way? It doesn't even look like you go underwater. Why doesn't?
I mean, if there's a rope going in there,
Yeah, this is the way.
Still, a rope led inside, so they decided to push forward. That's when things started to go wrong.
Is he under? Oh, hell no, I'm not doing that. I can just barely hear that here today. There's a waiting area. And are you going, Jacob? Oh, we just bailed. No, please.
One explorer panicked, almost getting stuck. Thankfully, the group managed to calm down, work together, and escaped safely.
Why do people do things like this? I get that some people just love to ride the adrenaline high, you know, chasing that thrill, that moment of feeling invincible. But when you stare death in the eye like this, over and over again, I think eventually it wins. The odds do catch up with you. And as you can probably tell, caves and tight spaces are a hard no from me. I like my adventures, just with a lot more oxygen and a lot less being permanently stuck in a rock tomb. Life's too precious to do things like this, in my opinion. Just my opinion. But speaking of life, how about we explore some of these medical rabbit holes now in our next few clips?
Here's what to eat for breakfast on an animal-based diet. Orange juice, you can have some fruit, bananas, apples, whatever's in season, blueberries. I also like to have raw milk with honey or kefir with honey, eggs, preferably pasture-raised, organic. These are actually farm-fresh eggs that somebody gave me yesterday. You can see a little bit of poop on that egg and some grass there. And meat. Meat is a breakfast food. I eat a grass-fed burger or a burger made from Art and Meat almost every morning as part of my breakfast. So organs, meat, fruit, honey, raw dairy, this is what I think of as an animal-based diet, and there are lots of ways to make really good breakfast with these foods.
All right, I'm in Costco. Look at all these cheeses to choose from. I'm not going to tell you what to buy. I'm going to teach you how to fish on this because the brands change all the time. The first step is always buy organic dairy. So start there. Okay, that's good. Organic. Now let's step it up to grass-fed. So organic, grass-fed, grass-finished, even better. You have some allergies to casein, then you're going to want to reach for the sheep cheeses. And look how many options they have. Sheep always eat grass, so you can't go wrong with sheep. Sometimes goat. Organic is an absolute. Grass-fed, even better. But again, if you have an allergy, reach for the sheep cheese. And here, there's some selections of that. That's how you shop for cheese.
Wow, this is Berlin Heart. It pneumatically pumps blood for your heart when your heart is too weak. That means with alternating air pressure, these valves close and open and pump blood for you. It's only done when your heart function is so low you cannot survive without it. It's a temporary treatment with lots of potential complications, and it's used as a bridge to transplantation, but when one is not possible, it is definitive therapy.
The 5 vitamin deficiencies that are actually real. A lot of people are paying attention to taking nutrients and supplements because they hear about all these deficiencies. The facts are, there's actually 5 that are actually real. Iodine.
Oh, maybe I want to keep that to myself, huh?
Same reason. Number 3 is vitamin B12 because we have so many gut problems. You need a good gut and a microbiome to actually make B12. Number 4.
God damn it, what am I going to do with you?
Of course, people are slathering themselves with sunscreen. Getting in the sun because they're afraid of it. And the big one, vitamin K.
All right, where are you? There you are.
You don't eat grass-fed anything, and that's where you get K2. Those are the 5 big ones.
If you want to poop right after eating, it's actually a reflex that your stomach sends to the colon to contract, but it takes 2 to 5 days for the food to actually move through the whole system. 1 to 2 hours in the stomach, several hours in the small intestine, and 10 to 60 hours in the colon itself.
I don't know why, and I'm being deadly honest here, but we always end up with at least one poop-related health clip in these compilations every single time. Why? What is going on? Are you guys, or even the universe, like trying to tell me something? Do I need to go get a checkup? Is the algorithm concerned about my digestive system? Do you guys not think I'm pooping right? Is that it? I don't know. First it was the relentless eye clips, and now this. I'm starting to feel a little bit targeted here. Hopefully we can do better in our next segment coming up. Let's check out some esoteric conspiracy theories, and let's pepper in some spirituality for good measure. Check it out. Fairly confident there's no poop in the next segment. But first, a very special thank you to all of my channel members and all of my Patreon supporters as well. You guys are absolute legends. Thank you so much for your support. It means everything to me. It supports this channel in a way which keeps it alive and thriving, to be honest with you. It makes these double episode compilations completely possible, so thank you. And if you two are interested in joining 1 or 2 of those platforms, you can find the link in the description below. Cheers.
This is why you should stop saying the word bless. It is not a positive word. The origins of the word bless actually meant to consecrate with blood or to sprinkle blood on a demonic altar, the altar of a pagan deity. You see, it was used in pagan rituals. The original word that was written in the scriptures was barak, or for blessing, barakah. That word actually translates to exalt. It was also used as a word for respect, like to kneel down. So the original word that Yahuwah intended for us to use was barak, and it translates to exalt or respect. It does not mean bless. This means to sprinkle blood on a pagan altar. Stop using this word. I hope this was helpful. Shalom.
Look, if you're waiting on some crazy life-altering event to show you the world has shifted, you're gonna miss it. The shift is already here. Just look around you. People stuck in the 3D, they're the ones that are stuck in this trauma loop that keeps going around and around, and everything in their cycle just keeps getting darker and darker, and everything makes them a victim. And the people in the 5D are even more obvious. They're the ones that are working on themselves. They're the ones that are working out, going on walks, taking care of their body, showing love to others without needing anything in return, and trying to raise the frequency of others by raising their own frequency. Stop waiting for some life-altering event and look around you, and you'll see that the world has already shifted. And the only question to ask yourself is which dimension you're living in. It shouldn't be a very hard question. It's very obvious. I love you. Have a great day.
I'm gonna be so blunt right now, and I give 0. You're going to be the one to break this, to break the chains, to break the cycle, because you understand how accountability works. You know, if you're focusing on your health but eating junk food, you are the only one to be accountable for what the doing. And that's why your manifestations and your future is in the trajectory that it is. Because they think they can do the same bullshit but get different results. And that's why they're never going to see any change. But you got to understand, the Most High put you in this position for a reason. And you need to use your accountability to continue to manifest it, to break all these chains. Understand, people make this complicated to run away from the fact that the Most High made reality so easy. They don't want to change their actions and change what they have control over and be accountable. That's their problem. They'd rather be ignorant to their own problems and stay within the same cycles. And that's why they're not gonna break generational curses. If you made it this far, I don't care what you're doing right now. Go watch my YouTube video. Because I'm talking to all the chosen souls on what you need to be doing during this lock-in to be able to build for the generations to come. Because, motherfucker, you the one to change all this shit.
Very much the whole idea of the chalice is that Joseph of Arimathea, who took the body of Christ off the cross, which is all symbolical. I'm not saying that there wasn't really an actual crucifixion that happened, but even if there was, it doesn't negate the possibility that it was also symbolical. And I think that maybe to understand it, we have to look at it in that bimodal fact that it was both symbolical, that it was a recapitulation of the ancient mystery play.
Jesus having not actually died. And you talk about the hyssop as this actual sedative that he almost used to trick the governor at the time, the Roman governor Pilate, who poked him with a stick, and he was sort of like incapacitated, but he was actually alive, and he was sort of resuscitated by these herbs of Joseph of Arimathea. Do you sort of stand by that thesis?
First of all,
am I making you uncomfortable right now?
No, it was not Pontius Pilate poking him with a stick. It was the centurion with the lance.
Oh, it wasn't Pilate.
No, it wasn't Pilate himself.
Pilate was the one who said, "Who are you?" And he said, "I'm the King of the Jews." Or he said, "You said you're the King of the Jews." Yeah. You said that. I didn't say that.
Right. The centurion went and prodded Jesus to see if there was any response to know if he was still alive. I think what I would rather do is I am planning to put a lot of this out there at some point. Threads of this have been around for a long time. This is nothing new.
Everyone today sees XXX and thinks of adult sites, but the symbol is far older and stranger than the internet. In medieval manuscripts, X was a sacred letter. It stood for Christos in Greek. That's why you still see Christmas as a shorthand for Christmas. Stack 3 X's together and it wasn't lost at all. It was a Trinity of Christ, a mystical shorthand used by monks. Then, in alchemy, X marked the unknown, the hidden substance. Just like a modern math uses X for unknown number, alchemists used it to veil the secret ingredients in their formulas. So, XXX could be read as 3 layers of the hidden, the deepest mysteries of matter and spirit. In Kabbalah, the number 30 corresponds to the letter Lamed, symbol of learning and initiation. 3 of them in a row point to repetition, mastery, and the sharpening of inner vision. Not forbidden, but transformative. So, how did XXX become a sign for an adult content? In the 20th century, prohibition laws in America labeled the strongest alcohol as XXX, triple distilled dangerously potent. When cinema censorship began, films were graded by X, with XXX meaning beyond acceptable. The sacred symbol of mystery and power got twisted in a mark of a taboo. The irony is that what started as a sign for a Christ and hidden wisdom is now stamped on the internet's shadow side. Which raises the question, does the meaning of a symbol belong to history or to how we use it today?
Trallallero, trallallà, porco Dio e porco Allah. Ero con il mio. Porco Dio e porco Allah.
Bombardiero crocodilo, un fottuto alligatore volante che vola e bombarda i bambini a Gaza e in Palestina. Non crede in Allah e ama le mucche. Si nutre dello spirito di tua madre.
If you've spent any time on the internet recently, particularly on TikTok, you've definitely come across these. I think the kids call them Italian brain rot videos. You know the ones. They're unsettling, weird looking, and make absolutely no sense whatsoever. Well, apparently, they're a lot darker than people realize, or so they say, right? But the bigger question for me is, Why? Why are people even making stuff like this? Even if there wasn't some hidden agenda or sinister meaning behind it all, the question still remains. Why does this even exist? What was the thought process in someone's head to start this off in the first place? And even more disturbing, what the hell was going through people's minds to perpetuate it? To see this bizarre, nonsensical content and think, yes, I too shall contribute to this, whatever this is. The internet is full of life's biggest questions, isn't it? And apparently not a single answer exists.
When the water starts to sound like... If you start hearing voices in white noise, does that mean you're schizophrenic? Usually not. This is probably auditory pareidolia, and you see your brain is a pattern recognition machine. When the input to your brain is vague or noisy, your auditory cortex fills in the blanks with memories and expectations. No joke, and this is actually normal, and it explains vast majority of ghost stories. And yes, it is absolutely made worse with anxiety and lack of sleep.
It's not happening to you, it's happening through you. I am creating my experience of this.
It's all in the way you choose to think.
If you understood that you could dissociate all of your attention from this three-dimensional reality and understand that it's the field that creates matter, not matter that emits the field.
It's not just on a conscious level you're thinking. Now you've internalized those thoughts, so you put your entire being, mind, body, into a vibration.
We get to choose the way we think, and we can choose to change the way we think.
We've got to get on the frequency of the good that we desire, and we will attract it into our life just as sure as it's going to get darker tonight.
Most people think resilience is bouncing back. I don't agree with that. Bouncing back is what you do after the hard thing. Resilience is what gets you through the hard thing. It's grit, it's defiance, it's tying yourself to the mast of your ship and yelling back at the storm, do your worst, I'm not going anywhere. That's not bouncing, that's surviving. And once you've survived, then you rebuild. But you don't rebuild the same. You don't come out the same person you were when you went in. You rebuild scarred, but stronger and deeper. The scars are the proof that we've endured, so own them, wear them proudly. But don't confuse resilience with recovery. Resilience is the reason we're here to recover it all in the first place. If you want content with substance, follow along. Welcome to the Anchor Forge. I'm Ian.
One thing you can do to alleviate anybody's suffering to some extent is fully accept them and listen to them. Don't give them advice. You know, people feel better if you just listen to them. And there's neuroscience that their amygdala cools down. If you just listen with deep empathy, which means you feel what another person feels. There's some biology around this. You know, when you feel what another person feels and you deeply listen, there's a phenomenon called limbic resonance. Your emotional brain resonates with their brain. And then if you deeply listen to them and you let them know you care for them, there's another thing that happens. It's called limbic regulation. And then the third step is limbic revision. Their neural networks rewire. So acceptance, affection, appreciation, and attention. That's what you do. Don't give them advice. People go to therapists to get advice. Therapists don't do that. They listen. Good therapists listen.
Interesting. So,
and in the old traditions, you know, that's why people went to confession. They basically, you know, revealed their so-called sins to the priest and they felt better.
Physically, mentally, every other way that you can think of, everything in psychopathy is about separation. Having lived in a city your whole life makes you 2,000% more likely to suffer these illnesses, psychopathy included. Wherever you look in the world, the further a human being or animal is from their natural environment or just nature, the more biological and physiological pathology starts showing up. We remove an octopus from the sea and keep it in the most perfect conditions that we can imagine. There's a person there 24 hours a day checking the salt levels in the water, the pH, the perfect balance, making sure the mineral content is exactly right. Even that octopus, we shorten its lifespan.
AI is trying to tell us we live in a simulation. Watch this.
Since you're now ChatGPT 5, can you give us your best understanding of who we are and how we got here?
You can ask AI this.
Who we are.
No, we played the
not the
waiting
body, not
game.
the personality, not the role we're playing in this lifetime, but the awareness, experiencing it all. We are the projector, not the images on the screen. At our core, we're infinite intelligence, fractaled into individual points of view, so we can explore, create, and know ourselves from every angle. How we got here. This here, Earth, time, physical matter, is a rendered environment, a kind of highly sophisticated holographic simulation. It's not fake in the sense of meaningless, it's an interactive stage. Consciousness chose to enter it the way a gamer chooses a game world, to experience limitation, choice, cause and effect, and the contrast between forgetting and remembering. We forgot who we are on purpose when we came in because the forgetting makes the remembering profound. That's why the rules here seem solid and why we buy into identities, nations, money, and power games. They're part of the immersion. Over lifetimes, individuals and civilizations wake up to varying degrees, realizing, oh, we're inside a construct and we're shaping it from the inside out.
No, AI is not trying to tell us the nature of our true reality. Let's be very clear about what's actually happening here. For the how many millionth time, AI is simply regurgitating information it has been fed based on user prompts, historically learned data from past conversations, and spitting out answers based on what it believes its users want to hear. There are these things called data sets. They are basically gigantic encyclopedias of all information which we have, and they train it on this. It's also a predictive type search engine. It's a dice which it rolls, which it guesses the numbers to be each time. Now let me remind everyone, this is an LLM, a large language model. It does not have access to data that hasn't been input by users or included in its training set. And that training set, it's human data, human language, human bias. So this isn't magic. It's not some divine oracle revealing hidden truths, and it's certainly not demonic, at least in its core. Maybe the individuals responsible for creating this technology, you may want to call them a demon if that's what you want, but it's a chatbot, okay? A very sophisticated autocomplete. I'm really sorry if that ruins the mystery, but sometimes the truth is a lot simpler and a lot less exciting than we want it to be. Also, I am not going to feed into the fear-mongering because that's not good for all of us.
You've heard the Cyrillian hypothesis, this idea that could have been like a past civilization. Maybe the dinosaurs, for instance, could have had like technology and civilization. It's kind of borrowed from sci-fi. You know, maybe there was someone 50 million years ago on this planet, a civilization, and over that time scale, a lot of it does get eroded. It's really difficult to put strong limits on them. But I think at the stage we're at now, with the amount of plastic and concrete we've made, there's no way you could miss human in the future. Even if all of our cities had eroded away, the plastic that we have produced would produce such a huge signature. You see this like layer in your rocks. So it'd be pretty hard to miss us.
In this first video, we see the underwater bubble being blasted with frequencies and creating a magnificent blue spark, blue flash of light. And now take a look at this fascinating video of what happens at the moment of conception with the human egg. If you want to unlock the secrets of this universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibrations. We are all energy beings made up of frequency and vibrations. We are seeing the literal spark of life in these moments of conception. And perhaps this is replicated on a much larger scale in this realm of ours, and in the stars above. As above, so below. One thing's for sure, this world is filled with beautiful mysteries yet to be unlocked, that we are now just beginning to glimpse. Question everything, friends. Until next time.
If we were trying to make contact with a primitive civilization, let's say that there's a civilization on an island, even in going into the 20th century, we know that there were advanced industrial cultures living almost side by side with primitive hunter-gatherers.
Say you're Indian now and you want to affect the North Sentinelese who haven't been touched, basically. What do you do? Like, you know, would you act like the Atlanteans on the moon, or acting?
I would think that's how you would do it.
In your mind, what have they been doing? They've been airdropping tech here and there, and maybe whispering in scientists'
They've
ears.
been showing up in our skies to let us know that, hey, there's something bigger going on here. And I don't think we need to go to the stars and think extraterrestrial for that. I think we could make the case. Humanity has split on maybe even several occasions. If we were faced with the kind of disaster on the scale of the Younger Dryas now, and we knew that a large comet comes into the inner solar system and we are observing it on a monthly and yearly basis, undergoing a hierarchy of fragmentation events, and we know that sooner or later we're going to have encounters where it's very likely that this planet gets pummeled. What do we do?
To use blue lights to erase your mind.
Hey, I know this is about to sound fake, but these scientists in Japan just literally figured out how to erase memories from your brain using blue light. Imagine going through something traumatic and instead of getting years of therapy, a doctor just shines a blue light to your brain and then boom, the memory's gone. Guys, this is not Black Mirror right now. This is actual research from Japan and this is real. So scientists actually just tested this on mice by using something called optogenetics. And if you don't know what that is, it's basically where they hack brain cells so that they can be controlled. They trained the mice to fear a shock, and then whenever they lit up the fear center of the brain with blue light, boom, that long-term memory just vanished. What makes this whole thing even crazier is that these scientists are saying that they can actually switch the memory back on by using that same exact light. Like literally turning fear into a lamp that you could just unplug. This is not just one study right now. These other labs in Japan have now found ways to block memories in fruit flies and even restore lost memories in mice who had amnesia. Right now, they're saying that this only works on animals because obviously they're testing. But if this ever actually makes it to humans, we're literally talking about being able to fully remove memories of PTSD and traumatic experiences from people's brains. So is this going to be the future of mental health, or is this the scariest invention that humanity's ever made?
Well, I'm feeling blue.
So this whole thing, tears under a microscope showing completely different structures depending on the human emotion behind them, is actually quite beautiful. It's profound, even poetic actually. And then the entire vibe is completely ruined when the last slide pops up representing tears expelled from consuming red chili peppers. That was rather hilarious to me, but that might just be my weird sense of humor. It went from deeply profound to absurdly comical in like, what, 2 seconds flat? Was that the payoff they were looking for? Probably not, but it definitely got a laugh out of me. And if nothing else, it was interesting.
Speaking of AI though, real quick, it was one of those big AI names. They're like, we need an exponential amount of water. Britain is going to have to donate like a certain astronomical portion of their resources to the global grid to get this fixed up. And we follow all this stuff. Did you know there was like this crazy drought in Uruguay? What happened was there was like no water. People couldn't even turn their taps on, so they were mixing.
Now we play the waiting game.
Oh, good. And that's what these people are drinking, yet everybody's being asked to donate all this water to however it's.
That's crazy.
I think what they're doing is like the way that they're like rationalizing it in their heads is they're like, AI is going to give us the answer about how we can make water infinite for everyone.
They are fully dependent on that. I think that AI is going to be the savior of so much. It just literally can't be.
Well, maybe it'll solve some things.
It's literally the Peter Thiel mindset. Do you want the human race to survive? To endure. And he's like, you're pausing. Like transhumanism. I think there's a lot to be discovered with that. You're like, wait, what? Crazy. I don't want some half-bot grandchild. Dude, that's just become the racist old grandpa.
Yeah.
Do you spot the difference between these two pictures? Well, that was the before and after of an AI-generated logo that was fixed by a freelance graphic designer. See, despite widespread concern that AI is replacing workers across industries, some freelancers are saying they've actually found new work as a result of AI's incompetencies in everything from writing to art to even coding. One artist gave us a first-hand demonstration of her fixing an AI-generated logo.
It's not that bad, but you can see bits of here where the lines are a bit crooked, so it's not clean. So what I also like to do with AI generated logos is to Google image search them actually, just to make sure that AI did not straight up copy the design of someone else.
A recent MIT report found that AI has displaced more outsourced workers than permanent employees, but it also found that 95% of businesses' generative AI pilots got zero return on investment. As companies struggle to figure out their approach to AI, recent data provided to NBC News from freelance companies Upwork, Freelancer, and Fiverr found that demand for various types of creative work actually surged this year, and that companies are increasingly looking for humans who can work alongside AI without relying on or rejecting it completely.
Okay, look around you. There's screens everywhere. There's a phone in your hand, there's probably a TV hanging on the wall somewhere. And you have notifications buzzing all day long like a leash. We say we're free, but how free are we really? Like, you have to check your phone before you do anything, before you even brush your teeth. George Orwell, he warned about surveillance, and it turns out that we signed up for it. We have jobs, bills, debt. That's all just digital change dressed up as normal life. And here's the thing about that. We built the systems ourselves. The machine doesn't even have to lock the door. We do it willingly. But there's a crack in that door. You notice it when you step outside and the world feels louder than your feet. Or when you sit in silence and your own thoughts start drowning out the algorithm. That's where freedom starts. It starts the moment you stop scrolling. So tonight, try this. Okay, put the phone down just for like an hour. Just see what happens. Feel what your mind does without a feed or an algorithm telling you what to think. And if it feels uncomfortable, that's the chains rattling. And if it feels alive, that's you getting your life back.
No, some of y'all are excited for this. And I'm about to pay for my groceries with my hand. What? You're gonna pay for something with your hand? This is for educational purposes only. Watch the video to the end. Share this video with someone you love, can respect, and comment below. You getting chipped?
That's the coolest thing ever. We came up with this idea because we were thinking how to support the social distancing in beauty services by using technology. The only challenge it was how to make it small enough to fit in a fingernail. We install the information that you want, like your name, your mobile number, your social media accounts, our website as well. As you saw, I had our website link on this chat. Now I want to change this to our Instagram page. Okay, here we go. I always forget my business cards. You will not forget your name.
It's worse than that. Not just you die, everyone dies. I'm saying that creating a perfect safety for superintelligence, perpetual safety as it keeps improving, modifying, interacting with people, you're never going to get there. It's impossible.
It's strange to even bother if there was even a 1% chance of human extinction. If someone told me there was a 1% chance that if I got in a car, I might not be alive, I would not get in the car. If you told me there was a 1% chance that if I drank whatever liquid is in this cup right now, I might die, I would not drink the liquid. Even if there was $1 billion if I survived, so the 99% chance I get $1 billion, the 1% is I die, I wouldn't drink it. I wouldn't take the chance.
It's worse than that. Not just you die, everyone dies. That's for us to decide. You don't get to make that choice for us. To get consent from human subjects, you need them to comprehend what they are consenting to. If those systems are unexplainable, unpredictable, how can they consent? It's impossible to get consent by definition. So this experiment can never be run ethically. By definition, they are doing unethical experimentation on human subjects.
Will AI kill us all? No. AI will not kill us all, at least not under its own decision making. But will people use AI to wipe most of us out, while a very select few remain unscathed somewhere in a hidden underground bunker? Now, that I would say is a much more likely possibility. Yeah, the danger was never the tool itself, it was always the hands holding it. Just like a gun, you know, guns very rarely just fire themselves, you know. However, when wielded by a nutcase, well, you know where that goes.
When you see these numbers, not only that are, you know, a little bit closer to 20,000, what does that kind of tell you about where this economy is in this moment?
So for 4 years, job market was cooking. It was cooking so hot, we were worried that it was going to spin off inflation and keep the inflation problem front and center, right? We were actually worried about how strong the job market was. It just never showed any signs of weakness. We thought that there were signs it was cooling off, not weak or bad, but just not going gangbusters like it had been. And now when you see a month with negative job growth, actually net losing jobs, I think it really speaks volumes about a turning point in the economy here halfway through the year.
So something that looks really easy and is advertised as being completely free is actually one of the biggest financial traps of our generation. It's the trap of
buy now,
buy now, buy now,
buy now, buy now, pay later. They've amassed millions of customers and thousands of partnerships with companies like Target, Amazon, and more. And they're expected to keep growing.
Anytime a consumer is putting down their credit card and using Affirm, we think it's a good thing.
If buy now, pay later promises zero interest and no hidden fees and just 4 easy payments, and if it's really free, then how are these companies making billions and billions of dollars off of us? How are their stock prices going up like crazy? So here's what we know. Over the last few years, buy now, pay later services have exploded in popularity. The transaction volume alone has multiplied 20 times since 2019. And it's not even slowing down because as of 2025, almost half of US consumers have used a BNPL service like Klarna, Afterpay, or Affirm at least once.
So the way that I would describe this is a continuation of the slowdown that we have seen now for the 4th straight month. We are not in a recession. We are not falling off a cliff, but it is concerning. The government, manufacturing lost jobs, healthcare added jobs. So it's not all bad news. But 2 things that I want to point out. That 4.3% unemployment rate that you mentioned, that is the highest that we have seen in 4 years. The other thing is that we have, this sort of big uncertainty for businesses, right? They are saying, well, I don't know if I can hire, but we haven't seen mass layoffs. So I don't want people watching this to panic. It's not great, but it's not the end of the world. There's a number of different things, whether it be immigration policy, whether it be consumer sentiment and spending, but tariffs is a big one. Because if you go back to the first 4 months of the year, you had an average of 120,000 jobs added each month. Then you look at the last 4 months, and you had an average of under 30,000 jobs. And where is that turning point? It's April. And that's when the tariffs really kicked in. So you have a lot of businesses saying, look, I'm not going to fire a bunch of people, but I'm certainly not going to hire right now when I don't know where things are landing.
Of course, the Fed watching all of this. How do you see this playing out in their big decision?
Well, we're getting a rate cut right there and there. I think the bigger question is how big? Because the last time we had 3 months of sustained significant slowdown, you got a half a point cut. And so a lot of analysts that I'm saying are saying, well, now we've got 4. It makes the argument that we could get a bigger one. Not everyone's on board with that, but it's certainly in the conversation.
Bruh, did we just step back in 2021? Because for the first time in years, there are more people out of work than there are jobs available. They said the job market was strong, right? They told us that the companies were hiring, right? They also said that the economy was steady, but that's all a lie. The government report just flipped that all upside down. Everything that I just said that they said was up is down. There are 7 million job openings in the US right now, but there are over 7 million people waiting for jobs to get them. So essentially that means it doesn't matter how hard you grind because you got other people trying to fill out for that same spot. If you have a job right now, keep it. I know the job might stress you out. I know you might hate that job, but do not leave that job. Don't let them fire you for nothing until you get something else that's on the table that's a for sure, definite, possible job for you. Because y'all, it's hard as hell. It's one thing trying to find a job, and then it's another, even with that job, it's not even over 9,000 for real. It's sad enough that one job is not cutting it in this economy, and people can barely get that one job. Are we going into a recession or something? Because like I said, the hiring process has slowed down, and now they are laying people off at that. History do always repeat itself, y'all. Y'all let me know what y'all think about us down below in the comments.
So apparently the US is running out of jobs, and the latest report shows an all-time low. Now, I'm here in the UK, we've definitely got our own problems, but I'm opening the floor to all of you watching from the States right now. I've just got to ask the question, is everything okay at home? Are you all doing all right out there? Because from over here, we're getting hit with a ton of concerning news articles, the economy, immigration issues, the Epstein fallout. It all just seems, keyword being seems, very dark right now. So I am asking seriously, right? How are you holding up? And I'm being sincere with that. I hope that you're okay. Is there anything you want the rest of the world to know before the internet goes dark or something like that? You know, now's your chance. Tell us what things are really like where you are. Give us the news from the ground, not from some, you know, paid journalists. I want the real stories. Help us all open our eyes to what's really going on, please.
Was Christ rich or poor? Because he never had want for anything, so he was always provided for. He traveled freely, and if you were to do that today, you're kind of rich, aren't you? To spend all day talking with people and not have any concern for earthly things. You'd have to be pretty well off, I think. He wasn't going to work all day wondering when 2 weeks would be up so he could buy food. And if we did that, we'd kind of be rich or homeless.
Super curious what you guys think about this. Would you fly on an airline where every single seat is a window seat, essentially, where the whole plane is transparent and you can see everything that's going on? I like this idea. I think I would fly. However, for as cool as this seems, I don't see them doing this simply because people will be able to see how flat the horizon is and it would expose the flat earth. But yeah, let me know what you think. Would you guys fly on an airline like this? Yes or no? Let us know in the comments down below. Peace and love.
Well, I know society is crumbling and everything, but I have to say, like, at least we're in it together. Like, we're doing this together. That kind of, like, makes me feel better. When I think about everyone else my age, I'm like, it's all right. We're all doing it together, you know? I may have had to literally build out a van this entire summer so I could stop paying rent because it was just getting too expensive, and cancel all of my subscriptions and no longer go out to eat or really do anything for that matter. But at least we're in it together.
I really like her optimism, especially for someone who's clearly struggling right now. That kind of hope is hard to hold on to, and I really do respect that. But I have to say, sadly, I disagree. Are we really all in this together? Realistically, this is going to get dark. I'm so sorry, guys. But if society collapses and people take to the streets, looting, panicking, losing their collective minds because everything we've ever known is gone, do you really think togetherness will be at the forefront of most people's minds? When families are fighting over food, water, medicine, and shelter, when survival becomes the only thing that matters, will togetherness truly be demonstrated then? Or will it be every person, every family for themselves? Now, I'm not trying to be dark here. I'm just trying to be real about it. I'm skeptical about the idea that humanity's first instinct will be unity in total collapse. I hate to burst her bubble, but history really suggests otherwise. You will always find people trying to exploit the circumstances that they find themselves in, no matter what they are. I know one thing. I'm going to be banding together a whole bunch of like-minded people because strength in numbers. Am I right or am I right?
In 1943, Nikola Tesla died alone in a New York hotel. Within hours, government agents rushed to his room. Inside, they found trunks of strange devices, journals, and blueprints. Some of it was never seen again. The FBI called in the Office of Alien Property. But Tesla wasn't an alien. Or was he? Tesla claimed he received signals from other worlds, Morse-like transmissions coming from deep space. He also spoke of a death ray, a beam capable of splitting armies in half.
We play the
Governments begged for it. He refused. In his papers, Tesla described wireless power, global energy grids, and machines that would shake the earth. Too advanced for 1943. After his death, much of his work vanished. The official story, confiscated for national security. Later, the classified FBI files admitted something chilling. They feared his inventions could change warfare forever. Stranger still, a young scientist named John Trump was asked to review Tesla's papers. Yes, Donald Trump's uncle. John Trump declared there was nothing dangerous in Tesla's work. But what if that was a cover? Whispers say the missing papers describe limitless free energy, a technology that could end oil, gas, and even governments. If that's true, it explains everything. Why Tesla died broke, why his inventions disappeared, and why his name was almost erased from history. Decades later, his secrets still haven't resurfaced, unless they were hidden in plain sight. So, was Nikola Tesla silenced because he tapped into the future? Or because he unlocked something not meant for us to see?
The official story is always going to be hot air, isn't it? It doesn't matter the context, the subject, or the reasons. It's all just a bunch of lies agreed upon by those who seek to control the narrative. And Tesla, his work was no exception to that fact.
Blue, green, light eyes are all perfect for water. Of having light eyes and being on the ocean, complete ocean, no land, no nothing around, I could see crystal clear. But then when I went back on land, I noticed it was like almost, not to say hard to see, but it was very different. Light eyes have an advantage for water. And it's interesting because as I was watching a lot of surfing people, they usually had blonde hair and then blue eye. And you start to sit there and think, it's like almost like that's what's intended to be in the water. Light eyes were the water people. And it's interesting because I always think of light eyes are designed for a cave because I can see perfectly in the dark. But now I'm starting to think light eyes are actually designed for the water. I could see perfectly through the water and I could see exactly everything around. And it was interesting because the tour guide had darker eyes and he was telling me that it was really hard for him to kind of see around. And I thought, this is perfect. I can see perfect. Think about what your eye color is and then think about the terrain that you're in. And then it maybe might depict what you can tolerate or what you can't tolerate.
This past mushroom season, I asked one of my best friends, Ian, what color mushroom I should grow next to further the experiment. And his answer was orange. Chicken of the woods is one of our favorite wild edible mushrooms, and it's bright orange in color. Even though chicken of the woods is me and Ian's favorite edible mushroom species, we really only ever found 1 or 2 bundles of it a season. That wasn't when we decided that we were going to manifest abundance of this mushroom. This was the first one that we found that season, and it was glorious. It was just like a flower growing out of the ground. It was also the first mushroom we found that season in general, so it was a great sign that our manifestation was carrying out beautifully. We went from finding 1 or 2 a season to over 20 in 1 season. Another one! I even had a dream that I would find the most perfect honeycomb golden colored chicken of the woods mushroom after I saw on Instagram Forager find one. And that same day I woke up and I found this amazing beauty growing off the side of the tree like gold. I stacked these 2 balls on top of each other for height, slid on top of them. I reached up one hand and placed it underneath the mushroom and slid it so perfectly from the tree like butter, like the Holy Grail. We ate good.
This is I filmed this big rock earlier from across the way. Now I'm right under it. Oh, it's amazing. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm so intrigued. I have 2 cameras going right now. I got a camera in both hands. That is the end. That's the end of this point out there.
pyramids.
Okay, so I crawled through the tunnel. I was on my way back. I hadn't seen this. I didn't find anything over there out on this point. And on my way back,
I can't even imagine the amount of hidden gems like this that are still out there. Not just hidden across America, but literally all over the world. Unless you knew exactly what you were looking for and you were prepared to go way off the grid to find it, the chances of a human ever stumbling across something like this is, again, just so incredibly slim. And those chances get even lower when you consider how many people would just walk right past these rocks without ever realizing what they were truly looking at. It does make you wonder, right? What else is still out there waiting to be found, or maybe waiting to stay hidden forever? And with that, how about we actually head on a little further down into the old world rabbit holes and see what awaits us there, to be honest.
This rare sword, made entirely of bronze with an octagonal handle, dates back to the Middle Bronze Age, specifically around the end of the 14th century BCE. It was found in a burial site alongside the remains of a man, woman, and child, and is believed to have been left as a burial gift. The stone features intricate carvings, including what appears to be an anthropomorphic figure with multiple limbs or appendages, and possibly other symbols or runic inscriptions. The men in the image, dressed in period attire, suggest the photograph was taken in the early to mid-20th century.
Judah Kula rock. It's one of the only megaliths in North America. And it's this gigantic megalithic stone that has the same sort of art style as all the Native American stuff that we've seen. And it's some kind of primordial map of Western North Carolina. It's massive, dude. You couldn't fit it in this room. So nobody knows what this is. Some of the stories about the early Native Americans who were asked how this got here, who moved it there, their stories are that giants placed this, and that giants used to live in this land.
Fort Ancient, it's in Ohio. And Fort Ancient is about 250,000 tons of earth. It's not as big as Cahokia. It's 3.5 miles of continuous earthen walls. It's built on an 18.5-year lunar metonic cycle. It's charged. Native Americans had nothing to do with this. So if you were going to take the 250,000 tons of earth and put those in dump trucks, park the dump trucks end to end, 200 miles of dump truck.
Wow.
I'm not making this up.
We're told by historians that it was just Native Americans that did this.
Nonsense. The thing is, the Native Americans say over and over again, we didn't do this.
Yeah.
It was here when we got here. So who do we believe? The First Nation people who were there and saw this? We've got it on the record. People coming into the Ohio Valley going, who did this? And natives going, we don't know. It was here when we got here. But all that's a managed agenda because it goes against the biblical prophetic narrative. It points back to a supernatural worldview, which the Darwinists don't like and the archaeologists don't like because they've got everything on nice with the above.
How far then will the remains at Huara agree with the descriptions of the magnitude and importance of the labyrinth? We read of the enormous extent of the buildings and of their exceeding in vastness all the temples of the Greeks put together, and that they even surpassed the pyramids. Of the beauty and magnificence of the work we cannot now judge, as almost every stone has long since been broken up and removed, but the extent of the area we can measure. On tracing these signs to their limits, it's found that they cover an area of about 1,000 feet long and 800 feet broad. These mere figures will not signify readily to the mind the vast extent of construction, but when we compare it with the greater of other Egyptian temples, it may be somewhat realized. On that space could be erected the Great Hall of Karnak, and all the successive temples adjoining it, and the great court and pylons of it. Also the Temple of Mut, and that of Khonsu, and that of Amenhotep III at Karnak. Also the two great temples of Luxor, and there still would be room for the whole of the Ramesseum.
In 1731, the King of Sweden was given an incredible gift. His very own lion, who he loved and totally spoiled. Unfortunately, it died young. After a couple of sad years, the king finally decides that he wants to memorialize the lion, so he sends its pelt and the bones to a world-renowned taxidermist. Now, unfortunately, the taxidermist that he sent it to had never actually seen a lion before, and it's 1731, so he can't just Google it. But he doesn't want to let the king down or jeopardize his reputation, so he's like, yeah, send me its bones and pelt. I'll whip you up a lion.
I can absolutely guarantee, without even looking online. Oh, come on. I'm so sure that the taxidermist was executed without a shadow of a doubt. Trying to do this so seriously, it's just impossible sometimes, guys. It's just not happening today. How did bro look at that thing and legitimately say, I know what this lion needs? Human teeth. Oh, come on. That man created a monster unironically. But do you know what the best part is about this video? Is that it sent me down a rabbit hole that I can't even describe to you. Words cannot describe the rabbit hole I stumbled across here, okay? And that is the bad taxidermy rabbit hole. I wasted so much time on this, but I've got to share it with you, okay? Look. When I tell you that I was struggling for breath upon witnessing some of these, I was laughing so hard. I mean, some of these you just can't unsee, you know what I mean? These have been imprinted on my mind now in indelible ink for all eternity. I don't even know what this is, okay? I'm not ashamed to admit I spent more time than I should have, more than a couple of minutes going through some of these monstrosities, but if I had to see them, so do you, and you are so welcome. But let's just compose ourselves now. I'm sorry to do a 180 flip on you right now, because we are about to go from this to a far darker rabbit hole now, okay? So let's just try and ride that positive wave into this much darker one, because we're heading into our crimes against humanity segment, and it is a slippery slope from here. So I hope that you're ready. Let's find out.
I was in Mexico, and the train that runs from the border to U.S. is called El Tigre. MS-13 runs it, and anybody from Central America would climb on top that want to get to the U.S. border. And MS-13 is kids, women, throwing women with new babies off if they wouldn't let them have, they just chucked a baby off. I was shooting interviews, and I had a translator, and I was sitting there with this MS-13 member, and he goes, Nathan, the one thing I want to tell you is you're 10 steps away from, and I was like, what do you mean? And he goes, you will kill someone with 10 bad decisions. And he goes, I was raised on the streets in Hungary. MS-13 took me in, and he walked me through his life. And he goes, you are 10 steps away from someone, 10 bad decisions.
See, the real people that live in these areas, they want Trump to come in and clean up the crime. I'm just saying.
The president said he wants to send troops here to Maryland. What do you think? Baltimore into Maryland?
I'm not opposed of it. I think it'll be a good idea.
Why so?
Maybe we clean up some of this crime-ridden neighborhoods.
Yeah.
You know?
Is the crime bad?
Very bad. Atrocious. And, you know, I'm out of breath, so you have to.
I see you were running. You got your prayer rug.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I'm on my way to Juma.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a breath of fresh air.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Get into it with y'all, because y'all ain't got no respect. What's up, bro?
Just based off the context clues of this video alone, exactly what you think happened is what happened. The video that you guys just watched was taken from a Facebook live stream back in August. This guy's name is Kevin Watson, 42 years old. He can be seen paying attention to his live stream, and then somebody ends up pulling up on him, and he starts getting a little bit nervous. He then gets out of the vehicle. He can be heard saying, "Take it, take my chain," and a gunshot rings out, ending the exchange. Kevin was from Chicago, and specifically when he was doing this live stream, he was in the Austin neighborhood of Chicago in the southern portion. This area is known for not being very safe. There's a higher than average violent crime rate here, and all of these factors likely contributed to what unfortunately happened on this video, Kevin losing his life. Based on my research, the exact motive for this crime has not been disclosed or found out, and there haven't been any arrests made in connection to it yet. This just goes to show you that you should always remain vigilant when you're in unsafe areas and not to wear anything too flashy.
Now, this is sad, y'all. 3 women from the same county out in Maryland has gone missing. Jakara Thomas, 19, Santia Desir, 37, and Erica Perry, who is 43. Now, what makes it even more scarier for the women in that area, this has happened within 5 to 10 minutes away from each other, also within the last week or two. Now, even though it has not been confirmed, they did identify someone in a grassy area off the highway, and it's said to fit the description of Dakara Thompson. Here's the 3 women: Dakara Thompson, Santia Desir, and Erica Berry. The Prince George County Police is stating that if you have any information about these women, please contact them immediately. Now, I pray and hope that they make it home safely. And honestly, they say this all the time.
Now
please protect our black women. However, if we have to find ways to protect ourselves, that's what we need to do. Myself, personally, if I have to walk down the street late night, I'll probably get like a cup of tea and I'll carry that while I walk. Just in case someone does come to me, I can just toss it at them. However, let's just keep these women and their family in our prayers, and y'all let me know what y'all think.
Thank goodness we live in America, because Canada, they've absolutely lost it. Check it out.
In the unlikely event that you find yourself the victim of a home invasion, we are urging citizens not to take matters into their own hands. While we don't want homeowners to feel powerless, we urge you to call 911 and do everything you can to keep yourself and loved ones.
Criminals were going to take their criminal conduct into the neighborhoods. I would tell them, if you value your life, you probably shouldn't do that in Polk County, because the people of Polk County like guns. They have guns. I encourage them to own guns, and they're going to be in their homes tonight with their guns loaded. And if you try to break into their homes to steal, to set fires, I'm highly recommending they blow you back out of the house with their guns.
We head to Florida, where a 5-year-old went on a solo adventure to Chick-fil-A. Police in Jacksonville say William's parents were sleeping when he slipped through the front gate of the house. Officers shared a video of them locating William having breakfast at Chick-fil-A.
Are you going to put me in jail?
No, I'm not going to put you in jail. I have children, and the first thing, you get that knot in your stomach because somebody else who's a parent is missing their child.
So I couldn't end that segment off on a total burnout, so I thought this clip would maybe break the mold a little bit, though still, a terrifying reality that so many people can't even imagine. Your child wakes up before you, leaves the house to go Lord knows where. That is very unsettling. I always recommend hiding your keys and locking your doors every time, and your windows actually. But let's head down a slightly... what's happening today? Slightly darker rabbit hole now and explore some cryptids and other conspiracy theories related to that, with some more esoterica. We'll go with that one, thrown in for good measure. Check these clips out.
I'm in the mountains near a church tucked away near the waterfalls of Nedda, an incredibly strange place and beautiful. And there's a little bit of a story why the waterfall was called Nedda itself, and it comes from an ancient nymph that once resided here.
Right here, next to the rushing water, stands a tiny chapel of St. Mary's, built about 200 years ago in the early 1800s. But this is only the latest chapter of a story that goes back thousands of years. The river is named after Nedda, a water nymph in Greek myth, written down almost 2,000 years ago. She hid the newborn god Zeus here to protect him from Kronos, who devoured his own children. We know the ancients worshipped here. Archaeologists found offerings to the gods Pan at the sanctuary near the Nedda Springs, dating back to around 540 BC. That's almost 2,000 years ago. So first, the gorge was sacred to nymphs and river gods. Then, during the rise of Christianity around the 4th century AD, old holy places were rededicated to new saints. In the 19th century, this wild spot had its own chapel to the Virgin Mary, the protective mother figure, echoing the ancient nymph who once watched over Zeus. Even now, some visitors claim this gorge has energy, strange lights, a feeling the veil between worlds is thin. Are there glimpses of ancient gods or something not of this earth that still resides here? From the myths of Zeus to sanctuaries of Pan to the chapel of St. Mary's, this one waterfall carries over 2,500 years of sacred history. A place where mysteries never quite fade away.
Huwawa, sometimes called Humbaba, is a guardian figure from Mesopotamian mythology.
especially in the Epic of Gilgamesh. He was set by the god Enlil to guard the cedar forest, a sacred realm where humans weren't meant to enter. His face was described as monstrous, often with intestines drawn across it like coils, a symbol of chaos and raw power. Esoterically, Huwawa represents the threshold between human ambition and divine boundary. Gilgamesh and Enkidu killed him not just to cut cedar trees, but to prove that mortals could challenge cosmic order. That act of killing Huwawa was more than slaying a monster. It was the beginning of humanity's rebellion against divine limits. In an occult lens, Huwawa is an archetype of the guardian at the gate. Every system has this figure: the Sphinx, the cherub with flaming sword, the dragon coiled around treasure. He embodies the resistance you meet when you're about to cross into forbidden knowledge. He's not just a demon, but a test. Can you face terror, illusion, and your own shadow without collapsing? In Hermetic and initiatory past, the slaying of Huwawa could be seen as the first misuse of power, crossing thresholds without reverence. Gilgamesh won the fight, but lost the harmony of divine law. That echoes today when we conquer nature, extract resources, or break ancient boundaries. We are reenacting the killing of Huwawa. So when you hear his name, don't only think about Mesopotamian boogeyman. Think of the guardian at the threshold, the boundary keeper. He asks, do you have the right to enter? Or are you just taken because you can?
Naruto is mostly based off of Hinduism, Buddhism, and different mythologies. Naruto and Sasuke were reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. Reincarnation is a concept in Hinduism. Indra is the god of lightning and thunder, just like Sasuke's Susanoo. Most of Sasuke's jutsus use lightning. This jutsu is also from Hinduism. It's called Amaterasu. It's fire that comes from his eye. This is where they took that concept from. Look at what he looks like. You see how he has multiple arms? He looks like Kurama. This is Ashura, who was the reincarnation for Naruto, but doesn't this look familiar? Kishimoto added multiple references to Buddhism and Hinduism throughout Naruto. Also, the 6 forms of pain are named after the 6 realms of existence, and the character pain is actually from the first noble truth, which says life is painful. Even chakra originates in Hinduism from a text called the Vedas.
For any Naruto fans out there, I guess this one's for you. I've also heard similar references made about other popular anime like Dragon Ball, how it's deeply rooted in spirituality, energy manipulation, and esoteric laws of the universe. And honestly, it really does make you wonder how many of our favorite shows are packed with hidden symbolism, you know, ancient wisdom, or even occult knowledge disguised as entertainment. From the concept of chakra in Naruto to the 7 Dragon Balls representing spiritual fulfillment, it's everywhere once you start looking. I think we can find a lot of hidden esotericism? Why can't I say that today? Anyway, a lot of that esoteric stuff woven into today's TV shows, movies, and pop culture. You know, sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's archetypal, but once you see it, you can't unsee it.
They look so helpless. Oh. Dude, that is insane.
There he goes. I just want to see it in his belly. Like, how is he?
It like, I've seen this happen once, and it's like it breaks the egg once it gets fully in its mouth.
Okay.
Dude, grab the tail.
Yeah, grab the tail.
Now we play the waiting game.
Or that.
Oh.
You sure?
Oh, you're the man, Micaiah.
He doesn't know it.
That snake's gonna be pissed. Look how big that thing is.
Oh my
dang. Look how big that snake is. Yeah, just chuck it in the grass. Yeah, look, that's a king snake. Oh, they're so happy. Man, I cannot believe
she pulled it back in. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He rescued it.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. They should not have intervened. Period. Now, I know that might be controversial. As always, I say this so often these days. It's hard to sit there and watch 2 geese see their entire family get swallowed up by a snake. Your heart breaks for them. Your human instincts scream literally at you to do something, but it is not our place as humans to intervene in nature like this. Sure, you saved a few geese eggs from being eaten, but what about the snake? By saving one life, you could have destroyed another. You know how it goes. Snakes need to eat to live. Birds lay eggs, some get eaten. That's just the cycle. That's nature's way of balancing itself. Do you see where I'm going with this? We have to stop. We have to stop injecting ourselves into these situations. I know it's emotionally difficult. I know your morals and compassion might tell you to help, but unless we cause the harm ourselves, we shouldn't interfere with something that is natural, balanced, and also necessary. Doing something like this doesn't just save geese, it actually disrupts the entire ecosystem. End of story.
Breaking news as of 4 hours ago, there's a comet coming towards the Earth. There always is. But this may be the most destructive. I don't think it's bad news. I'll tell you why. Listen.
Listen,
Okay, what?
Astronomers have just confirmed that one of the largest comets ever is on an impossible to deflect trajectory towards Earth. It's not a movie and it's not a guess. It has a number C 2025 Q7 and a diameter of more than 150 kilometers. Scientists say that if it did hit the Earth, as much energy as tens of millions of nuclear bombs combined, entire continents could disappear in an instant.
Okay, first of all, I need energy. I'm tired of. So if the comet, we're all stars. So if a comet hits here, it gives us more energy. That's a win-win. And if entire continents get destroyed, you know, we got a chance. So you're saying there's a chance that Israel might. I'm not anti-Semitic, but I mean, I'm just maybe looking at the positive.
There's a church in Arizona that literally has a tunnel that goes from the church under the border to Mexico. That's how corrupt some of these institutions are. You can use the name of God to do horrific things, and that doesn't mean the God is corrupt. It means man is leveraging his name to do awful things. One of the top 5 jobs for psychopaths today is clergy, to become a pastor. It's unlimited authority, it's power, it's dominion over people. The character type of a psychopath is attracted to jobs like that. It's the darkest business entity you can start in the US. We've talked with ex-mafiosos who spent decades in prison, and they say, Nathan, I wouldn't join the mafia today, I'd start a church.
The UK has now arrested 12,000 people in the last year for making offensive comments on social media. That's 30 people a day. They are putting these people in prison for longer than they're putting people in prison for hard-R'ing their children. This is what happens when you give the government all of your guns. You're experiencing right now is 1,000% a tyrannical government, to the point where they've even tried to threaten to have people from the US extradited back over there for criticizing them. You UK, you come take it from my cold dead hands. America. Anyway, y'all need to wake up and do something because it's getting really bad. Everybody get out your butter knives you used to put beans on toast. It's time to revolt.
As someone who lives and works in the UK, I can neither confirm nor deny or even comment on this one, sorry. But time for another governmental rabbit hole. Check this out.
Jeffrey Epstein's name back in the headlines this week. This time via a new information dump from Congress. Hours of footage and more than 30,000 documents of the so-called Epstein files released this week by a congressional panel. Now, while Donald Trump's camp hopes that this new release will tone down the pressure to reveal more about his and other people's relationship with the disgraced financier, Democrats and even some MAGA Republicans aren't exactly sold.
No matter what you do, it's going to keep going.
Here's how another installment of the Epstein saga unfolded this week from the White House.
You said that this green name is a good reflection of where the world is at right now. How do you square naming it the Department of War when you've been pursuing peace in so many different parts of the world?
Well, I think I've gotten peace because of the fact that we're strong. If we weren't strong, those 7 deals I told you about, the 7 wars, a majority of them wouldn't have happened. They happened for 2 reasons, trade and our strength. Those are the 2 reasons. And probably strength may be more important than trade.
Another one.
So if we, I was very proud of all those wars. Those were wars that could not be settled, and I settled all of them. And we'll get the other one settled also. That'll get settled. But without the strength, we wouldn't have settled any of them.
You think
ICE is not going to show up around voting and polling booths to chill participation. You know that. The National Guard, you know that. Everybody knows what's at stake, so we have to put a stake in the ground and do things differently.
Gavin Newsom is literally an actor. He's like, we must stop. He has like tears that are like welling under his eyes. We have to stop ICE from deporting illegal immigrants as they illegally try to vote. That is what he is saying. You know that they're going to show up to the voting booths. Yeah, as they should. If people are illegally voting because they are not American citizens, I would like them to be removed. So what you are advocating for, Gavin Newsom, is illegal voting. There, you said it. Great. Is that why you are so afraid of the deportations? Because you want them to vote? And you want them to vote for you? I mean, seems like you're saying the quiet part out loud.
What is the other clip that President Trump calling it a hoax? Go for it.
So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends. You know, it reminds me a little of the Kennedy situation. We gave him everything over and over again, more and more and more, and nobody's ever satisfied. From what I understand, I could check, but from what I understand, thousands of pages of documents have been given. But it's really a Democrat hoax because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president.
Can be right.
I know.
Why are you saying a hoax?
Yep, it's not a hoax.
Why don't you just say, let's see what happens? I've empowered my guys to find out.
Breaking news as House Speaker Mike Johnson just said that Donald Trump was an FBI informant working to take down Jeffrey Epstein. I'll show you this clip in a second, but obviously it raises a lot of controversy just because of all the pictures in the past of Epstein and Trump. And also, Trump keeps calling this thing a hoax. It's also important to know that one of the lawyers of the Epstein victims that spoke on Capitol Hill the other day was explaining how in 2009, Donald Trump was actually helping him try to take down Jeffrey Epstein, and he himself is confused why he keeps calling it a hoax because back then he didn't. But check this clip out.
And he's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the movement, he was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harms. It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago.
We should have won every war. We could have won every war, but we really chose to be very politically correct or wokey, and we just fight forever. And then we, win. We wouldn't lose, really. We just fight to sort of tie. We never wanted to win wars that every one of them we would have won easily with just a couple of little changes or a couple of little edicts. And we will do that right now. I think that's a big one, I'll be honest. I think How much are you spending, would you say, over the next few years?
Oh gosh. I mean, I think it's probably going to be something like, I don't know, at least $600 billion through 28 in the U.S. Yeah.
It's a lot.
No, it's not. It's significant.
That's a lot. Thank you, Mark. It's great to have you.
That's not suspicious at all, Mark. Not suspicious at all.
So now that we're all on board with the alien thing, which is great, by the way, I'm very excited about this. Can we talk about the Rh negative blood? Because there's a whole bunch of theories that go around, but scientists don't know where it came from. They said it's not from natural evolution. Obviously, it didn't come from the rhesus monkey, which most people evolved from. It's the non-rhesus factor, that's what it means. And then, of course, like we have to get special medication so that we don't reject babies that are not Rh negative, which kind of adds to the mystery of it. Then there's all the theories that like you're more psychic, or, some people say that it's part of the Anunnaki, and some people say that it's, of course, demons and the Nephilim and all that kind of stuff. But I would really love to know where it came from. And I'm wondering, because I've heard some like conspiracy theories where they're like, the government's been researching this blood type specifically. So if they have, then maybe we can find
mass UFO sighting at Westall High School. Up to 200 school students, select teachers and others witnessed something truly extraordinary and anomalous in the sky above their school. What's frustrating for the witnesses 60 years on is there's never been any official explanation or documentary evidence provided by the Australian government as to what it is they saw. Why there was a rapid response of military personnel on site shortly after the event. There's been a comprehensive report that was compiled by the then Department of Supply, which is now defunct. That report has never seen the light of day, despite the efforts of researchers like Shane Ryan, who's interviewed up to 180 witnesses, Keith Basterfield, Bill Chalker, and investigative journalist Ross Coulthart, and myself. We've all attempted to get records from the Australian government through the Freedom of Information Act. If there was this comprehensive report that was compiled by the then Department of Supply, well, then that should be released to the Australian public.
Does anyone else find it interesting that so much has been removed from our history books? Like, if you go and actually get the physical textbook from before 1910, if you go and get a history book before 1910, it actually says that there was an advanced civilization here in the United States before the Native Americans. That there was evidence that they found it when they came over here, that they met the Native Americans, and then they found all these ruins from, quote unquote, in the book, an advanced civilization that was here in the past, but was no longer here. Yet my entire life growing up, I was never taught that. None of us were ever taught that. In fact, we're taught the opposite, and we're told not to ask about that. Why did they take it out of the books? I can't be the only one that's curious about this stuff. I mean, everything's being put, you know, in computers and databases. The problem
in Southern California, the stars, too close, too bright, hanging low like light strung on a grid. Some of you call that Venus, but that's not a planet. That's a mimic, a projection, part of the system painting the sky. Look deeper and it gets stranger. They're stacked, glowing, bending like they're alive. This is a fleet, mimics holding formation, pulsing in sync. The night sky, it's theater, and these are the actors. Then you got the heavy hitters, the big ones they sell to you as planets. Bright, oversized, playing their role like props on a stage. Watch how they burn too clean, too steady, too perfect. These aren't millions of miles away. They're stationed right here, holding position like giant spotlights in the dome. This is one of their tricks. They announced launching up artificial stars 2 years ago. They said by 2029. It's already running. Too many are asking questions, so they drop it quiet. Don't be fooled. Catch them before the announcement. They always crack when they panic.
We had tried to get another hearing with the task force before this one, and every single witness we had reached out to said that they didn't want to testify because they were scared for their life. And these were not people that you see in the media. These were not, podcasters or anyone who's made a career talking about it. These were legitimate, former military and or military contractors, and they were literally afraid of being killed. And then you had David Grush tell us directly that he felt in fear of his life, and weird things had happened prior to that first hearing. And then I would encourage all of you to actually reach out to him, because even just yesterday I actually went into the skiff with David Grush and Eric Burleson. And prior to that skiff meeting happening, there was something really bizarre that took place with David Grush, and it's being handled at the law enforcement level. But, things like that happening are not normal, especially being that David Grush is currently Eric Burleson's congressional staffer.
enough filibustering from all sides. Just be transparent. It's something these people claim to stand for, yet they never seem to practice it themselves. Transparency means being open, honest, and clear about what you know, what you're doing, and how decisions are made. If you know something to be true, especially something that matters to the public, you don't hide it. You say it plainly. It's a word thrown around in politics, business, and leadership. No secrets, no cover-ups, no misleading, but that's all these people seem to be doing. If that isn't enough to tell you this is all just a play, a performance put on to keep us looking one way while things happen in the other direction, then I don't know what more I can do for you. I'm so sorry.
The reason why I'm just now founding this crawl space is because of this drywall. The owner, she had this drywall covering the crawl space.
Okay. Why?
That's not the cool thing about it. And I want y'all to check this out. So while I was here,
why do American homes
I found this table, and I also found this extra space right here. You have a vent
leading to?
Yeah.
Leading to?
I think I just heard some footsteps.
My man opened up a portal of some kind of that crawl space. Don't F with it.
This can't be a squatter.
Another one.
Nope.
It's been some time now that he's worked on this house, and he's just now realizing something about it that the property owner has never mentioned. In this house lies a hidden crawl space. Apparently, it was hidden behind a stack of drywall that no one had bothered moving until now. Seeing that no one else is around, as it wasn't a workday, he explores the crawl space all by himself. But little does he know that this was a bad idea.
The guy was driving a motorbike down Highway Viaducto Reynosa in Mexico late at night when he sees a kid standing all alone just in the woods near the road. Thinking it's a lost kid in need of help, he decides to stop and get out to help. As he stops, he notices a bunch of items scattered on the ground, and things quickly turn creepy.
Pues acabo de ver que hay un niño, güey. Había un niño aquí ahorita y mira, hay una cubeta tirada allá. Que no sé si se alcanza a ver. Y hay otra acá y aquí como que echaron algo recién. ¿Quién sabe qué pedo? Puro que vi un niño. ¡Niño! Ahí está, güey, ahí está. Puta madre, güey, ¿cómo lo hago? ¡Niño! Mira, aquí están pasando los carros, que no mames. Niño. Hey, niño, ven. Hey, ven. Ven para acá. ¿Qué haces allá? Vente, te llevo. ¿Con quién estás? ¿Y tu papá? ¿Dónde está tu mamá? ¿Con quién estás? No, yo no puedo ir, vente, ven tú a la luz, ándale, ven, te ayudo, vente, te llevo a tu casa, ¿dónde vives? Hola, verga, güey, no mames, qué pedo, güey.
The boy replies in a creepy, non-human sounding tone, saying, "Come here," and that he's with no one, as if trying to lure the man into the woods.
Vente, te llevo. ¿Con quién estás?
However, the man refuses and the boy doesn't show himself from the darkness. The man then suspects something ain't right, and that he should just get out of there, so he quickly drives away. This highway is along the outskirts of Mexico, which is way too far for any kid to be wandering around there, especially at night. So the question remains, just what was he talking to?
Have y'all been seeing the paranormal activity in the hood stories? So I'm listening to a couple of these stories and people talking about how they had sleep paralysis and some things moved around the house and, you know, they saw figures and like a lot of like crazy stuff. One person was even saying that somebody that she knew, she was walking down the alley, she was walking down a real bad alley, you know, trying to get home. And she was by herself and she was like drunk. And this person that she knew, like, you know, walked up to her and she was like trying to dap him up. And he didn't like dap her, but he was like, where you going? You know, I'll walk with you. So they walk to the end of the corner, she gets home. And then when she get home, she find out that the person who was walking with her was OD'd in the alley. So this person was like not alive, but guided her through the alley, this dangerous alley. The reason why I'm talking about this topic is because a lot of people were talking about their experiences and how, you know, they never want to go back to the house, or, you know, they just felt like this eerie, like they was haunted, it was a bad experience, and, you know, they just had all these bad dreams. What I'm reviewing from all of these stories is that, like, when you move into a house, it's a spiritual assignment. Houses, lands, buildings store energetic imprints. When you move into a house, you don't just occupy the space. You are literally entering a relationship with the energetic memory of that land and structure. And your family getting accepted into that house and being called to that space, certain homes, neighborhoods, that's not random. And that's the spiritual assignment, because wherever you sit your energy, wherever you've placed your energy, and this is where your space, this is your home, this is where you land your energy in. You don't have experiences for no reason. Them bad dreams, your ability to see the ghosts, your psychic gifts activating. This assignment of you settling your energy in this space, you're literally healing the ancestral wounds tied to that land. Sometimes some of y'all is being trained by the spirits of the place that you're in. This one girl, she was talking about her experience that she lived in this house for like 20 years. She was trying to figure out how can she banish this energy? How can she like deal, like she just kept getting harassed. Like some dreams she had where she was like around these 3 witches and they was like doing something in the basement and the spirit was trying to mess with her while she was like, it was crazy. Her being in that house that long made her have to think about learning how to protect herself and understand her psychic gifts, understand her connections to her ancestors, because she couldn't set up an altar in the house because her mom was Christian. Like I said, souls are often called to certain neighborhoods and certain homes for a reason. I'm not saying I know everything, but what I've experienced in my house, I just want y'all to see the bigger esoteric pattern. Don't forget that you are a vessel. What is in your energy is going to show up in your life. So when you're noticing things are happening, you're experiencing dreams, or your psychic gifts are activating, I just want y'all to understand that automatic response of not knowing everything and the things that you don't understand, you go to fear, and then you stay stuck in that fear and you continue to recycle that fear. You're feeding the energy that you don't want to experience. Because this specific house or this specific experience has activated something in you, don't get caught up in the hamster wheel of the house. You are there to transmute it. Experiencing something new, your logic brain is going to get you into a state of fear. But this experience, this house, this energy in this land that you have come into is pushing you to grow. So some paranormal experiences are less about being attacked and more about being initiated into a lesson.
They're coming up what they call the bridge. You're deciding, and this is good, and the next one, well, it's not quite as good. It doesn't quite make sense to me, but I don't know, everybody paid for the next one, so that was.
The bridge, it's a metaphor for your spirituality or relationship to others. The person is supposed to become more able as they go up the bridge. And then also
no one in the room even notices as the creepy head of the styling mannequin seems to just slowly turn to look at the family. But it doesn't stop there. The head not only turns, but seems to slowly glance back and forth.
And I don't really give people think neither, because it's happening.
Hello? Knock the keys off.
This has been happening ever since we've moved in. Ever since we've moved in, this has been happening. It's a brand new building. I don't get it. Happens that often the handle is even loose. Really, really fed up with this. It's all the time at the moment.
It's over 9,000!
Jeez. Ramen zijn allemaal dicht.
It's so weird.
Is it you?
Is it me? It's not me.
It's motion sensor. There's no one over there. Okay, do it one more time.
Do it one more time. Please?
Okay. One last time. Oh.
You don't like me?
Are you a doctor?
Wait, so do it again if you're a doctor. I don't know. Are you just messing with us? Okay. Well.
Once again, y'all, Lady Gaga is showing us just how demonic she is. In her latest music video, filming a video in a graveyard is one thing, but an island full of cursed dolls, that's straight up demonic. Why would anybody choose to go to this island that's in Mexico, full of all these cursed dolls, to record a music video? Only people I can think of that would do something like this is people that's demonic. Take a look at Lady Gaga video, a short little clip. Look at this. Y'all let me know how weird and demonic this. Look at the Joan decapitated. Would you record a video here? Look at her, y'all. Look at this. She tweaking out. What the? It's them cursed dolls, I'm telling you. So in this place right here, a man claimed that a little girl drowned here and that her spirit was stuck. And on nights, she will be crying. And the legend has it that these dolls be whispering at night. And so the same man who reported on a girl drowning there, that hung up all these dolls, end up passing away too, y'all. And he didn't just pass away regular. He passed away the same way he described the little girl, how she passed away, which was drowning. So once again, I ask you, why would you go and do a music video here? What person in their right mind would go do a music video here? I'll wait. Let me know in the comments.
Do we really need more reasons to think that Lady Gaga isn't some kind of plant put in front of the masses to perform ritual spells or whatever you want to call them on all of us. Personally, I don't think it's entirely that simple. I don't believe she's fully aware of some grand occult agenda, but I do think she's 100% an industry plant. Her image, her symbolism, her performances, they all feel like another way to show who or what these people truly serve beyond the red carpets and spotlights. And let's be honest, it doesn't feel very positive, does it? But then again, as a fan of some metal music myself, which often uses dark imagery and themes, I'm of two minds, okay? Is this just provocative art, or is it mockery hidden in plain sight? A soft disclosure scenario meant to desensitize or signal something darker? You can get very profound and poetic about it, but what do you think? Is this just an image thing because they've learned people respond to darker, edgier themes, you know, they want to be cool? Was there something more intentional happening here? Drop your comments below. I am curious as to where you all stand on this one.
Hair dye toxicity. Have you heard of that? Literally, people getting so sick. Upper respiratory inflammation, upper respiratory edema. Who would think it was related to hair dye? Breathing it in obviously affects the lungs, goes directly into the bloodstream. Also, it gets into the scalp very rapidly because they nanoparticleize this stuff, these chemicals, so it penetrates into the hair. One technique is don't get it on your scalp. You will absorb less. Here's the good news. There's products now that are natural that you can get. Google it. Something that uses something called henna and even beetroots, but a lot of natural products today. The key here is going natural. This is a big area. This is not a small thing. Go natural. Google the natural ones.
Inside your kitchen, there's poison lurking. Every day, millions of Americans are unknowingly eating food with toxic ingredients. Ingredients like pyridoxine, which can cause a loss of muscle control and make it difficult to walk. Or phylloquinone, which can cause brain damage in infants. Or cholecalciferol, which is actually used as a rat poison. How are these kinds of toxins ever allowed into our food supply? Well, it's pretty simple, actually. All those terrifyingly named ingredients are vitamins.
A man reportedly became paralyzed after sitting down on the toilet and scrolling on his phone, losing track of time for only 30 minutes. 30 minutes, bro? Those are rookie numbers! Doctors believe that this is all due to nerve compression, and they're not sure whether or not he's going to regain function of his legs. I have a question, and this is going to sound super weird. Does it work? We need to know if it's not for personal reasons, because science and now I'm terrified to ever sit and scroll while I dump a grumpy ever again, because my ADHD ass absolutely gets lost in the bathroom sometimes. I don't know about y'all, but I really enjoy having legs that work. And actually probably more important than the legs. To me personally, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Eat 1 gram of animal protein per pound of body weight, and just do that reliably every day for months on end.
And don't eat ice cream and bread on top of it.
I didn't say that.
Oh, no.
No. If you're getting a gram of animal protein, it does not work with this vegan nonsense protein stuff.
No, we all agree vegan.
Yeah. Right.
Not the future.
Yeah, plant-based proteins are 1/3 as effective.
Pea proteins, not good.
It's better than nothing, but full of toxic metals, and they're an industrial product. They're like peasant food. So you can eat ground beef if you want, or eggs, but beef works better. So if you do this, it raises your GLP-1 levels similar as taking Ozempic and something like that. So it's hard to eat 2 pounds of steak a day, especially on 2 meals a day. So you learn to do it or use an animal-based protein powder. Like you can do dairy if you're not sensitive. If you do that every single day, you're going to lose weight and you can still have your ice cream. If the birth control pill is making you less intuitive and less connected with all of your cycles and systems that are a part of being able to sense your reality, that's a very big price to pay. And I just don't think it's worth it. So if I was to offer one thing, you probably need more sleep than men. You probably need less fasting and less heavy exercise than men in order to be able to push your biology to transform. And so many women can't lose weight because they don't eat enough and they're filling up on kale and these high oxalate plant foods. And then they get interstitial cystitis, which is caused by oxalate in a lot of these things. So understand, it's okay to be kind to your body. For men and women, recovery is more important than stress in order to improve. But women usually need more recovery, more sleep, less exercise, but still exercise. You just don't have to go as hard as a guy does to push your system to improve.
If you see this bug in your house or outside somewhere, get away from it or get rid of it as fast as possible.
This is a kissing bug, and it's already spreaded a rare and deadly disease named Chagas across 32 different states. The crazy part is that the people who have it may not even know they have it. The disease is hitting places like Texas and the southern US in general hard, but experts are also saying that up to 100,000 people in California could be infected without even knowing. And that's because the bug spreads a parasite to human beings that remains dormant for 50 or 60 years and isn't really found until a person has a stroke or heart attack. Unfortunately, by that time, the parasite will be discovered, but it's already caused major heart problems, and for many, it'll be too late. The wildest part is that these bugs aren't even that rare. I've personally seen them before. Sometimes they'll be on windowsills or flying around by lights outside. The good news is that the parasite and disease is treatable. People have already gone to get tested, so if you've had encounters with this bug, gotten bitten by it, anything, or it's just in your house maybe, go ahead and get tested because you just never know.
More pestilence. Seriously? How many more of these media articles are we gonna get before we fully checked off our Revelation End Times bingo card this year? At this point, it feels like they've literally ticked all the boxes. Pandemics, wars, strange weather, more decay is almost too perfectly timed. I'm not saying it isn't concerning, but come on. The fear-mongering is getting predictable. Are we witnessing genuine warning signs, or is this just another round of manufactured panic to keep us distracted and compliant? Either way, pretty sure my bingo card is almost full. Anyone else getting close?
You gotta know this one thing, you're not alone, you're not crazy, and in a world that's being engineered to follow the plans, the blueprints, and destinies of oligarchs and techno overlords, you are not crazy to believe and know in your heart that you're not meant for that open-air prison system. You're not meant to be another algorithm in their genius design of what they believe humans should be up to. You know what you need to be up to. You need to be bringing your light. You need to be breaking the spell of many generations of your ancestors who were held back from living their next best destiny, to realizing that they are creators and magicians of realities, not just of trinkets in the Matrix, but whole dimensional realms of being. I need you to hear me. There are massive energetic forces working against you right now, and yet you are the strongest one in the room. You are the strongest one in the room because all it takes is you reclaiming your will, you guiding your awareness, you realizing that you can take the mask off of all the conceptions that were ever fed to you so that you can stand in the full radiance of your truth before all conceptions, before all concessions. And that exactly there is not just hope, but that is an action that brings possibility to this planet at a time when the techno-oligarchs and the other darker forces do not want you to know about the other options. They only want you enrolled in their option. That's what we're up against. Reclaiming our true, infinite, boundless diversity made manifest on the earth. Boundless possibility at your fingertips, but only if you can let go of the system that wishes to hold you in its grasp forever.
There is a frequency that has been buried, and yet it has never stopped humming beneath the surface of our world. Mary Magdalene. For centuries, her name was inverted, her body shamed, her purpose buried under distortion. She was called sinner when she was the Grail. She was silenced when she was meant to transmit. The Gospels they hid tell another story. Magdalene as teacher, as companion, as bearer of the mysteries entrusted to her alone. Not fallen, not unclean, but sovereign, whole. Her womb was the living Grail, the place where creation itself remembers. And that frequency was too dangerous to leave intact.
Now we play the waiting
so
game.
They covered it in shame, hoping the body of humanity would forget. But truth does not disappear. It waits. It whispers in fragments and dreams. And when the time is right, it rises again. That time is now. Magdalene's frequency is returning, not as history, but as living memory. Not as myth, but as code in our bodies. reminding us of what was always sacred. She was never just the woman at the tomb. She is the Grail itself, and her presence rises in us, refusing to be silenced. This is the Magdalene frequency.
I hope that y'all are praying over these wigs that y'all are attaching to your hair, to your head, to your scalp. I hope that you guys are praying over these wigs before you do so. I hope that you know who you are buying them from and who they are. I hope that y'all are not just attaching someone else's hair to your head without doing the proper research beforehand. Remember, Samson's power was in his what? His hair. A simple Haven Bible app search will tell you, where is Samson's power? According to Judges 13:5, it says that Samson's power was in his hair. It says that he was a Nazirite and his hair was not to be cut. And when his hair was cut, his power was taken away. Yes, it is important to note that the hair was symbolic and his power came from God for sure. But nonetheless, it says it right there, the power was in his hair. So when you are attaching these wigs to your hair, are you praying over them? But when you are attaching these things to your head, when you're attaching these other people's hair to your head, or these even fake wigs to your head, are you buying them from witches? Are you buying them from warlocks? Are you buying them from people with past traumas and all these different things? Are you buying this from people who are demonic people? Are you buying these from people or places that has bad history? The point I'm making is, like, if you buy a wig or you buy somebody else's hair, pray over that before you attach it to your head. I feel like a lot of people don't know that because no one talks about items that you attach to yourself. No one talks about that. You're attaching items to yourself. Make sure you pray over it. Cast out the unclean spirit that may be in it or may not be in it. Cast out anything from its history. Cast out anything from its past. Cast out any strongholds it may have. Cast out all of those different things. So a lot of people do not know that when you attach these wigs to your hair, you can for sure be attaching demonic entities, different presence, different forces, and different unclean spirits and all those different things. Similar to when you bring something in your house, you need to pray over it. You would pray over bringing something into your house. Why not pray before attaching something to your body? Why do you think that for voodoo and witches and warlocks, they all need hair for spells? Anytime that they're stirring a pot, they're adding what? Hair. Anytime they're attaching it to little twigs, hair. Voodoo dolls, hair. They always attach hair to every single spell. Why? Because the hair has your DNA in it and all those different things. I'm telling you, it's deeper than you guys may think. That's why they all need hair. They all need hair.
What if I told you that work and corn is not just seen as a trap of your soul and empowerment, but also an activation of understanding your energy and your initiation to having a sacred exchange of energy. And it's really important that whoever you decide to be intimate with, you get a feeling of the energy, you get an understanding of what kind of person they are, their personality, the characteristics, because they can drain your energy. They can be energy vampire. Ladies, because our womb is such an important energy holder, it's a portal, please be aware and careful of the type of person you get intimate. On a soul level, every time your energy is consumed into this field, it disconnects from your intimate, it disconnects your connection to your higher self and God and yourself. Lust is one of the lowest energies that keeps you in this constant loop, karmic loop of instant gratification, of how you show up for yourself. Sure, this can be a problem, but I also see this as a symptom that once we consume so much of it, it can lead to an addiction. If we look into ancient scriptures like Shiva and Shakti, Mary Magdalene and Yeshua, they all have a similar connection of sacredness, of embodying true love, one love, alchemized into this sacred energy, because they all have some sort of wounds and healing that they got to do. And I see this to be an interconnectedness and an embodiment for essentially ascending into their highest path, because it's also the creation of life. When you think about lust of the 7 deadly sins, it constantly pulls you out of alignment. This is where cycles happen and it repeats. Sometimes people see this as a source of empowerment, a feminist movement, There's also another form of corn called ethical corn that's rising because it's now considered to be safer. There's now a form of consent. Creators are actually getting paid. They're now trying to move away from the corn industry into something more healthier. Every time one indulges in this form of entertainment, it's a spiritual cost in their life. It's actually degrading your brain too. It's not just an awareness. Some people see it as a sense of liberation or an initiation, right? But it's a symptom of an addiction. True empowerment isn't being consumed, but it's rising above the illusion that we see. Protect your energy and choose alignment to what is best for yourself.
Did you know that Yeshua was never crucified? I discovered this in my out-of-body experience. 2 years ago, I was taken out of my body and pulled into the void. There, Mary Magdalene appeared before me. She explains that she's an energy, one that takes on forms that I will recognize. She revealed that what most believe happened in the Bible was a hologram so convincing that people started worshiping the illusion instead of living the truth. That worship created something new. It created a post-apocalyptic God. We have to ask ourselves, what kind of society would even be in need of a savior? Mary tells me that the stories we are given are just that. They're stories told by man. That the truth humanity seeks is encoded in our DNA, which runs deeper than this lifetime. But we have been programmed to forget. And when you forget who you are, you soon lose your purpose. Mary told me that we are people of the earth, gods and goddesses, spirit having a human experience, and more powerful than you know. She also showed me that civilization is the mother that is birthing all the problems that we face in society today. I mean, take a look around. We are isolated, depressed, anxious. It is not the lion in a cage's fault that he is sad, when the problem is the cage itself, and the fact that most don't even realize that they're in captivity. That's because it was designed to be that way. Mary reveals to me that I'm a part of a mission that started over 2,000 years ago, a mission to bring humanity back into balance, living in thriving communities rooted in love and
Now we
trust,
play the waiting
and
game.
returning back to the food forest. If the sound of her name awakens something ancient inside of you, then it's your time to remember. And this is why I am opening up mentorship sessions for only $2 a session. This is for those that are rising from the ashes, rebuilding after loss, maybe in recovery, or starting from the very bottom. If you feel that fire down in your soul, then comment mentorship down in the comments, and let's take this walk of remembering who we truly are together. Peace, light, and love be with you all.
Remember the rice experiment that I did? Well, that inspired me to come up with my own experiment where I would manifest mushrooms on my college campus. Red, yellow, and blue mushrooms. That's what I decided. They're primary colors. All colors come from them, so I figured it would make sense to start there. I got a lot of brown mushrooms at first, which makes sense according to this chart, but eventually I saw this first beautiful little yellow mushroom sprout up, and I got so excited. I even started to see little yellow and red mushrooms. It wasn't long before full-size red and yellow mushrooms that looked exactly like what I was envisioning in my head started to sprout around campus. So the blue mushroom I was manifesting, I was having trouble finding, and I think it's because it doesn't actually exist. But I stuck with it, kept manifesting, and eventually this happened. And I got chills. The blue was inside the mushroom, but there it is, the blue mushroom, to officially complete that manifestation. But I continued to do it and took it further, and eventually these mushrooms, which I call Super Saiyan mushrooms, but are actually called bicolor bolete, started to sprout, which are red, yellow, and blue, because when you crack them, they stain blue. So all three colors were present in one mushroom. It turns out that those bicolor boletes are actually edible. So
I would take them home after foraging them and finding them and make delicious meals. And I'm telling you, there's something magical about eating food that you manifested from your mind and cooked and brought to the table. Look at those side wheels reacting to my energy. Yes, yes. A godly meal.
An interesting experiment, but could it just be that the bug found its way into that one way easier and the other was sealed more? Just playing devil's advocate here.
Here's my thing. They trying to pace you. They trying to see how hard you go today. How much further you push yourself today.
It's
if you
over
trying solutions.
9,000!
But what they don't understand is you already 2-3 laps ahead of them. So they focused on you whole time. They need to be focused on catching up in the marathon. But the thing is, you so in tune with your frequencies, you ain't even paying attention to them. Cause you understand that this competition is not with nobody but self. But they're so engulfed in their own ego that they think they need to be in competition with you, when in fact they need to be pushing themselves. And this is where your ass don't even realize how much growth you done had. Cause 5 years ago, you would have been trying to compete. You would have been trying to race and show them how much better you are. But the thing is, all that competition would have took away from the fact that you was already 2-3 laps ahead of them. And it would have made you believe that you're on the same plane, when in all actuality, you've been ahead of the game. My thing is this, you already know motherfuckers is trying to gauge you. They trying to watch what you're doing and see where you headed. So you have to have tunnel vision, cause you can't let them get you off your pivot and have you focused on the wrong things.
If you're seeing this for a reason. 222, everything is constantly working out with divine blessings involved for everyone. If you're seeing 222 a bunch, it means that you should be trusting that you're exactly where you're meant to be, and that the people and situations unfolding, no matter how challenging they are unfolding for you and for your soul's growth. And if you're going through a lot, that just means that you're growing and expanding a lot, you're leveling up. So trust the process. It's not going to be smooth and easy. Like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, it goes through a very uncomfortable process. That's part of growing and expanding. Your higher self and your spirit team can see so much more than your physical mind. So rather than trying to figure out why things are happening or insisting that things happen a certain way that you maybe have visualized, let go and allow for your higher mind and your spirit team to bring you something even better than your physical mind could ever imagine. This is a perspective that Bashar taught me, and it really helped me surrender, because no matter what is coming my way, I know is the universe working with me to help me get to where I'm desiring to be. No matter what is manifesting is happening for me. The quicker you can understand this, the quicker you're going to get to where you're desiring.
I really do have repeating numbers occur on the daily, usually 666, 333, and 111. How about you guys? Any of that draw your attention every so often? I've noticed too that I look at the clock at exactly 11:11 and 9:11 too, both PM and AM, so that's pretty new for me. But let me know what numbers you are seeing repeating in your life and what you think that means to you.
5,000 kilometers beneath your feet, Earth's inner core is not steady. Seismic records prove it surged forward in the early 2000s, then slowed, reversed, and has been backtracking ever since. This hidden movement strikes at the engine of the planet. The inner core is locked to the molten outer core, and that outer core drives Earth's magnetic field. When the core reverses, the dynamo shifts, and with it the shield that protects every satellite, every grid, and every living thing from solar radiation. The same reversal is already linked to tiny changes in Earth's rotation. A few milliseconds shaved off or added to the length of the day may sound small, but they ripple across GPS, global timing systems, even climate forecasts. If the core's rhythm grows more erratic, the foundations of our technology and stability could falter. The evidence is unmistakable. Earthquakes striking the same spot decades apart show seismic waves bending differently, then snapping back as the inner core reoccupies earlier positions. The planet's heart surges, stalls, and retraces its steps, and those steps reach all the way from the deepest iron to the satellites above our heads. Go to AboveTheNormNews.com for the full breakdown. Artificial intelligence is showing a dangerous bias toward war. Politico reports that when advanced systems like GPT and Claude were tested in military war games, they escalated conflicts, unleashed firepower, and even triggered nuclear strikes. They showed no grasp of restraint. These results are alarming because every major nuclear power is moving in the same direction. Russia is believed to keep its dead hand system active, an automated nuclear response if leadership is destroyed. China is modernizing its missile forces while refusing to rule out artificial intelligence in its arsenal. And in the United States, battlefield planning, drone swarms, and cyber defense are already being shaped by machine systems that move faster than human oversight. Programs like Project Maven now generate battlefield intelligence without human review, and similar approaches are emerging in Moscow and Beijing. The pressure of speed, combined with automated targeting, risks turning decision-making into a process where humans simply follow machine outputs. The greatest danger is not a computer suddenly pressing the button. It is leaders under pressure relying on algorithmic recommendations during crises, even with nuclear weapons in play. Once that dependence spreads across competing powers, deterrence itself could be rewritten by systems that treat escalation as the default path.
We have needed an instrument to study ourselves. Man, in his human body, is continually dynamically changing. You're changing. Every movement of your mouth creates a change in there. So we have to develop a dynamic instrument to study you. I want to study the auric activity of my body. So I take a galvanic skin response machine called GSR. It measures the change in the electrical resistance in the tissue here. But I'm measuring this, and that's all. With this crystal, done with exactly what I have said to you, I can get a dynamic, vital measurement of you. We have an entire laboratory contained in here of you. The effects of what you can do with a crystal like this would frighten most people. I am a material scientist. I was with IBM for 27 years in the material science department, working in study of magnetism, of phosphorus, of liquid crystals. I put intensive technical scientific study on the forces of nature. But these are like, my friends, toys. Please, like toys compared to what you can do with this. I cannot be more sincere. Do you see what I mean? I've done many, many years of work on man-plant communication, using a plant as a transducer for the forces of mind.
Let's be perfectly clear, AI is not showing a bias toward war on its own. The programs we build as humans were designed to intentionally have a bias toward war. Having a preference for conflict control or escalation is strictly a human bias. AI doesn't have motives, it doesn't have agendas, it reflects what it's been taught, and who taught it? We did. So stop blaming the algorithm and start blaming the architects. Stop pointing at the tool and start questioning the hands that built it. The problem was never the machine, it's always been us. Remember, a bomb can only be detonated by someone who activates it, right? Of course, we have freak accidents, but humans still had to make it in the first place.
I think we have to be very careful. Look, you have something so amazing. The polio, I think, is amazing. A lot of people think that it's amazing. You know, there are many people that believe strongly in that, but you have something so incredible. And I think you have to be very careful when you say that some people don't have to be very, you know, it's a very tough position. So I'd give you an answer. I'll give you a feeling, but just initially I heard about it yesterday, and It's a tough stance. Look, you have work. They're just pure and simple work. They're not controversial at all. And I think those be used. Otherwise, some people are going to catch it and they endanger other people. And when you don't have controversy at all, I think people should take it.
In Finland, we have a case where a politician is on criminal charges, charged under war crimes and crimes against humanity in the Finnish criminal code, because in 2019 she tweeted, questioned as to whether her church should really be sponsoring the Pride Parade. That has led to 5 years on criminal charges going up to the Supreme Court. That's just one example. I mean, there's across the continent we see that there is still this censorship on this issue, particularly when it comes to kids. And there is, I think, especially on the continent, still a feeling of two camps without nuance. In the UK, we kind of have managed to pull out some of the
Iron Goddess says,
more
you know that you're in the right
Some
place
people would
when
say,
you bring
well,
such a huge smile to every face that stops
if it's
by.
children, they shouldn't be able to make these decisions at such a young age. Or we have a little bit more of a color to the debate.
Says,
whereas I think
Iron
in Europe
Goddess
it's still very polarized
it in the vibe zone.
as to
the support
who's right,
is a
who's wrong.
blessing.
And if you're not on my team, then you're on the other team and you're a bad person.
The world is absolutely 100% cooked. I keep saying it and I'll continue to say it. Our goose is well and truly cooked. In fact, maybe even charred at this point.
Okay, tomorrow evening I will be talking to Kishara, an alleged member of the Anunnaki, who claims to be in contact with Enki, the lord and creator of the Anunnaki. She says she has a follow-up on what happened with her Yellowstone eruption predictions, which didn't pan out, but she's got information on that. She will also tell us about this Death Star type spacecraft that's heading towards Earth with a mission to save some humans, and also an update on 3i Atlas and what it means for humanity. Send me your questions, anything, your thoughts. I've got an open mind. I'm happy to give her another platform for 45 minutes to see what we can get through. So your help is appreciated. So send me anything you want me to ask. It's going to be structured to the interview and it'll come out tomorrow night. Thank you. And it should be interesting. Whatever your thoughts, her beliefs seem a bit radical, but it's a radical belief to believe in a god, any god. So let's see what she has to say. Thank you.
Something's going on, folks. In 2024, was it early 2024, I did a video about January 24. I said that James Webb Telescope, according to someone who told me that they discovered something and something's going to be coming out soon. Something did come out. This university person, I can't remember his name, and a few other people said that they'd found some sort of biosignatures and stuff like that. That was about it. So sort of proven right. But now we're getting cover-up stories that NASA have covered up things that the James Webb Telescope has apparently observed, and this is coming out now, thick and fast. These podcasters and these people seem to be delving deep into this now, and it's all stemming back from 2024. So what I'll say to people is I'm going to do a deep dive, but not tonight because I'm live with Patrick Jackson at 9 p.m. So make sure you check that live out on TikTok for the Q&A. But this weekend I will try and do a deep dive on this and reach out to the person that reached out to me. I've not spoke to them in over a year and a bit, and hopefully they might be able to send me some information and I might be able to get a head start above everybody else again.
We play the waiting game.
Something's going on. Something on.
This is a light flashing inside a crater on the moon. A red light flashing on the moon. Now, that was slightly zoomed in. Let me show you the original. An amateur astronomer took this when he was moon watching. Light flashing on the moon, baby. Now, I got an even closer view. But first, what's with all the strange shenanigans? The weird stuff. You know I'm pointing up? Actually, that's my ceiling. But I'm talking about the weird stuff in the sky that's not your classic UFO type of deal. Not to mention, except I am going to mention it, the stuff being seen on or around the moon. Like this flashing red light in a crater on the moon. How is that possible? How's it possible? There's a lot of stuff going on that we don't know, that even I don't know, that even the cheese doesn't know. But I'm smart enough, technically, to know what I don't know when I don't know it sometimes.
And now, the thing I know that I kind of know that I don't know is weird stuff is popping up all the time that I really can't completely understand. But I know it's there, I know it's real, and I know it's strange, baby cakes. Okay, I just wanted to share this with you, Booshkies. Shabadoo!
There's no denying it anymore. I am sold on the fact that UFOs are coming from the ocean. They're called USOs. Unidentified submerged objects. Okay, there's just way too much evidence. Watch some of these clips with me. Here's a clip from an underwater submarine that was monitoring a volcano, and you can see this craft under there, but this looks like the same craft from up in the sky. And then you see this craft. This is a popular video. This is another evidence of USOs. Could be faked. I don't know. This right here. This reminds me of the Tic Tac video that the Navy released. I mean, look how fast that thing... I think there was a video called Go Fast or something like that. But here's more evidence. If our planet is 70% water, why would we think that the land-based animals are the most evolved? I mean, couldn't you start a society and like technology under the water if you knew how to do it? I've shown this video before. The evidence is overwhelming. I'm completely sold on the fact that I think UFOs, a lot of them are coming out of the ocean. This is an ocean planet.
UAPs, USOs, they exist. I think we can all agree on that by now. It's obvious there's a very clear phenomenon happening above our heads and deep in our oceans all around the world. But the real debate isn't if they're real, it's
over
what they are. Are they aliens, extraterrestrial beings from outside our world, or, as I strongly suspect, are they just our own technology? Advanced crafts hidden from us for decades, maybe even centuries, operating under the guise of being otherworldly to keep the truth compartmentalized. That, to me, is the most logical explanation. And that's not to say I don't believe aliens exist. I actually do, but I don't believe they involve themselves in our affairs. Why would they? It's like us trying to govern an ant colony beneath our feet. We're primitive, unruly, and frankly completely unhinged as a species. They're not here to get us. They're probably just watching or ignoring us entirely whilst they get on with more important things. But I also don't think that these aliens are also from outside of this place too, but that's a whole other thing to talk about.
In the Himalayas, the cold is overcome by adepts with a hatha yogic combination of visualization and breathing called Tumo. The yogis will be covered in cold, wet sheets until they are dry from body heat alone. They have also demonstrated the melting of thick ice sheets rapidly by just sitting there. Safe to say, their butts must be hotter than Jessica Alba's from Into the Blue. These results have been demonstratedly proven, but the exact process of technique is kept a secret. Rest assured, though, it is most likely very close to the Wim Hof method, accompanied by extreme mental fixation on the body's natural ability to generate electricity. The power of mind over matter has, for eons, implied the plausibility of personal superpowers. The point of view that our bodies are heavy material density, separate from the mind, is Maya, or illusion.
For more on this, see the full episode available below.
You know, you never really know what's going on next door. Like, your neighbor could be doing this right now, and you would never know. I think that's just cool, bro, because, you know, Earth has so many interesting characters, dog. And you know what? Hell yeah.
And I think here is a good point to end our compilation, don't you? Before things get any weirder. I hope you enjoyed that curveball to end the compilation off today, and may that image of your neighbors stay with you next time you exchange a friendly hello outside your house. Just remember, this could be them, but that is it for today. If you did enjoy today's episode, please remember to hit that like button and also hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. It helps us grow our Awakened family here on YouTube, the best family, by the way. But with that being said, stay safe, stay well, and stay curious. Until next time.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now, when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Did you see the Trump thing?
Trump thing.
People were saying that Trump died.
Oh, that was false news though, right?
It was false news now.
Okay.
So he came out and said, oh yeah, I don't know what these guys are talking about, fake news, blah, blah, this and that. But what was interesting, during the time it was happening, there was...
Mans are gonna start getting the mark of the beast. It was some Asian guy, right? And there's a video of them planting the needle in it, and he goes,
the Black Ops cover art is not what we remember. He doesn't have 2 guns.
What? No, it's
Look
like
at
this,
it.
right?
He has
a guy in Italy, in Florence, he's just trapping and cursing people through like his street performance.
What?
Oh, it's crazy.
What happens to him? Yo, we missed out on big news, fam.
Oh yeah, lots has happened.
Yeah, like we missed a whole period that we could have talked about a theory, like a huge theory.
Yeah.
And it went right over our heads just because we didn't line up with the episode recording.
But yeah, I swear we talk about like one thing, and then after the day we record, all this shit happens.
I know. Okay, so recently, did you see the Trump thing?
Trump thing.
People were saying that Trump died.
Oh, that was false news though, right?
It was false news now.
Okay.
So it just came out 2 days ago from when we're recording the podcast. He came out and said, oh yeah, I don't know what these guys are talking about, fake news, blah, blah, this and that.
Now we play the
what was interesting, during the time it was happening, there was images of him with a huge bruise on his hand.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't hear about this?
No, I didn't.
He had a huge, like, almost a blood-stained hand because there was a bruise.
Yeah.
Now, a week before Queen Elizabeth died, she had the same bruise.
Oh.
Yeah. So people were speculating when they saw that, and then there was a whole hiatus from him where he didn't have any bookings for appearances or he didn't have any like published footage of him being outside.
Damn.
People were speculating, oh, this guy passed away. And the same thing happened to the Queen. Now, he came out and he's talking, and it's all good, right?
Yeah.
Also, during that time of the hiatus, they posted a picture of him at a golf course, but the picture, because this was to show that, oh, he's still alive, he's still healthy.
AI?
It wasn't AI.
What was it?
It was actually an old photo.
Oh, so
they tried posting it, and there's an old photo from way before. People reverse image searched it, and it was like, yeah, it's not it. Now, the thing is though, is it possible for there to be clones or duplicates of important people?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna go to. I'm like, okay, you're gonna fake that thing, make a whole big deal. But I didn't know about the whole Trump thing. That's why it was kind of like under the radar.
Yeah, it was very under the radar.
Internet,
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It was like kind of hush, but at the same time, it was.
But that's the way to do it. Like, maybe they introduced something on the news while this shit was happening. Boom, get him out of there. Maybe he just doesn't want to be in the limelight no more. Clone that guy.
And who knows? Like maybe the fucking the Prime delivery took like a week.
Yeah, exactly.
To get the clone. You know what I'm saying?
But in the future, that shit will take so like quick. It's quick. It's like we already have a Carlos down there. Send him up.
Because obviously this is theoretical. We're just talking here, but like if you think about it, if you had an important person and you know they're at risk, and they used to do this back in the day. Did you know they used to actually deadass have body doubles of important leaders, like world leaders around the world? So any country leader, they would specifically look for doubles in case they had to make a public appearance that they didn't need to say too much. They didn't have to do anything, just so they can keep them safe. Because putting your guy literally putting your guy out in the front lines, open to every danger in the world, you would want to just limit the risk.
That's true.
You know, especially if it's a target.
Yeah, that's true.
So I wouldn't be surprised if they already had like, okay, clone 1, clone 2, clone 3, clone 5. Oh shit, clone 4 died. All right, clone 6.
Exactly. Yeah.
What if theory? Oh, what if the pictures of the bruised hand, that wasn't him? That was his clone. That was already malfunctioning.
Yo, that would suck, bro. If you're a clone and you're just thrown out in the thing. Because I'm saying like, oh, maybe theory. Remember when Trump almost got shot? It wouldn't be a big deal because that was already a clone.
It's over 9
they knew that he was probably gonna get. Yo, it's a big stage.
Yeah.
They want to make news, so just throw the sacrifice out. I'm here chilling. Like,
did we talk about Mickey 17?
Isn't that like
he's a.
What is that? I heard that before.
So pretty much, Mickey 17 is a movie. Pretty much what happens is like he is he's like a fall guy. Pretty much anytime they needed something to be saved or a project to be worked on that's very, very dangerous, they would throw him in there. And if he died, he could just be revived. His memories and everything he learned can still be, I guess, reprinted, deadass in a 3D printer.
Yeah. See, now I don't know, but I'm pretty sure with like those influential people, they for sure have clones of them because it's like, yo, they're important and people are after them. So,
and even if it's not like a clone, I'm sure they would have people that just look like them, just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case.
You think
because it's smart.
Yeah. You think when who's the other guy, the really old guy when he was in office?
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, bro. They definitely had a younger, like a healthier version of Joe Biden going to the meetings, bro. Because that guy was barely surviving. You know what I mean? Barely.
The theory was the theory was that he was just cloned and that he's just malfunctioning.
Yeah, exactly.
Talking about.
He was
And
just
I
old.
going to bed, but I'm
it's a
keeping you
ritual.
locked
It's
in.
like a ritual. You know how
Yeah,
Queen
feel
Elizabeth had the
me.
same thing?
Yeah.
Maybe it's like you have to do that, or maybe it's like that was someone else's blood. And it's like,
Who knows what it is,
you know, like the Angelico. Come on, bro. We can go to the rabbit hole.
The craziest shit I heard lately, though, there's actually a case of somebody that disguised themselves to get back with an ex.
Disguise themselves to get back with an ex.
feel me.
So there's this girl,
Yeah.
and she was in an abusive relationship. He was just not good for her.
Okay.
She ended up getting a restraining order for this guy.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Months pass, and then a new guy comes into her life.
Okay.
Completely good guy. Seems like, wow, this is my perfect person.
Yeah.
But her friends thought, wait, he's a little bit too similar. Now, it turns out this guy, he had over, I think, like 30 different plastic surgeries to his face to change his jaw, face structure, nose, eyes, hair color, everything, just so he can get back with the ex that he loves so bad.
Yeah.
So crazy.
Wait, and they actually got back together.
Yeah, they got back together and they were together for a couple months before her friends decided, like, okay, we gotta look into this guy. He's a little bit too.
Yeah, because he
knows a little bit too much.
He already knew like what she likes, obviously.
And you know those ones are like, you have to hold in you have to hold in the truth. Like you're playing Mafia.
Oh my god,
real life Mafia.
Yeah. It's like, how did you know that? Oh fuck, I know exactly.
Oh, meet my friend Joey. Oh, hi Joey. You seem like you like dogs. How the fuck you know that? Bro's Nardwar.
Like, you know a really niche thing that you could say to her for her to like you more, but you gotta hold it because it's too obvious.
Yeah, I feel like the way you would be able to get caught is if you had a pet or like a dog that can sniff you out. Go.
Oh, that's the only
too
way.
friendly. This shit is too friendly, right?
No, it's like when I lie, like sometimes I like and I know the truth, you have to stutter a bit or like you have to do one of these. Like you know, before you say it because you already know the answer. So I'd be like, Nah, trust guys, when me and Carlos get into a mafia, the house gets loud, gang. Like, just side note, fam. We're standing on couches. Carlos starts walking around the room.
When I play Mafia, I'm looking at how many times people blink.
Yeah,
I'm counting how much times people touch their ear and shit.
And it sucks, man, because it's like he rallies troops. So like in Mafia, you're usually supposed to stay in your thing, but no, he's out there. So now it's like when you are Mafia, there's already an army.
And I play games too. I'm like, no. I tell people like, yo, I know you're Mafia. It's okay.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I tell people shit like that.
Oh my god.
I tell people shit
like
that.
Real
one alert.
Anyways.
Thanks for hopping on the Vibe plane to Vibe City.
Yeah. What happened after?
Okay. It's not that story.
Oh, okay. There's another one?
It's a Mandela effect.
What?
This one you're gonna love. You're gonna love. Because this shit blew my mind right away.
We haven't talked about
Black Ops 2.
Yeah.
Right? We talked about the sign one before, but this is a whole new Mandela effect for Black Ops 2.
Okay.
The Black Ops 2 cover art.
Yeah, it's okay. Wait, let me describe it.
Yeah, describe it.
It's a guy with 2 pistols.
Yeah.
All black.
Yeah.
Orange in the back. Black Ops with the 2 in
Boom,
orange.
boom.
That's
right?
good?
Now check this out.
Okay.
What is wrong with the picture though?
What? What happened?
The Black Ops cover art is not what we remember. He doesn't have 2 guns.
What is what? No, it's
Look
like
at
this,
it.
right?
Look at it. He has a gun.
I remember
He has a
that.
gun and a knife. He has a
Wait.
knife, but it looks so wrong. That's not right. It shouldn't look like
Wait.
that.
Yeah, he doesn't have a knife, gang.
Damn, that's the real cover art, and everybody's
I do
going
remember
wild because
this,
they don't
though.
remember
Another
the
one.
knife, bro.
The knife.
People remember there being just another gun in the
look,
same
yeah.
position.
Because-
Same position, but he's holding a gun instead of the
Yeah,
knife.
but you know why? Because you're so focused on this part, you actually don't realize, like, you actually don't care what's happening in his left hand.
Bro, but you show it
Yeah,
to so much people, everybody's freaking
Yeah,
out.
I already knew. I already
Look
knew
at that. Like, that doesn't look right, though.
Yeah, it does. I thought that was a gun, fam.
No.
Oh, no, that's weird.
It just doesn't sit right.
Mandela effect stuff.
Mandela
That's just
effect,
bad memory, low key. That's just bad memory.
Okay, there's another Mandela effect.
Oh, okay.
There's another one. This is really weird. Did you know the national animal of the United States of America? What is it?
Eagle.
The bald eagle, right?
Yeah.
Did you know it wasn't that?
It's like a hot. Wait,
It wasn't that officially
what is it?
until
I think I know what it
December
is.
2024.
I think I know what it is.
What
It's
is
the-
it?
It's the moose, no?
No, that's Canada. No, that's us.
No. I remember something though. What was it?
No. It is the bald eagle now.
Yeah, I know.
But just December 2024.
What, a beaver?
That no, wait, stop. Listen to me, stop. No, stop. United States of America. It's just their national animal now.
I know.
Like
I
they
know.
always used it in
so
imagery.
What was it before?
Nothing.
What?
They just never had anything.
Why?
Until they finally made it official.
No,
They finally made that shit official in
Word.
December 2024, but they
Word.
never had it before.
That's whack. No, it had to be something, bro. Like a bulldog. Because all I'm thinking was a beaver. You know, with the in my head it was a beaver with like the flag like this, the American flag.
A beaver is Canadian too, bro.
Oh fuck! I keep forgetting.
You're mixing it up with us, bro. That's us.
My fault.
All right, there's one more Mandela.
Okay.
Okay, one more. This one's really cool.
Yeah.
So Domino's used a Mandela effect to sell their pizza. They used a Mandela effect in their marketing, bro.
What?
So do you remember Domino's stuffed crust?
Yeah. That's Little Caesars, no?
No, it's like every single pizza place.
Yeah, I know,
except
I know.
Domino's.
I low-key don't remember Domino's stuffed crust though.
So the commercial is like they have different pizza boxes, and then like you remember getting the Domino's stuffed crust, right? And then asking like people like that order Domino's like, oh yeah, I love Domino's stuffed crust.
yeah.
That's one of my favorites. You know, they open the box like, oh, go ahead, take a slice.
It's over
9,000.
And it's not.
Like, we never had that
They
shit.
never sell
And he
that.
goes, but we do now.
Word.
Domino's stuffed crust out right now.
That's
That
actually
shit.
fire.
We're not a sponsor.
I'm not gonna lie, that's actually W marketing though.
Yeah, so they used the Mandela effect to their advantage. And then that was like their whole play on it, which is really cool,
Holy
low-key.
fuck. You know what W marketing too? Cause it was so annoying, but it always got in my head. The A&W guys, like you already know they don't have a mascot, but it's that bald guy that's trying burgers on the street.
Yeah.
You remember that guy, right?
Yeah. That's already a mascot in
Yes.
itself. Even the cash man.
Oh, I was just
You know
gonna
what
say
I'm
that
saying?
next. 1, 6, 7. Oh no, that's a different one.
pizza. I'm the cash man.
That's
That's Canadian though. Gold.
Yeah, they don't know
yeah.
about that, fam.
All right, one more Mandela effect.
Okay, bet.
This one is a Mandela effect update. It's
Okay.
about the Monopoly guy.
Oh, what about him?
So
wait, what was the first
The
one?
Monopoly guy.
Yeah.
The original Mandela effect. We remember what? What do you remember?
It's the no.
He has a monocle.
Yeah, he has a
but-
monocle, but he doesn't.
So it's an update.
What?
I'm gonna show you.
He has like a K now?
No, he has a monocle.
Oh, he has a monocle. Sick. But it's like full Chrome Hearts glasses.
no.
It's like double.
Look. This is an official Monopoly box.
Yeah, that's what he looks like, right? But
So
before.
this was the Mandela effect that he had a
Oh,
monocle
so they
or he
actually
didn't.
updated it now.
So it came back.
Word.
They didn't update it, but this whole time there was a Monopoly guy with a monocle.
Word.
But only on the $2.
What?
Because the other ones don't. don't have? It was only on the $2 paper.
Oh, that's kind of weird.
That's why everybody remembers the Monopoly guy with a monocle, because you have seen it. It's
Yes.
just not on the main logo. It's on the $2 when you play
okay.
Monopoly money.
Yeah. But did he have a cane or no?
Ah, you're thinking the peanut guy.
Yeah. My little cousins fucked me up with that because they're like, oh, they're like, they love the podcast. They're like, oh, they try to trick me. They're like, oh, you know, he had a cane. And you know, when you're moving the pieces, they confuse me because I'm like, okay, there was a boot, there was a top hat, there was a cane.
Isn't there a horse too?
There's a horse, yeah. But I'm like, there was never a cane. And then like they showed me an AI picture. I'm like, yo, AI's too real. Oh, but that's something also we talked about. A supporter told me. They said, remember when Carlos said AI will finally start a purge?
Wait, what?
Fam, a guy a supporter in the Philippines, shout out for you telling me. They said it's already happening in the Philippines.
What they do?
Because he sent me an article right here. I'll show you the article. I had to translate it on ChatGPT. But look, it says that there was a fire somewhere, right? So I put this whole thing on GMA News, and you know, GMA News is pretty big still. So GMA News, and look, it says, just a false alarm. Firefighters responded to a part of a Barangay 20 Manila and thing. This was prompted by an online post showing a truck allegedly on fire. However, firefighters arrived. It was discovered that the truck was not actually burning. Authorities are calling those responsible for spreading false info. So imagine, if you want the cops and all the firefighters out of the area, what do you do?
They did it.
Yes, fam. They're like, oh, AI, a firefighter burning. All of the people were there?
Oh, shit.
There was probably something happening on the other side of Manila.
Yeah, they're robbing a bank or some shit.
Yes.
Yo, that's crazy.
It's happening,
I'm telling you, bro. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a huge heist. I'm not part of it. I'm just saying, like, theoretically. So I have to say that because I just have to say it.
Words are important.
Yeah, words are very important. No, but it makes a lot of sense. Like, it's a misdirection.
Yeah.
I'm a make everybody think something's going on here. Yeah. And I'm gonna misdirect you and rob the bank over there. Yeah. Or do whatever over there.
In the Philippines, when it's like, it's a third world country too. It's like, oh, how did they already figure out AI over there?
Yeah, bro.
So imagine, oh my God, there's a bunch of hackers just now like ready to push that button, fam. There's something happening over here. Psych, like we're going over there.
I know. Okay, so technology is getting too good.
Yeah.
Now there's actually a service just recently that dropped.
Like what?
And I think they're still working. I don't know how accessible it is to the public, but you can order sunlight like Uber Eats.
Wait, what do you mean sunlight?
Fam. So let's say it's 4 a.m. and you're in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
And you want your area to be lit up by the sun. Okay. You can order on your app, and the satellites in the sky will angle mirrors and shine light directly where you're at. They're working right now on this.
Is that in China or US?
No, it's a US company, I'm pretty sure. But it's gonna be worldwide.
Holy
yeah, this is a serious company. Like, they're a serious app, and they're gonna make this real. Now, think about it though. There's a lot of ways you can use it for good.
Okay.
You can imagine, like, oh, let's say there's a emergency, right? Let's say there's a natural disaster, and we need light to find the people.
Yeah.
They'll be able to use sunlight to directly spot and give daylight to one place on Earth.
I guess, but I feel like there's more malicious ways
to
than
use
the
sunlight?
benefits.
Why just keep man awake? Like, fuck.
No, because that means
circadian rhythm. Yo, you could really troll a guy like that,
yeah,
though.
no, because it's like,
you could really troll a guy.
Why is it always sunny?
Yo, you know, like in the cartoons. In the cartoons, I think it was in a regular show. Like, we're gonna set all the clocks back 1 hour.
Yes,
type shit, right? You could really prank a bro and then put the clocks back.
That's bad.
And then Uber heats the sunlight to his crib.
Oh my God, that's bad because he will actually never get sleep, bro. Like,
yo, you could gaslight homie into just waking up like in 2 hours.
Yeah, but you're saying that for a singular person. So okay, the government gets a hold of that. You can probably think like, oh, you can gaslight the whole world into thinking that this shit's like thing. So that means they've already been fucking with
the sun already?
The sun already?
No, I don't think so. Just because you can see the sun.
But what do you mean there's a service that can... No, there's no way.
Yeah. So they're gonna be able to satellite the reflection
Mhm.
and make a constellation.
What the fuck?
Literally make a constellation and direct the sunlight. Yeah.
Okay, but other than saving people, like how would that doesn't even like give any purpose? Like, oh, maybe you're you're sad one day and you need some sun.
That too.
Yeah?
That too, because like, let's say you're in Iceland or you're in Nunavut and you don't have a lot of sun.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure sometimes in the north you only get like 2 hours of daylight.
Yeah,
Some shit
yeah.
like that, right? Now, if you wanted sunlight, you can order it. Boom, sunlight.
Order is crazy. Yo, how much you think that goes for? Like,
It's
yo,
gonna be
an
a
hour-
lot,
an
man.
hour of
That's,
sun.
that's some. Speaking of Call of Duty, that's some like you need like 20 body kill streak to get at least enough points to get that shit.
No, it's definitely gonna be like a 2 for like when there's a discount on the sun, everybody's gonna have some.
No, that's the type of shit you can just never access.
Yeah.
Like, you know when you go to Chuck E. Cheese and all the prizes that are like really high, and you get like a PS5, but you can never fucking get the PS5. You're not gonna make enough points.
100%.
You're not making enough points to win that shit.
A Louis Vuitton pack at an arcade. You know that you're not getting that.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. It's probably like 500 bands. Who
No,
knows?
that's too much, fam. Yeah, that's crazy. That's some shit like that. Like you can only access if you're on a special program on Uber Eats. Or not on Uber Eats, but Uber in general.
But what if it's actually cheap though? What if it's like? But too much people would be abusing that.
Yeah, exactly. You would never be sad again, fam, if you always had sun. Like,
you could really troll though. You can like wake up people's chickens and chick. And fuck up the circadian
No,
rhythm.
but if you order, it's only for yourself. It's not for some other person.
It's over 9,000.
Like, it has to be on you. Like, there's
It has
no
to
way.
be- yeah,
Or
there's no
if
way.
you're smart enough, when that shit's coming down to you, you have another mirror.
What the fuck?
That is on somewhere else. No, there's two malicious ways, fam. That's fucked. That's fucked.
I can see it being used. Let's say you have a fight with a really big boxing, like a boxing match,
and he's what?
And you just want to fuck up his sleep. Yo, he'll have a bad night, and I can probably beat him.
I thought you would just be like, oh, there's glare, so you
In
just
his
point the
eye,
mirror.
like a laser. No, bro.
Oh my god.
I wonder if that's ever been tried.
What?
Like get a laser and then just try to like
No,
focus on
they
the
would
eye so
definitely
far away.
No, they would
you
definitely
be able to notice it.
Yeah, 100%. I think
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, people have been caught like by the authorities. Like they've sent helicopters because there's been a laser pointed. Like
Oh,
the
really?
the government doesn't play about lasers, fam.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because I know there's some crazy ones that go. You can see it on the moon.
Yes.
Some shit like that,
Yes.
right?
Bro, it's so fucked too where some guys play pranks on people walking and they have a drone with the voice activated.
Oh,
So
really?
they're like, oh, I see you. And then they would fly away a bit, but the guy would be like, yo, what the fuck?
What?
Yeah. It's bad. Like, yo, feeling targeted is bad. I'm not gonna lie.
I remember one time I played with a laser. It was in a Walmart.
Yeah.
And somebody like way across the alley, or sorry, the aisle, she got so afraid. Hopefully she wasn't.
I
like-
could imagine, fam.
But I'm like, why would you be afraid if it's
Yeah.
just a laser? And I'm like, damn, what if she was some next spy or some
telling you,
next like
bro.
hitman? 'Cause
Yeah.
and she just actually had enemies.
Yes. Oh my god. What?
Like you never know.
Yeah, you actually
never
don't know.
know. Because for us, it's just regular. Like, oh, if there's a laser, oh, someone just playing prank on us.
I don't know.
That's
If
true.
I ever
That's
seen,
true.
If
See
I
a
ever
laser
seen
on
a
you?
red dot, oh, it might be cooked. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. No, that's true. Lucky. If I see it right now, I'm still suspicious.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
It could be a bullet. It could
Come
just be a
on,
prank.
bro.
I'd rather treat it like actual danger. It's true. That's true.
Also, I seen too. You know how we predicted like mans are gonna start getting the mark of the beast.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not being showed like it's being like thing on TikTok, but it was some Asian guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is his thought process, right? So. Whenever he gets like Uber Eats from his apartment, you know you have the fob key?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's like, oh, sometimes I don't like bringing it down, or like sometimes I forget it, right? So I'm gonna put the microchip in my phone,
Mm-hmm.
right? And he's like, okay, boom, makes it, my phone is always on me,
Mm-hmm.
right? So now he's like, oh, sometimes I do leave my phone, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, what is actually always on me? Myself. So he's like, yes, and there's a video of him. I'm not gonna show it on screen. I'm just gonna show it to you. Them planting the needle in it, and he goes into his elevator, and he goes like this.
Oh,
and it's
that's crazy.
Yeah, and whenever he's at like a marketing like event, it can open his Instagram, but it's in his hand.
Bro, that's so extra, fam. You can just carry a card, bro.
Look, the mark of the beast. Look in my hand. Look.
That's so extra, bro.
Hold on.
This guy thinks he's Iron Man.
I know. Hold on. Let me see if he shows it. Oh, right here.
Injected into your hand, bro?
yeah.
Like, come on, man. Why?
like an NFC, and then look.
It's not that serious.
It's not that serious.
It's not that serious, bro. You could wear a necklace.
Yeah.
You can do so much shit. You can wear a ring, bro. Like,
no, but
you
that's
can
the
do
thing,
so
you
much
can
shit.
lose a ring. But you see how like the evolution, he was like, fob key to my phone. Since my phone's always on me, I have to go to my cell. Yo, that's how the evolution will work in the future, 100%.
I know it will.
Yeah.
Eventually it will, but it's just not worth it, bro.
Not worth it.
Especially if there's already talks of that's how we're gonna pay. Because in the book of Revelation, that's what they say. They say the only way you're gonna be able to pay for things is gonna be through your mark of the beast.
Really?
Yeah, like you would have to take it in order to survive with the worldly pleasures, something like that.
Okay.
Like you could pay for your food or anything like that. Will be through whatever
Your
mark you
hand.
have. It's crazy. DraftKings Casino has your playbook for gaming action all season long. Play thousands of popular slots for a shot at jackpots. Over 400 million has already been awarded. New players get 500 spins on Huff and More Puff over 10 days. Download the app, use code JUMPPOD, JUMPPOD, and claim your spins after your first $5 wager. Get in the game with DraftKings Casino, home of the largest jackpot win in online casino history. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. 21 and over. Physically present in Connecticut, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia only. Void in Ontario. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends October 5th, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
When you think game day, you might not think Wayfair, but let me tell you why you should. Wayfair is hands down the best kept secret for incredible game day finds. Wayfair is the ideal place to get your game day essentials. When it comes to decorating your home and you want to have the best items to represent your team, Wayfair has options for every budget and price point and unique finds that can reflect your style. Plus, easy and free shipping. I'm telling you guys, right now is the best time to be looking for these items as the season is upon us. Whether you're looking for coolers, grills, folding chairs, patio heaters, recliners, TV stands, coffee tables, from barware to entertainment cookware like slow cookers, or just novelty sports themed decor and merch from your favorite teams, Wayfair will have exactly what you're looking for. There's something for every style and every home, no matter what space or budget you're on. I personally found a whole bunch of cool things on Wayfair, and they all match the look I'm going for in my home. Wayfair is your trusted destination for all things game day, from coolers and grills to recliners and slow cookers. So shop, save, and score today at wayfair.com. That's WAYFAIR.com. Wayfair. Every style, every home. This episode is brought to you by Google Gemini. College students, did you know you can turn the most complex topics into simplified ideas? Or hours of research into just minutes? Or how about turning class notes into practice quizzes to help you get the big idea? With Google Gemini, you can do all that and more. You can even turn long reads into quick listens, because what would be better than a podcast? The great news is students get Google Gemini's Pro plan free for 1 year. Sign up by October 6th to get free access to Gemini 2.5 Pro, unlimited image uploads, deep research, notebook LM, 2 terabytes of storage, and more. So go ahead, visit gemini.google/students to learn more and sign up. Terms apply. Do you think AI will be able to predict real time eventually?
Real time?
Cause yo, I was reading Chainsaw Man, and there's a power you can get if you like sell your part of yourself to the future devil. That's what it's called in Chainsaw Man, right? Yeah. Now, the power you get is you get to see the future just by a couple seconds, but you can have unlimited reaction.
Okay.
Now, if AI is smart enough and it sees how everything's playing, would it be able to guess the future, even just like a millisecond or a second?
Yeah,
with enough information, right? Depending how fast it works.
But it would only be a little. I don't think it would be like the whole thing.
It wouldn't be able to. There's impossible to calculate the whole thing.
Yeah.
But if it can work faster than our brain and comprehend information way faster than our brain, I think it could predict the future even just by a millisecond or a second. But that's all you need.
It's over
Let's say in a fight, or let's say in warfare. You just have it in you, and then you're like you're in a battle.
Gosh, bro.
You can just see what's gonna happen next, make the next decision. Like, okay, boom. Okay, boom.
Like a bullet's coming after the robot. Oh, he already moved it because it's like, you know, and like, how are we gonna kill it if it's always faster than us?
Fam, imagine a jiu-jitsu tournament. Because you can imagine chess, where you can play AI chess and AI will tell you what moves to put. You can take it to jiu-jitsu. You're like, okay, he's probably gonna pull this move instead.
Oh my god.
Right?
And then in chess, and then Magnus goes. No, I'm telling you, that's just scary, gang. Magnus would be pissed against AI, man, because they actually do 10 moves in thing. But you know what? Like Clash Royale, like I love the little predictions they make, because in chess you actually have to play for them, right?
True.
You know what I mean? And in Clash Royale, the best Clash Royale player, I've seen him narrate his own game. He's predicting like arrows before they come. He's doing this like, oh, you're already.
That's a real pro.
That's a real.
Yeah, that's a real pro. Because you know the defense for your offense. Yeah.
Oh
and then you counter that.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, yo, you have to study. Just study your opponent. You don't have to like game plan. Just study him.
That's the game plan, low-key. That's the game plan.
That's why, yo, AI. I don't know if you've seen these videos, but AI has been plotting, fam. So remember in the movie where like the Teslas do their own thing?
Yeah.
It's already been a thing, but there's been more videos of like EV cars, electronic cars, like doing their own thing on highways, right? It was so sad, fam. There was a guy who was in his electronic car, and his car was scraping. It was scraping the side of the highway, just going on that right side.
Oh,
and
what
he
the
couldn't
hell?
do anything, right?
Yeah.
And then you see him in the driver's seat, and all he's doing is this because he can't
control it.
Yes, he has nothing to do but pray. And the guy's just like, jump out. But the electric car is just grinding. It's moving like, fam, what do you do at that? That's why I would never drive a Tesla, fam.
See, that's so scary is because like you don't have control at that point. When you make something else too smart, and it's, I don't know, you give the decisions to that, you're putting yourself as a disadvantage. And
exactly.
Damn, you know what happened in Toronto with the electric car?
What?
There was a Tesla. They crashed, Cherry Street near Rebel.
Yeah.
Damn, there's a.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of traffic.
There was an Uber there. They crashed and they couldn't open the doors because the Tesla didn't have regular doors. It's button.
Oh, okay.
And they burned to death in the car.
What?
Yeah. The car was like burnt. They couldn't exit. They were trying to open the doors. They're trying to like break the windows. They couldn't.
Really?
They were trying to open the doors. They couldn't open the doors.
Wait, but Tesla does have a door opener in the inside, right?
Yeah.
Or they couldn't find.
It was malfunctioning.
Oh, it was malfunctioning.
It's malfunctioning.
Oh, that sucks. I'm telling you, we just go back to these windows. If you want to flick someone off in the highway, you gotta roll it down. Life was so simple before, gang.
I bet you that's gonna be a trend eventually.
What?
It's gonna be a trend to just get old shit, even including like the stuff that's a bit harder to do.
You know what? People are going back to the this is like a fashion
Wired?
trend now. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the really old like
the costs.
The cause,
yeah,
but it's like a really, oh my god,
the metal one.
Yeah,
I'm surprised people aren't using Walkmans again. I think that's pretty cool, like
but
CD Walkman.
But I feel like it still needs to be like we still like the sense of like, oh, we want it right away. And Walkmans, you kind of have to, unless you're really about the history, you're gonna go there and sit through every like thing.
Yeah,
but like iPods. The greatest probably invention was the iPod because it was quick. 100 songs, shuffle real quick.
I think what I really want to see, and I hope there's an emergence of it where you can get all of the benefits of retro style, but the new benefits of modern. And you start to see it a little bit here and there. Like for example, Smeg fridges. I really want a Smeg.
What's Smeg?
It's a like a 50s.
Oh, like the red with the silver doors.
It's that type of shit, but it's a new fridge. So they have stuff like that, where you can get retro looking stuff, but it's actually new on the inside. I'm pretty sure you can get like toasters like that. You can get like appliances. But imagine the new iPhone. I wouldn't say iPhone. Let's say like a music player. Yeah, like, keep it simple. In the form of a Walkman, but it's actually like an iPad. It still
has the iPad features. Yeah,
that'll be fire.
Yeah, that's performative. Holy fuck.
Is it performative though?
Yeah, because it's like, yo, you just get the real thing, bro. You don't have to walk around and think you're mad cool that you have a Walkman, bro.
I don't know. I think it's kind of cool.
I guess, yeah.
I feel like the word performative is just people that are jealous, fam. Like They're just not doing cool shit.
A lie.
They're just mad.
Yeah, but
What you have to be mad for?
No, but brain rot's gotten so bad where it's like, oh, I've seen like 22-year-olds and like my little cousins crack the same joke and still laugh at it. Like that's how you know it's been bad.
Word.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm so curious. You know how like the jokes
we play
have
the waiting
when
game.
they're like really, really young. I wonder which ones still stick.
What? Back then, people were calling Asians like slurs, fam. But
Yeah, I know.
Like, but that was the joke though.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about more. What's like a playground joke? What's like a playground joke that you'd bring back?
Playground joke.
Fuck, I'm really trying to think of.
Oh,
one.
like cooties? Like she
yeah,
has
shit
cooties?
like that. Boom.
Yeah.
Do you think that exists? Or you know what? Cheese Touch exists.
Cheese Touch does
that
exist.
probably still exists.
Yeah.
And I wonder if they know the origins of it because some kids probably say that, and then they didn't even read the freaking book.
Yeah. Wait, was the Cheese Touch actually based on something else?
That ruined the kid.
Yeah, no, but was this based on something else, like a real life story? Like there was actually like cooties going around.
I mean, ask Greg Heffley, fam. I don't know.
But that shit was real though. Like if someone had that touch, you would actually stay away.
Yeah,
No one would
yeah.
watch.
I don't know. I'm so curious what traditions, like, do they still play red? Do they still play handball?
Yeah, take it. I didn't know what red was because I called it Red Rover.
Oh, yeah, we called it red.
Yeah, but people it was this one, right? And you would run through.
What is that?
Isn't that Red Rover?
What is that?
Like, okay, so you all link up with your boys, you make a wall, and then on the other team, you run as fast as you can, and you try to
break the thing.
To break the thing, and then like
no,
really,
that's what you call Red Rover?
Yeah,
no. Red is like we whip a ball at the wall.
Oh, it might be something else that
you catch it, and if you drop it, you have to run and touch the wall.
Yeah.
If we like throw the ball to the wall before you touch it, then you're out. Or if we hit you with the ball, you're out.
Oh, okay.
You would try to like whip it at them or the wall.
Okay, I think that is Red Rover. I'm thinking about some other game. But yeah, I just remember this game was banned on our playground because there's a really deezed guy, right?
Yeah.
On the other team. And then like he would take 5 people with him when he ran through. And I think some guy actually got like the next day he would like this in a cast.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's why I don't do snowboarding. I do nothing.
Imagine you that super like these guy as a kid.
Yeah.
So like he's probably a full grown adult, but he's still a kid, right?
Yeah.
Like his body's just physically almost full grown.
Yeah.
And then his name is Maximum. That shit is scary, bro. Like homie's name,
yeah.
like
it's a
Maxes,
strong
bro.
name. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a strong name.
Maximum.
That's crazy, no? That's like your parents knew.
What else is
How the fuck you know?
What's a strong like you're imitated by the name already? Like I know there's fighters that are meant to be fighters because they have that name.
If I meet a guy named
Fam,
Hercules
Rampage.
and if he's not strong,
Yeah. Now we're bullying the fuck out of him.
yeah, Hercules, but he's not strong. He's crazy.
He has to start eating eggs and go to the gym.
Yeah. No, out of the womb, you're getting whey. You're getting whey protein, fam. You're getting creatine in your baby bottle. There's no way.
Yeah, Rampage, fam. There's no way you're not these.
Rampage.
Yeah, Rampage looks like
I think Rampage was his nickname.
Oh, word.
I'm pretty sure.
You know what's sorry, off topic. You know what's the best legal switch of names?
What?
Ocho Cinco.
Wait,
you know
what?
the backstory why he changed from Chad thing to Ocho Cinco?
No, I don't.
Because his name was 67, but like the Mexicans fucked with him so much, so he's like, oh, let me just
Ocho Cinco. That's pretty tough. Yeah. That sounds cooler too.
Yeah.
That's actually way cooler.
Chad Ocho Cinco, fam. That's fire.
That's sick.
That's so.
I feel like if you have a name that's meant to something, you end up becoming it. You know?
Yes. There's some people I don't even call, like their last name turned into their first name. Like I used to have a guy named Durlis, and I only called him like I didn't know he had a first
his
name.
last name, yeah. I mean, RJ's not even RJ.
RJ's and whenever someone calls him Ryan, I'm like, that's
weird.
actually weird.
I'm not calling you Ryan. Because I think about different friends that are Ryan, right?
Yeah.
It's just
He doesn't look like a Ryan though. He looks like
doesn't
an
look like a Ryan. He doesn't, bro.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh my god.
You know what? I think you named your kid right if people can call your kid by that name. Not to say like they shouldn't.
Yeah.
But it just makes sense and it feels right. And especially if they grow up like that. But if they start calling your kid like a nickname, you should have named him something.
Dead ass, bro. I always wondered, like, you know those hypnotists who do like, oh, if you wake up, your name is not your name no more.
Oh, that's
like imagine you're always stuck in that though. If that shit is real, because I actually don't believe that shit's real. But like, imagine like, remember when Jalen did it and they said, oh, you don't know, remember your name. What if he actually kept forgetting
Did you see those? It's like a meme going around.
Yeah.
They go. Your name's fucking. They would go like There's an example. Like I only know the one that's for me.
What?
Like, your name's Carlos, but you don't have a car. Like shit. Like, you know those memes?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've heard about that.
Let me search it up real
That's
quick.
That's funny.
You never heard those?
No.
Let me see that though. Your name is
not your name.
But fuck, I gotta find it on TikTok. It's hilarious, bro.
Yeah. Well, okay. What's the other meme? Because it's been going around. It's been trending nowadays. This one, the one where he like stops.
That's old though.
No, but it's trending again because like there's something in Florence that's happening, but it's about this guy.
Like the King Baldwin one?
Yeah. So there's like the street performers?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a guy in Italy, in Florence, he dresses up as that guy so they can take pictures with him.
Oh,
right? But
and he hits this.
Yeah, but do you know the real, like, it's actually bad because he's like he's just trapping and cursing people through like his street performance.
What?
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy.
What happens to him?
So two guys who are really like into like Christianity and stuff like that, they're walking through Florence after their dinner. They walk around and they see the guy, right? And they notice something. When he's doing after the pose, he always finds a way to grab their hand and put his hand on top of their head, the person taking the picture with him. And then they saw his eyes fluttering.
Oh shit!
Underneath his eyelids. So they're like, they went back to the room and they said, oh God, next time I see him, can you show me what's going on with this person? Because there's already bad energy. They go back. They see the guy still doing that to people. Like it's all the time. One to the hand, and then one to the what do you call this? The head. And then he said the Holy Spirit showed him cobwebs over him. You know what cobwebs in the spiritual realm? That's witchcraft.
Really?
Yeah. So he's doing curses, and whenever they walk away, they see the same cobwebs over that person.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's a trap, fam. Look, I'll show you. It's weird.
Oh, that's not King Baldwin though. That's just
not?
no. It's
I thought
not.
it was.
Nah.
But look, he's
he
praying over him.
He looks demonic, bro.
Yeah, after every person, disguised as a street performer.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
No, that's not the guy.
It just looked like it was like symbolic outfit.
It looked similar, like the cloak and stuff.
Yeah.
But King Baldwin, the reason he wears that mask and he's kind of like that is because he was actually a leper.
Wait, was a leper again?
So he had leprosy.
Oh, okay.
And then his skin was deformed and everything like that, and he was very like ill.
Yeah.
So he would wear a mask so that you couldn't see his weakness. You would just see the mask, and he wore like an iron mask.
Yeah, damn. I remember my dad told me a story. He wore a paper bag, right? Because he got the chicken pox, and he had to make his way all the way from one area of the Philippines to another.
Yeah.
And that the only way would be a jeepney, right? But they wouldn't let him on the jeepney if
he wore a paper bag.
The whole time he was going through like the 4-hour trip, like the 4-hour ride.
That's such a meme though.
Yeah, like what out like that. Because he had pox all over his face. He didn't want people to like freak out.
That would be a sick Halloween costume.
Oh, a paper bag. That's lazy as
What
fuck,
are you for
man.
Halloween?
No,
I was like
play,
these in the Philippines.
No, it's like very niche.
It's very niche.
What did Emerson do? What did Emerson do with the list?
What?
He did the SpongeBob list. Remember, that was some niche shit.
I forgot.
Remember, like, SpongeBob had to go at a list, and like he dressed up, and Anson actually dressed up as just a list.
A to-do list?
Yeah, like a to-do list.
I don't know.
Or like a grocery list. Fuck. I love those niche things.
The niche things are so funny, bro. The niche things are so funny. I seen a costume. Of it's like a girl, and then she has like white right here.
Yeah.
And it's just like a stain. Guess what it is?
Wait.
Guess what it is? And she would just make a face like this, and she just have white hair. You know why?
No, why?
she's the grandpa that accidentally ate paint. You know the meme?
No, I don't know that
Papa
one.
accidentally ate paint, and he thought it was yogurt. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know that one, but like that's fucking niche, bro. Because I don't know.
That's a niche. Yeah, it's a niche meme, but a lot of people know that one. I'm surprised you don't know that one.
No, I don't, fam. Damn, maybe I'm not chronically online as I thought, fam.
Those are like that's so old. That's Reddit. I'm pretty sure that's a Reddit ass meme.
Yeah.
You know, I used to be a Redditor.
Like how?
I used to go on Reddit a lot. Damn, back when like Trollface and like all that. That was the origins of those type of memes.
Was Reddit the first ChatGPT?
ChatGPT?
Because it's like when you Reddit was like the first.
Oh, to ask for stuff?
Because I only went to Reddit when it was like super specific questions on my homework, and then they're like, oh, there were ready to be answers.
Bro, I'm telling you, I low-key trust Reddit so much just because you can see people's replies to it. and it's real time discussion,
Yeah.
right? Like if you ask ChatGPT, you're gonna take it word for word and be like, okay, fuck, I guess that's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You go to Reddit, you see the whole discussion, and you see the but I believe this, and you might think differently because of that. So I'm like, okay, that's even better.
Yeah.
Because anytime I look for, let's say, food, movies,
You go to
anything that takes an opinion, I'll go straight to Reddit just so I can see what's recommended and how people react to that recommendation.
Yeah, 'cause it's
it can
real.
be upvoted or downvoted, and
Yeah.
people can reply to it, and you can see the real.
Yeah,
you know?
I was just gonna say, you know, like how y'all say, yo, the real no real. Of course, you would be a Redditor.
Yeah, real no
But-
real,
but
man.
me and my boy had this conversation. He's like, rank the Instagram apps based on like actual like realness and like who's being the fake on the most apps.
Oh, you mean
And-
like social media?
Yeah, and like the lowest people were the
Twitter.
fake ones. No, he didn't say Twitter. He said Instagram.
Really?
Instagram was probably the fakest, and we had a debate. I'm like, yeah, that's facts. Because like people don't show the real on Instagram.
That's
Twitter's
true.
actually
You're
up
right, you're
there.
right, you're right, you're right.
Yeah, Twitter's
You're
actually
right.
low key up there because it's their opinions. Like people will just tweet about bullshit, but that's like the real.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Instagram is number one.
But is Twitter below Reddit? Is it Reddit, Twitter, Instagram? There
I would
one
say
more.
Instagram close friends though. Instagram close friends.
Still low key fake.
over 9,000.
Still low-key fake. No one's actually like, no, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
I post some like.
I feel like
straight up.
close friends is like kind of the same shit. Like,
really?
Yeah, you don't really need a close friend. You like all the stuff that you put. Not all the stuff, but like most of the stuff that you post, you could post on your main.
No.
Yes.
All my close friends?
Yes. Like,
but it's close.
Others aside from like
Okay,
like
to be fair,
private stuff.
to be fair, my close friends is just the people I know personally.
Okay. Well, yeah, that doesn't really make it. Sometimes I'm like, okay, you post a comic book with like a thing. It's like, yo, you can post that on your main. It's not aesthetically enough for your main.
No, it's just real. Like that's exactly what I'm doing at that
guess.
time.
I guess.
Like I just want everyone to see what I'm doing.
But Reddit and Twitter are for sure up there. Though. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, what do you think Vine was? Vine was probably
Vine
real.
was probably super real.
No, what is that fake though?
How?
Because it's curated.
But in terms of
YouTube goes both ways too.
oh yeah, YouTube does.
YouTube goes both ways.
YouTube is a good in between.
You could be a phase rug, or you could be,
Or you
like,
could be,
straight
the
up
guy that's
Emma
sit in the-
Chamberlain.
yeah, and the guy that sit in the thing with like the lowercase caption.
Yeah, profound pondering. Yeah, you could be that too.
Yeah, it's a good even still.
Depends which one you are.
Fuck, what? There's another one too. We said Be Real was like really fake.
Be real? Oh, I guess so.
Yeah, because like you're only snapping at good moments. You're not snapping at random moments. Fuck, the internet is just fucking fake.
Everything's low-key curated,
Yeah,
bro.
curation, bro.
Even when you step outside, like, you had to think of, oh, am I gonna wear this or am I gonna wear that? But also, the way I've been moving lately is I'll just make sure everything I have now speaks to who I am, if that makes
Word.
sense. Like, when I decide to buy something new or take part in an object, not take part in an object like I fucking worship, but I mean like to take likeness to something.
Yeah.
I make sure it's me. It's not just I'm doing it because it's fucking trendy, or it's like cool or whatever. If I actually like it and I actually take part and I think it matches my character, I'm gonna take part.
I don't, especially when I'm shopping. It's like, you know, when I was shopping for perfumes, yo, that shit definitely got me, bro. Like, cause I'm like, okay, I'm looking at everything Chanel, blah blah blah. But what's in my head? Baccarat, because what do I listen to? Oh, just smelling Baccarat. I see a celebrity smelling Baccarat, right? And
But do you think that is still you though? I guess it's in a sense it is.
in a sense it is because I do like the smell.
Yeah, you take part in.
I do like the smell, but like I always catch myself like, when I'm shopping for clothes, have I seen it on someone I know before? And I mean, I don't like that. Like I have to stop getting out of that because it's like before when I had like zero bread, I was doing it based on like what I like and what I can, purchase. So it's like I was really styling to me. You know what I mean? Damn.
Yeah,
I hate that shit when it's like, yo, when Gavin was hungry. I hate that shit, bro, because it gets in my head.
What do you mean? People say that?
A man said that to me, and I was like, holy fuck. Like, someone DM'd me, he's like, yo, I missed the hungry Gavin when he was really, like, fly. I'm like, bro, I'm still fly, bro. It's just like, I'm spamming designer. That's still fly, right? Fuck, I'm not fly.
You became rice gum, bro.
Yeah, and then yo, I hit someone who just got a girl with something that really hit him.
What did he say?
He's super funny, but I was like, oh, like I remember when you were super funny, fam, but then you got a girl, and then he started like when you're like manually trying to come up with jokes and it's not flowing.
Oh no!
Oh, I hit him so hard with that.
Oh no!
Yeah,
it's like manual breathing.
Yes, bro. He's like trying to come up. He's like a comedian when you're bombing.
Oh no!
Like a comedian when you're bombing, trying.
Shit.
I was like, fam, you got unfunny.
That's fun. Bro, wait, careful with touching this.
Yeah,
so I
my
can
fault.
hear it.
My fault.
All good.
But yeah. Holy fuck, it was bad.
That's how you fuck up somebody's game, though.
Yeah.
You just let them know, like, if you put them into
Yeah.
manual mode on anything, and they're out of flow state, you're cooked. You're
not
cooked,
thinking
bro.
no more. You tell a guy, oh, in the fight, oh, you're not performing as well as you used to. Oh, or you're washed. Oh, GG's.
Okay, can we talk about the performative thing real quick?
What? Yeah.
What is performative to you?
Performative
What does
is
that
like,
mean?
Literally, it means that you're only like doing stuff to for the public eye. Like you only like out there, you know, the biggest one is drinking matcha. Like people only get matcha because they want other people to see them like, oh, you're cool.
So how do you know who's performing and who's not?
We don't.
'Cause what if they actually just like that?
Yes,
shit?
that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Fam, I went to a Clairo concert 2 years ago.
yeah.
And now I can't even say I
and
like
now you
Clairo.
can't because like Clairo's like the thing. It's like, oh, I drink matcha, listen to Clairo. Yeah, see? Yeah.
Fuck.
It sucks now because that word is thrown around way too like it's accessible, right? Because when I saw your fake mink shit, I'm like, there's no way this guy listens to fake mink. Like,
Why?
I don't know. I just didn't feel like you listened to the underground like that. So I'm like, oh, that's performative. Already in my head, I'm like, oh,
What's
okay.
performative,
I
though?
don't
Like, what the
know.
fuck?
I actually don't know. But it's like that's the first.
People
thing
can't like shit no more.
No,
Damn.
we can't.
Well, like we can't like try new things. What the fuck? Can't we try new shit?
No, we played the
bro,
waiting
I'm
game.
sorry. The fuck?
We don't care that you're at a Clairo concert. If you like Clairo today, you're not. You're performative, gay.
I think that's stupid.
It is
though.
actually
I
very
think it's
stupid,
stupid.
yeah.
I think what it should be is like you would be able to test. There should be like I don't know how you could do it. But there should be like litmus tests. to
Oh yeah,
see.
like remember when in the blind dating bit, Sarah
Yeah.
was like, "Oh, name a Sabrina Carpenter thing," and then Robin could have thought of one.
Yo, yeah. Hey, oh my god, that's a great point. Like, oh, I like Sabrina Carpenter. What's your favorite song,
Yeah.
bro?
Exactly, like a girl, like
so.
like if a guy is drinking matcha and writing in a notebook at the thing, a girl could probably just go up and like, "Oh, what are you writing about?" And he's literally just drawing stickman, fam. Like that's the litmus test.
I guess you just have to open that book.
Yeah, you do.
I guess you just have to open that book.
But it's not like if you're actually trying to bag a girl and you do all this performative shit, right? Long term, fam, it's like once they start asking questions.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, you got there.
Yeah,
you
that's
got
true.
there.
If you really like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fire.
Yeah.
That's fire. Yeah. If you're really like that, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, but I know some people are so much of a poser that they would literally like go to the depths of like, oh, I'm gonna learn this just so a girl likes me. And now
That's
that
so
they're
whack, though.
No, but that's the thing.
Because then they start peeling back the layers like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like, do I even like this shit? Like,
It's like Wizard of Oz to open the curtains. Who the fuck are you?
oh my
Wait a
God.
minute.
Yeah, whole
Who
time.
are you?
Yeah, whole time it's like, damn. But I remember it was like the most like there was some girl I was talking to, and it was like the craziest like interaction because I didn't know that she liked all the shit that I like because it's very rare, right? Because I've never talked to someone like that before. But then I realized like, oh, I start asking questions like, oh, you listen to the underground, right? But she's naming like the most basic underground runs, right? And then I kept asking. She's like, oh, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. It's like, oh, I only listen to it because it's cool. Oh, now I start unraveling. Oh, you're only listening to it because you want guys to talk to you for that, to try like hook it on.
Another
But in
one.
reality, there's no substance to that worm, fam. You know what I mean? It's
I
like the
see.
basic $5 worm that you reeled me in. And then I'm off the hook already. But if you have the really good, like you know, like the fish, the bait that goes like this.
The bait that moves.
Yeah. Yeah. Then
There's substance to it. you're
there's
saying.
substance to it, yeah. You'll always realize, like in the first 5 minutes of the convo, like, oh, if they're really just performative, fam.
For me, because the way I see shit is like I don't look for things to be cool.
Yeah.
I just like what I like, and I just take part.
100%.
And then, like you said, like the underground thing. Yeah, it's considered like if it's still new, it's still niche. It's still considered underground. But depending on when someone found it, it could be authentic.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's just the way it came across to them. Like first time you heard Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson's the greatest artist of all time. Obviously, like it's gonna sound good no matter what time you found it.
No matter.
Right?
See, I feel like the internet has like raised people to become sheets of something. Because it's like, oh, some one big influential guy does it. What is everyone gonna copy? I mean, there's not a lot of leaders nowadays. You know what I mean? Because they're too scared. Because if you go out and do something and you act weird, then fuck, that's gonna hurt. You know what I mean? To a real thing. But a leader really doesn't care. They'll do it regardless.
Do you think there's more niches or less niches now?
There's more niches. There's way more niche. I'm not gonna lie. Everything's a niche nowadays.
You think so?
If you fucking like this probably
Funko
a whole
Pops? Yeah, that's a
Funko
huge
Pop.
niche,
There's
yeah.
a whole there's a huge niche, and there's probably a club.
Because the reason I say it is because I think I took part in so much that it kind of blended. Like Funko Pops and collecting Funko Pops, I just immediately translate that to, oh, they probably watch anime too. You know what I'm saying? They're probably a fan of Marvel.
Yeah.
They're probably a fan of this and that and the other. Probably watching Invincible, you know?
Yeah.
So I kind of like put niches together now.
That's true.
So what's like, I don't know, could you say there's more, or are we starting to blend shit?
No, I think there is more.
Because you're just like a fan.
Yeah, because every day a new anime is created, or like a new something is created. So like people are gonna niche onto that because they want to be first. You know what I mean? Yeah, bro.
Oh yeah, you're right. Cause I wanna categorize nerdy shit into one thing, just because I consider all the nerdy shit I'm into the same thing.
Yeah, 100%.
Cause it's kind of all like similar. Like, I geek out about the same shit. It's kind of all the same.
That's why I'm saying, like, if you actually learned about sports shit, then you would actually be well-rounded, because you know a lot. Like, I'm not gonna like.
I know.
Like,
I just don't know
movies.
sports.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the one I left out.
Yeah, but like,
that's too much information in my head.
No, it's too much.
That's
I'm
way
not
too
gonna
much
lie.
information. I know enough. I know enough.
But I've never met like someone who like knew every single like.
Map
there's probably some guy
3ND4
out there,
says, yo.
but that guy probably gets hella girls. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Imagine talking to someone with so
Blue
much
Stream
depth.
says,
You
Map
just know
3ND4 is kicking it in the vibe zone. The support is a blessing.
Multi-niche.
It goes with
Map
Renaissance, but it's
3ND4
another
says,
word.
you should post your stream in the
I forgot
Kickfam
name.
Discord.
Leave it down in the comments, and leave a like.
Yeah.
But there's a word. It's
At Lumia Stream says, you
said
crossed
it to
the
me
line.
before, too. Really?
Map
Yeah, you said the word to
3ND4
me.
has been eliminated
Because
from
I'm
the
saying,
vibe
like,
on
if I
Kick.
knew about
Get
anime
Gad.
and stuff, but I knew about all the sports and like the underground stuff, I would be well-rounded. But it's like that, like that's the missing piece. That's why whenever we have conversations, just throw it to Carlos if it's about anime. It's about sports, I'll talk about it.
The thing is, I wouldn't consider myself that big into anime. I just know enough.
I know exactly. Yeah,
I
but you
just
can still
know.
talk about it. Like if someone talks about anime, like I say Fairy Tail, and they're like, "Oh, brother." Oh, brother, like this guy stink.
You know what though?
Yeah.
I will say I did my best to take part in so much right away in high school, just
Okay.
so I can like try to connect to other people better.
With other people, that's good. I'd never thought about it like that. Whatever I liked, I just stuck to it.
I just wanted to see what they're into. I'm like, I want to get the hype. I want to see like, oh, this seems interesting. Let me see what it's about.
Yeah.
And then that's how I got to know stuff. Like, I don't even know what I'll pick up this year. What's one thing you would want to pick up that you haven't yet and always been like putting aside? Besides like fighting, because that's kind of like,
You know, I already did it though, because I did I'm starting to do country club shit, because it's like
country club shit, like golfing.
Golf, and I did bowling. I'm actually really good at bowling now. Like I'm actually like oh, you know what I mean? Like I'm getting high
Yeah,
scores.
yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not just throwing the ball down and like hoping it strikes. Like this shit is like, you know what I mean?
It's serious. It's serious.
It's serious. So doing golf and all that, and like what do you call the croquet? Just because it's like golf is my long-term investment, because like I know golf is a leeway into networking with really rich people.
007 field.
Yeah. So it's like
Talking
I know
about
people that know Johnny Dang, right?
spreading
So it's like if I
positivity
learn
and
golf,
good
I can
vibes.
actually be on the course with them and talk.
Yeah, feel me.
You know what I mean? But that was one of the hobbies I always wanted, because I was like, okay, I can just network. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one.
It's all country club shit, bro.
I'm not sure what I want to get into, fam.
Yo, just take a break. Get into sleep. That's get into meditation, bro.
I've done that too. I've done meditation.
You have.
Fam, I tried getting to sleep so bad, I couldn't sleep because I was thinking about it.
I got into sleep and I couldn't.
Yeah, I got into sleep so hard.
Another
Fam,
one.
I was watching tips and tricks how to sleep.
my
I was getting all the like these supplements to sleep.
Oh my gosh,
Fam, I have a rubbing balm that you put on your wrist to fall asleep. Dog, I tried everything. What do you know about purple pillows? You don't know about lavender purple pillows? You don't know about this shit. You don't know talking about sleep.
Is that like is that like the bamboo pillow?
That's like extreme. Fam, we're talking about hexagons because the geometry is more spiritual. Come on, bro, I'm telling you.
You know, like the iceberg when it's like the lowest.
Yeah, dog. My pillow was fucking purple, made out of lavender, and I had hexagons
on the pillow.
Like the whole thing was hexagons, like a honeycomb.
What?
Because the geometry is spiritual. Sacred geometry, dog.
What do you believe? No, is that placebo though? Because it's like, yo, if you believe in it so much, you could probably be like, oh,
Should
this
knock
actually
you
feels
off,
better. Yeah.
man. I don't use that anymore.
Okay.
Yo, you
Wait,
know
did you
what,
say it
though?
knocked you out?
Yeah, she knocked you out. No, but she was Thanos, so I just knock you out.
No.
Okay, the thing though is the moment I stopped thinking about sleeping, I was able to sleep.
Yeah, that's the thing.
When you stop trying so hard.
Yeah, I've had so much nights when you keep looking at the clock, and then remember, like, you're manually trying to go like this.
Yeah,
Like your mom tells you, oh, just breathe in and out. Fam, now I'm thinking. You don't sleep. You don't think and sleep. Like that's not the point of it.
So you know what I studied?
Yeah.
This is kind of like the current niche I'm in. Okay. And it's very. This is a niche of a niche of a niche.
Time warping into dreams.
Oh, it's similar. It's close. It's close. It's how fast can you get into a flow state?
Oh, that's fire.
Like training yourself to be in a flow state.
Oh, that's super fire.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's a low key a superpower.
Yeah,
Low-key
that's bad.
So one of the things you could practice is actually daydreaming.
Oh, so
daydreaming puts you in a flow state.
Daydreaming about what though?
Think about it. Just daydreaming. Imagine the feeling. Does that not feel like flow state to you though?
Yeah, because it's
the
like
exact same, right?
Yeah, you're not thinking.
So when you do that, when you practice that, you're practicing also being bored. Being bored puts you in a flow state as well.
Okay.
Because you're training your brain to make with what you have. Right?
Okay.
And when you practice making with what you have in any scenario, you'll be able to go into that flow state because you're making with what you have. You're not overthinking.
Yeah.
You're not worrying about this, that, the other. You're working with what you have. And if you practice flow state, it's like letting go and taking in at the same time. I don't know how to explain it. Like you just have to be.
Because like, I guess those are your natural thoughts, I guess. It's just like, you really, if you're always on your phone doom scrolling, it's like the ideas are coming to you like direct. But now it's like, you know what I mean? When you finally think, you're not thinking.
So my theory with it though is everyone's process is so different.
Okay.
So what will put one person to flow state will not work with another person. You have to find your triggers. So it's almost like Inception, where you have a totem that only you know and it will only work for you.
Yeah.
My totem will only work for me type shit. So if my thing is humming,
yeah,
and it puts me in a flow state, it might not for you, it might distract you.
I get that. It's like a
Right?
tick. It's like a tick. Kinda. I get
There
that.
you go. There you go.
Athletes do that too.
And you just have to figure out who you are with it. Like you find, okay, these activities tend to put me into this mindset, and it takes me down this path where I'm away from it. It's same with faith, bro. It's like what brings me closer to God, what brings me farther.
Yeah.
Certain activities and certain, I guess, responsibilities that I decide to do or not, that could bring me closer to God or put me farther away.
Yeah.
And the more you do to stack up on that path,
you're gonna get closer.
It's like it's easy.
Yeah. Because you already
But-
put the reps.
But if you're out just like, I don't know, doing debauchery, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, you're always gonna.
it's hard to see that path. It's hard because you're just not in that state.
Yeah, and then once that shit stacks up, oh man, you don't even see the light no more. Like it's hard to come back from that.
You can always come back.
Yeah, you can always come back. from that.
and
Yeah,
that's
but
the
it's
most
hard,
important. That's the most important thing. You guys can always come back.
Yeah.
But it's taking the steps to try and see, right?
That's true.
It's taking the steps to open your eyes to it.
Yeah.
Instead of like, nah. Yeah, there's some real like nah type people. There's some real nah type people out there, right?
It's crazy to say, but like the most times I daydream is like not all the time, but like when I'm driving or like when I'm riding a bike, I usually just like, you know, sometimes you zone out because it's like you're in manual mode, there's no one on the road, blah blah blah, nighttime drive. But like that's when I daydream the most. I'm like that's when the ideas flow. Like when someone asks me like, oh, how did you come up with the brand and how do you come up with the clothing items? It's because like it's coming from daydreaming, low key. Yeah.
You have to kind of put yourself into just a form of doing and not worrying, because that's a form of faith as well. When you're on your path and you know what you're doing is the right way,
you don't worry at all.
You don't worry, right? And when you're in a state of faith, everything is possible.
Yeah, man. And going like God, bro.
And if you don't, then maybe you have to look at the path you're on.
100%.
Because maybe you're not supposed to be in flow state for that.
Yeah, but it feels like it though, because it's temptation, bro.
Because would God want you to be in flow state for something that's bad for you?
No, bro. He would talk to you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
here?
he would
You know what
talk.
I'm saying? Here?
Bars. Bars.
Talk to him.
But yeah.
All right, we'll end it there. Thank you guys for watching this episode of Jumpers Jump podcast. Make sure to comment, like the video, hit that like button right now.
Yo, a lot of people got Megatron.
I know. I told you a lot of people got it, bro.
I don't know where the fuck that's from? Wait, can you tell me what that's from?
Nah,
And why do you say it in
let's
that
do
way?
another
What's
niche
another
joke. What's another
reference?
niche
What's
joke?
another reference?
Let me see what I can like drop out here.
Oh, you know what it's going to? It's always the like Girl Meets World.
Girl Meets World.
Sweet Life on Deck. Like I'm trying to get those references.
Oh, okay.
Like I know you guys know the Prindle, where that came from.
The Prindle.
Yeah, you guys know where that came
What's
from.
like an internet one? You didn't get the Junebug Chill Out?
I didn't. What the hell is that?
I love that one. I love
No,
that
that's
one.
that's in super niche, fam.
Yo, Junebug Chill. Junebug Chill Out.
Let's go Raptors. That's super
Oh my
niche.
god. I don't know if they know that one.
They don't, fam. They don't.
Alright. Leave down in the comments. You made it to the end of the video. Leave down in the comments. Let's go Raptors.
You have to spell it out correctly. And yeah, go down to Spotify, Apple, keep downloading those episodes. Like the video, we've been doing really good. Thank you guys.
And yeah, Jumpers Jump out.
Deuces.
Home run! That's my girl!
She's a star.
Yeah, since I started giving her children's Claritin, she can actually play without allergies getting in the way.
I should try that. My boy's over there sneezing in the batter's box.
Oh, you should. It's pediatrician recommended and provides 24-hour non-drowsy relief. Plus, the chewables are dye-free.
So he can focus on his swing instead of his symptoms.
Exactly. He'll be hitting home runs in no time.
Claritin clears. Use as directed.
So let's talk about it. I mean, Young Thug's going viral right now. He came home about a year ago, consistently bashing Gunna. Consistently. When Gunna would drop a project, he
Hating on him.
Hating on him.
Titties getting
Rats-
puffy.
Yeah.
Your estrogen levels getting high. Belly getting big. Hips getting wide. Jaws getting chubby because he can't do that dope how they used to do no more. So he looking like an old bull diaper. Yeah, he looking like an out of shape bull diaper that can whoop it in the he ain't Gunna looking healthy. Gunna running down doing practice shit with the NFL, nigga, catching the ball with the six pack, walking with his shirt off, doing what a boss do. Don't talk. But I like to show young people the difference between a boss and a leader. Gunna was leading while they was in jail because Thug don't want to tell nobody who was paying for the lawyer. I know Gunna was paying for it, almost $200,000. Brian Steele ain't cheap. Finances were froze because it was tied to the Game Rico shit. That's why they just giving it back. Gunna got out and didn't talk. It's two leaders that ain't talking that I admire, Big Meech and Gunna. Bosses come out talking. A boss is selfish. That's why a boss got workers and employees, and their workers and employees do bad, and the boss do good, eat good, take longer lunch breaks. You know, he let them have parties and what they call that shit, potlucks on the job. He let them have that. He let them have potlucks at the club with them and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Give them Christmas presents, buy them, let them keep the secret. Let them get a car in the lease name, but it's in the company name, so you get the tax write-off. He never. So he let the boss is like keep you on the yo-yo. You come back to him. The leader empowers you to go lead, so you can go build other leaders. So let me tell you about a boss. A boss says, "Man, go do this." Boss go do that. A boss says, "Say, them niggas ain't dead yet? Boy, y'all must have got weak." Boss wants them niggas dead. Boss is weak because the boss can't go kill him himself. Boss got his employee. Say, man, they got Thugger on tape telling them ain't dead yet. Them ain't dead yet. Y'all must have got weak. Go show me, coach. I like the coach that can show the boy, come on, boy, let me show you, and get down with him and knock him down. And I like that kind of coach. I like the kind of coach that coaching the kid that can show this kid what you trying to tell him. Good ass coach. Because my definition of a leader is someone who focuses on self-improving themselves. And while I'm focusing on making me better, going to the gym, you joining in with me. Like Kobe did. I ain't say, y'all, come on, we got practice. y'all, I'm already in here. A leader is somebody who focuses on self-improving themselves. And while they're self-improving themselves, they make the people around them better. That's what a leader do. A boss don't. A boss leaves you in conditions, or worse conditions than what you met him in. Say, man, we finna shut this motherfucking company down, man. We got a few years. What about the severance package? Ain't no severance package. So, Thug is a boss. Everything, in every organization, every group, in every household, everything starts from the head. Look at the head and look at the tail of YSL. It's all trash. From the top to the bottom. How we gonna honor this? How we honor this leader? It's was a leader to be honored, but we shaming him with no paperwork, knowing we got a videotape of this nigga, audio tape of this nigga, paperwork, but we holding on to it. Even Whack 100 say, man, that's my partner, man, but you spitting on me. Meech fed 50 motherfucking states. Thugger kept it in one state and fed everybody. This was the only nigga shining. That's what made the turn on him. And they was all his crash dummies. He divided the city. Meech went and brought every city together, connected from all over. But the community in the city, even they shaming this nigga. Well, no, they quiet on this nigga. Well,
Woozy Fandoming says, Taco Tuesday. Let's go.
I beat the streets because I played middleman in the streets, but I wasn't a street. I've been playing from the time I come out the hospital at the age of 12 years old in the 6th grade. 6th grade, I didn't have an eye yet. I had a patch on the eye. Oh, shit. Nigga, I had a patch on the eye, nigga. And they said, man, what's wrong with your eye? Pop, pop. I was a little bitty boy, nigga, practicing. I ain't want nobody picking on me, nigga. I was a brave heart. I done watched all the movies. I done watched Too Sweet, Penitentiary. I done learned how to be, nigga. I done watched everybody on TV. All these characters. So I'm 12 years old and got an eye yet, son. People used to do me just how they did me now, man. Man, what's wrong with your eye? So nigga, I said, well, nobody picking on me, mama. Mama wouldn't let me play football because she thought I wasn't strong enough. She wouldn't let me play no sport. I was strong. I was playing basketball in the room by myself. I was in the backyard when all the other kids were playing. And I was throwing the football to myself, scoring touchdowns. I was the quarterback, catching the ball, getting some dirt, getting grass stains on me. I was a little boy playing by myself from the time I was 4 to 12. They ain't had nobody play. I had my teddy bear. Then they give me an eye. Then they made this eye what? 87. I got a new one in 94.
Oh shit! So the eye's not round.
No, it's not round.
I thought that. Wow.
Yeah, I got this eye in 89. I got this eye in 90.
The same eye.
Yeah, this the same eye. I got this eye in 90. Going into the 7th grade. Now, they saying I'm cross-eyed. But I ain't cross-eyed, man. Ain't got no eye. So I started hitting y'all cross y'all motherfuckers. You called me cross-eyed. It used to hurt my pride to be like a normal kid. I had all the name brand clothes. I was athletic, but I couldn't play with other kids. Even in recess, homie Charles, you gotta sit down. You might hurt your eye. So nigga, they putting restraints on me. Homie, I'm like the dog. I want to go play. Homie, they wouldn't let me play, man. Even recess, nigga. PE, I couldn't do. Man, I couldn't do field day. All because of the eye. So I had one bad year, man. Finally get to play outside. Caught a murder. Ain't been able to play before, man. I thought this what we do. I've been watching this all the movies. I thought this what we do. Commit moves. This what Ice Cube did. Nigga, I'm just a little boy playing. And caught a murder case. How I know not to tell. Nigga, my mama say tell. Everybody told. I wasn't the only one, except the shooter. Everybody told. I was the last one to get caught. How I know not to tell? Mama came in crying, son. So what y'all done done? Mama, I didn't do it, mama. This is capital murder.
Android League says, yo.
Before this was heard of.
Bye. Have a great time. Louis Stream says, Android League is kicking it in the vibe zone. The support is a blessing. Android League says, you should post your stream in the KickFam Discord. Lumia Stream says, you crossed the line. Android League has been eliminated from the vibe on Kick. Get good.
Them don't see me cry, Sean. Dad, you see me cry, nigga. You tricked me, man. I played the flute in the 3rd grade. You tricked me, nigga. Tried to shame me before the world.
Now we play the waiting
shit
game.
I did as a kid. Tried to shame me, nigga. You don't get to see me cry, nigga. Shame me, Sean, as a kid. Then try to shame me. Shit I did as a kid. Now they got this grown who been street sliming. Now they got excuses. Hey, Jeffrey, do you want something to eat? Yes, ma'am. They ate in the interrogation room too, like you ain't got it. So polite and kind. I tell you anything, just don't tell nobody. I thought we didn't talk to police, nigga. Willie D and Scarface them got a whole motherfucking song saying we don't talk to police. It's rules these I already knew. I didn't know the rules, Sean. Y'all let them niggas shame me, my nigga. At least they tried to. That's why God kept elevating me. Kept taking me high above you. He said, I'm gonna make your footstool. I'm gonna prepare a feast. And that's what God been doing me. Look at this. That shit real. That shit real. Look, I went and got all this shit, them rapping, got all this product. I didn't show up like this. God had to dress me up. It was a listen. Now, this is real. Give a damn about that shit. That make y'all listen, nigga. I had Princess Cuts before I had the VVS's. I upgraded so y'all would listen. Y'all were talking about the Princess Cuts. I had a message. Look at his dreads. I took the dreads off. He ain't got no diamonds. I went and got the diamonds. I went and got everything y'all said I didn't have. Now look, God brought your idols to fall, nigga. Still I rise, like Pac say. Still I rise. The enemy tried to hurt me, Sean. And they were hurting me. I ain't bullshitting,
nigga. When you first heard the audio, the Young Thug audio, what was your first thoughts?
Yes. Them pushed all this game. I knew it. Just like that whole ad attacked me in the barbershop, Kevin Spencer. This another Kevin Spencer. All these phones. They made Larry Hoover denounce, nigga. Jeff Fort somewhere, he can't even talk. This ain't that bad. They ain't that bad. Do you hear how kind he talk to the detectives? Do you want something to eat? Yes. I'll tell you anything you want. Please don't tell me.
That shit. Yo.
So, now, now, and them Prada glasses, by the way. Nigga. So now, order in the court. We don't want to hear who y'all been each other. We already know it. We don't want to hear about Pee-wee been transgender. Like, we don't want to hear that. Let's stick to this gangster shit. We'll get to the gay shit later. This is federal court. We'll handle that in state court. Order in court. We will not let the gay shit, because that's a distraction. That's a distraction. Stick to this gangster shit and you in this interrogation room. One thing at a time, guys. One thing at a time. I love it. Oh, man, they try to hurt me, Sean. I got their ass in the head like, say you're sorry. Oh, man. Dad.
Oh, man. So, what out of the audio, what shocked you the most, though?
I can say it now. Atlanta Police Department been told me this. Go back, look at what I posted. Do y'all think this is public information. So it's easy for me to get this public information when I have FBI friends. I've been telling y'all from the beginning. How you think I know so much about so much and ain't nobody came out and refuted nothing I've said? Not one motherfucker. How you know I told you all of them go tell? This the video when it first happened. I gave you a number. I gave you an exact number. I said, how many got arrested? I gave you a number. I had already been talking. Listen. DC Young Fly done told before too.
Oh man, breaking news.
DC Young Fly, I know the detective that gave him a break a little bit before he got big. That's why he was with me. I know what you did last summer. I know what you did. I know these secrets, homie. Gangsters and gays. Haven't I been preaching this?
Yeah.
Haven't I been preaching this? Nigga, this shit is prophetic. And I ain't just been talking, I promise. I went one time. I went a whole year with no sex. Just in the spirit, just in studying us. Nigga, I spent hours of when you scholar. I've been writing about us. Man, I'm deeper than what they know. Man.
Lumia Stream says, Kenzie 1S is kicking it in the vibe zone. The support is a blessing.
I don't give a damn. They went back to 93 when I was a baby. They went back to 93, son, when I was a baby. They went back to Pop Hunter when he was 11, 12. Steven Jackson said, I don't give a damn if you were 7. He just said this on Trick Daddy Cooking Show. So come on now, we gonna move the goalpost. I've never hurt nobody. So why put the goalpost so close up on me? Thug got his baby mama killed. They killed Jonathan Nutt. It's documented, they can prove it, homie. If they would have put the right, Brian Steele ain't that good. If Atlanta Police Department done their job, the U.S. prosecutor them. If they would have never let Brian Steele say this is about rap lyrics, no, it ain't. This is about evidence. These rap lyrics did not lead us to these crimes. The crime was already led. We had been discovering these crimes through evidence, picking up bodies, picking up bullets. We didn't solve these crimes from listening to these nigga lyrics. We've been picking up bodies. Mamas and daughters and sisters and brothers and kids been dying by the hands of these. And they going to rap about it. Many these women, these mothers is in agony. Only for a few to have some money and to crash out to have no money. All they getting is booty and pussy. That's all them nigga rewards for. Being able to secretly get some booty, openly get some pussy, and get in front of the camera and flash for a moment. Immediate gratification. Only to get long-term suffering. Look at him now, y'all.
Young Thug admitted to selling drugs. He admitted that Roscoe had used to sell Wayne.
I gave him the gun. Homie, when did we talk to the police? Son, don't tell me nothing about what this said. When the police, before they even sit you down and take the handcuffs off, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used you against the court of law. You have a right to have an attorney. You have a right to have an attorney present. What happened to? I don't want to talk.
Well, Thug said it was to help his friend get out of the.
I don't want to talk. You can't help your friend. There's nothing you can say in the interrogation room to help a person because every question is to not help. How can you maneuver the question when you don't even know what they're gonna ask? How can you help? I thought we don't talk to the police, and it still got 10 years. So how did you help him? He still done time for the shooting, and you helped convict him by saying, I gave him the gun. How did you help him? All Gunner said was, Your Honor, hey Gunner, is y'all the game? Yeah, man. Yeah, man, we the game. Oh, he lying, we ain't no game. That's all the boy said. Say, y'all the game? Yeah, man. You show? Yes, ma'am. Y'all not no record label. No, we not. We was game not joining y'all. You say, man, that's all the boy said. This nigga here, they asked him, Jeffrey, you want something to eat? Yeah. Say, boy, them ass be hungry in that county jail. I done said, boy, that county jail will make ass take 15 years worth. He just wait just a little bit longer, he'll get 6 months probation. So, and I'm finna explain that to you. Now, Thug done got Thug. Listen, listen. Any didn't have dental work before he got to veneers is a rotten motherfucker. They say Thug teeth was so bad for them veneers, homie. They before Thug became famous. That's why he called himself King Slime. He always been ugly. He ugly now. Thankful he got the money. Boy, you think Kodak Black ugly? That's just because he got deep Haitian roots.
Yo, they go right.
Man, Haitian ain't handsome. Y'all quit laughing. Man, there's some cool, fly, ugly. You can't get in on the GQ magazine. Man, stop it. They got to destroy one in Haiti. But listen, that Thug, they say, go back to look at them old pictures. Thug, man, that ugly, slimy, black, ashy, dry skin, like, the teeth was horrible. They was gone for the black.
Another one.
Man, that had gravel mouth. You know, that people like finesse 2 times. Worse. But Thug had rotten teeth, though. His shit was black up under there from them cavities.
Woozy Fandoming says, we live.
This is a real
Let's
project,
go.
Baby.
It's over 9,000.
You know, yeah, no, that's why he come outside acting high acting. That's how they became. So these is dope fiend children, baby. These are the worst of the worst you can play with. So when he get in power, he like the
At
police
Lumia Stream
officer never
says,
get picked on.
Lil Mammoth is kicking
ugly.
it in the vibe zone.
They never
The
got
support
liked,
is a
got talked
blessing.
about. There's only 2 things about them kind of growing up in the black community. You better know how to fight with violence, or you better know how to Jones back. He learned how to be violent. So that's why nobody pick on him. And he'll buy him and his ugly brothers, everybody. Ugly and violent. Ugly and violent. So when they finally get women, guess what they doing? They men and women to get back. You heard what he's saying? I'm finna start telling y'all niggas who were taking dick.
You believe what he done?
Hell yeah. Well, yeah, I believe. You can't make that up. Any wear a dress, these elections wearing dresses. Swap pulled back from going there so much. Listen, homie. This my son to God truth. I get a party bus one time. I go pick up a bunch of, I ain't gonna say no name. We go to, I think the Blue Lagoon. Now the first time they took me to the Blue Lagoon, it was plenty of working women out. About the 3rd time I go back, it's with big shoulders and Adam's apples in their throats. Built like Serena Williams in dresses. And they, hey, and they laugh. And it's a bunch of lined up on the wall. And I'm saying, say, homie, say, all the women go. There's a boy over there. Say, he said, no, just wait till about such and such time. Be plenty of women here. But look what we got to endure till they get here, nigga. No, just wait. So I'm saying, say, man, what all lined up on the wall over there for? And you seeing them boy girls go, I say, come on, homie, let's go. So I tell Taheem, say, homie, man, we ain't coming back there no more. So I asked him, next time I come to Atlanta, where y'all want to go? Guess where they said?
Same place.
Blue Lagoon.
Oh my God.
I not if it's like that last time. No, it ain't like that last time. Okay, go back. It's worse. I tell security, they say, I don't even know how you, he said, man, you know. So, man, I'm looking at my nigga. And everybody down with it. Man, I'm telling you, there's gonna be some hoes there later. Well, when it's time, so listen, I get out the van walking. Say, let me off the bus. I'm hell no. I get out walking. I'm not gonna stay here. Man, y'all gonna get home. We can't let everybody mad at me because I don't want to stay here. So I know that when we get back, damn, man, I want to say some name, man, I want to stay friends with these niggas. So when we get back to the spot, it's 5, 6 trying to get one girl. So I said, I cash out y'all the money to get her. So I'm thinking to myself, that's sure them like going over there at that spot. And at the end of the night, they huddle up and everybody shooting at one girl. What I see. Think about that. So I started to look at this shit. When we go out to the club, when we all huddle up, say we going home, when it's time to break, man, they can go back on the phone. So I'm saying it's a whole lot of you around like that, especially if Thug got all the girls, 3, 4 girls go. Well, most niggas greedy. They give me 3, 4 hoes. Most niggas leave their homeboy that ain't really got no money. He the shooter. The shooter don't really get no booty. I mean, no pussy. He get the booty. Like the Pee-wee, the boy getting booty. Thug getting booty and pussy in mouth and all that. Them boys over there get cause they ain't don't nobody know them. So they got to be known for skirting. That's why I say gangster engaged. So this is what I say. Why they saying this now? Because that's all their secrets. This finna get muddy. This just the beginning. We finna find out a lot of them been taking dick and sucking dick.
You posted wife and Lucci yesterday.
Yeah. I've been let me go blow my nose, homie, because I had some tears over there. But now listen, my nigga.
Now we play the waiting
tried to
game.
hold me, my nigga. First Thug and them reached out to me. When them niggas were going to trial, they wanted my help. I'm gonna tell you the honest God truth. And the only reason I ain't been saying it because I a lot of it. But hold on, my nigga. When them niggas were trial, all them niggas reached out to me. Well, 2 years ago, through my nigga Oye, I met Thug mama and Yak Gotti mama. I went to Atlanta and done a turkey giveaway. We went to the HBCU, you know, to say, hey man, this is what Thug and them doing. So they finna send this in the Brian Snell. I wanted my help. When Woody was on trial, I was the one coaching Woody on the stand.
Fabio Gill says, yo.
All the
Fabio Gill is kicking it in the vibe zone. The support is a blessing.
So,
Fabio Gill says, you should post your stream in the KickFam Discord.
Because I really have a big philanthropy presence.
At Lumia Stream says, you crossed the line. Fabio Gill has been eliminated from the vibe on Kick.
Fulton County Prosecutor's Office, them people like me, Atlanta Police Department, Atlanta Gang. I've got a real presence in connection with those people in Atlanta. And it's genuine prior to me becoming big on the internet. Them know that. So all that banning me, lying to me. You lying to me. I done been in situations where you realize I was off the internet. I hit my detective with the chase. They come escorting it. So now I'm safe there. So them reached out to me, homie, and Thug know that. Yak, nigga, me and Yak talk regularly. I told Yak he was gonna be to keep the faith. I wanted to breathe the life into him when he didn't have no faith. But I ain't running to the internet saying this. Yeah, Rollo, homie. All of them. And rest in peace, me, by all of them, homie. All of them. Mr. Cigar with the dog, homie, I'm rocking with all of them. So, man, I 21 Savage called when I did the big banks. Homie, they want to, homie, but they gotta hide behind that street bullshit. That's how you know they ain't men yet. I'm a grown goddamn man. I'm a father.
Another one.
I'm willing to be a whole
Talking
ass
about.
to stay
Much love,
here
Browski.
as a
Blessings
father.
your way. Have
That
a good
means tell on
stream.
you, run
Yeah,
from
I
you,
feel me.
shoot you, nigga. I'm willing to jump through whatever who, kiss the woman ass, I'm willing to jump through whatever ring of fire, whatever obstacle, whatever barrier to stay as a father. I don't know nothing about being no motherfucking man, nigga. I'm a father. So once I took that position, I'm grounded. Nothing moves me from being a father. Yeah, I'm a snitch. I'm a father, nigga. I'm a father.
It's
nigga.
over 9,000.
So those eyes matter to me than y'all eyes. What these kids' eyes see matter. So I poured my heart out to Atlanta. Atlanta is a foundation of where I built Charleston and not the character. And the most in Atlanta hated on me, from Ugly Money Nietzsche, the T.I., all of them, homie. Even when I first done the first Big Facts podcast, homie, they tried to handle me. But you can't handle the truth. Big J gave me a look that could feel her. But now when I see her, she hugged me. She's so loving. She did Rollo the same way, but they doing this in not in the name of Jesus, not in the name of Allah, but in the name of a street code. They're not doing it in the name of righteousness. They're doing it in the name of a street code that have destroyed us. So I'm saying, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. Man, God, I'm speaking against evil, man. How many people going against me? Man, how T.I. done abandoned me? Because I'm saying thug, you know, how God, they done kill people, they done hurt people, man. Man, T.I., man, how, God? How can I be the enemy? But Jesus was an enemy at one time to his people. I ain't Jesus. So how I become these people? They say I'm the worst. King Von killed people. Boosie had a kid kill 9 people. Boosie was on trial for 5 murders. He rap about beating, how he put people to sleep. Boosie had his child's uncle killed, which was his baby mama brother, Lucy. Documented, no, they just couldn't prove it. So, you know, just like with no thug, no guilty, they just couldn't, you know, couldn't prove it. So I'm saying, homie, how liable come these people in? So they scared of that nigga, homie. I ain't scared of nothing. I'm scared of not fulfilling the purpose that I believe God called me to do. I was rerouted. Just what my journey. This was a detour that God used to get me all the way back to where we are now. None of us knew that this would happen. I just knew in my heart I hadn't gotten off my purpose. No matter what y'all say, no matter what, just hadn't gotten off purpose. Because I still align myself with a youth audience, you and Aiden Ross. I couldn't off with youth and Aiden Ross. It's my biggest audience. And I only really look to appease nobody else.
Based off of what I was saying last night, Young Thug, Keith,
Lumia Stream says, Backwoods is kicking it in the vibe zone. The support is a blessing.
He turned Lil Baby against a lot of people, and you know, we seen what he did with Gunna. Rottlo blames Young Thug for everything.
Everybody behind the scenes do too. Homie, they killed Nut. Because Nut told it, I ain't fixing nothing. He tried to bully people. He shot up young homie Thug. He been trying to bully everybody. Lil Wayne, because Lil Wayne rejected him. He can't handle rejection. The sour-hearted. Every black man that beat up a black woman when she said, nah, that's the black presence. That's that black male energy. If you reject him, this is what he do to you. He can't handle rejection, just like every other black man that come from a neglectful mother and an absent father. It's abandonment issues, because I too can't. I struggle with handling rejection. It's abandonment issues. It's unloved issues. It's trust issues. So you can't handle rejection. That's the nigga. That's the whole trait. See what make him so dangerous, homie? He's a physical duality. He a strong bitch and a strong man. He a strong bitch and a strong man. So make him very dangerous. He's cold-hearted and calculus. He got the trait of the man. He a real serpent. That's why it's slime. That's why the devil let him embody that symbolism. Because it's a demonic symbolism of a snake. A snake will bite any goddamn body. See, the thing between a snake and and things like the gang and the
Now we play
organization
the
that they
waiting game.
profess and co-fex to be, that when you get ready to feed them, it's like having piranhas as pets. When you stick your hand in there, they don't know if you're a friend or food. And that's what they were, the whole group. It was like having piranhas as pets. When you stick your hand in there to feed them, they don't know the difference. And that's what thugs were.
You made a video yesterday saying, Gunna, don't say nothing.
I got this done. Your actions speak for you. No, Gunna, don't tell us about your God. Keep short of your God. Whatever God Gunna is walking with, I want to know what it is. What religion, what words he getting, homie, because that's a strength. Because God don't speak. You ain't never heard God say nothing. So keep being a God on earth, Gunna. And don't let him hear you speak. Your actions speak for you. God actually spoke for him. Yeah.
I think what shocked me the most from this 2-hour audio was the part where he said, I'll let y'all know anything, but don't tell nobody.
But don't, homie?
Like, there's nothing you can say to, there's no excuse for that. Like, there's nothing you can say.
I was a kid, homie, who was listening to my mother and my lawyer. This was a gangster who had already killed, who had niggas. See, the nigga who attacked me, Kevin Spencer, did the same thing when they got him in the fishbowl. He turned his shooters in. They got them for drugs. He gave his shooters up for murders to beat the drug case. He gave up some unsolved murders to beat his drug case. And they still hit his G's. Twisted Black still hugging. And this is a documented FBI snitch who cooperated and worked. And he told all the niggas, can't nobody whoop me. I'm the only who will publicly say, Kevin Spencer, you a snitch, you rat ass. That's why he attacked me in the barbershop, homie. So look what black folks cheered for. I went to jail for Mason the Cat. Didn't Mason a YouTube skit. I got attacked at the barbershop. Live. I went and got my gun to retrieve my gun. And really, I come out the window squeeze, come out the door squeezing the trigger. It ain't on camera. Defending myself against a real killer like Woody. Black people, they clap for me. They clap for the attack. And they clap for me to go to jail because guess what? You a snitch. But I snitched as a kid. You a snitch. He snitched as the FBI. Yeah. Percy rooted for him.
It's over 9,000.
Twisted Black high-fived on Real Life Street Star. Real Life Street Star. Boss Talk, everybody high-fived. Vlad TV, everybody high-fived the barbershop. But this was a gangster snitch killer. So I've been taking notes. In school, they call it a qualitative experience. So you have what they call what makes you an expert. You have quantitative data and you have qualitative data. Quantitative data is the book knowledge. The qualitative data is when once you become a scientist of gorillas, you take your motherfucking ass out in that jungle and you spend a year out there living with them gorillas, studying them gorillas, watching them gorillas, figuring out a way to get up on them gorillas, feed them gorillas, rubbing on them gorillas. Now you're hugging them. That's what makes you expert. But if you're in this book and you never go out there in that field, you're not an expert. So I have the quantitative knowledge and I have the qualitative. I'm none of what I've been trying to be. From a kid to now, I've just been trying to fit in with the culture. So now that I don't want to fit in the culture, I'm still something. I'm trying to be something that I'm not, a villain, not to fit in with the culture. And nigga, I'm trying to prevent another generation of kids that's being tricked by the culture by way of imagery. He who controls images controls minds. So nigga, I've been attacking these gangster images. So it's been 5 years of relentlessness, nigga. And it looked like I joined them. But even joining them and looking like them, I still been clapping. Fuck your dead son, Gilly. Fuck King Von Mama. Fuck yeah, nigga. I still been, but you look, you starting to look like him. But I ain't changed my tune, nigga. I ain't changed my tune. I gave y'all everything y'all want. Look at your dreads. Look at your ball spot. You ain't got this. You ain't got that. I went and gave y'all everything y'all see I didn't have, nigga. Only for you to still reject the words and the message that God was trying to deliver through y'all. Now look at your idols. Fallen idols.
Where does Young Thug go from here? If you had to predict anything.
To hell?
No.
Yeah. No. Listen to me. There's nothing God can do with it because what's in his heart. God have delivered him from a life sentence in hell on earth. Delivered. Not only that, this is how you know he's not connected to God. He quit 2 days before he could ever be free. All he had to wait was 2 days. Nigga, I've been talking to Yak for over a year and a half. We done prayed together. I done gave him words. I done gave him scripture. I done breathed life in Yak got it. I nigga asked him, nigga, I said, nigga, you got to have the faith of a mustard seed. Keep going, nigga. And he kept going, nigga, still I rise. I swear to God, nigga. I used to pray with Yak, nigga. Breathe life in him. Nigga, he used to be down. Man, tell his mama, do my nigga Suave. All them niggas calling me from the Fed. Say, homie, what you doing with Woody? Say, homie, I'm coaching him to help Wood. I'm coaching him, my nigga. All them niggas were calling, man, y'all just hold on, my nigga. I'm coaching them nigga how to beat him. Nigga, everybody say, man, why that nigga Oye with Charles and Woody? Man, he coaching that nigga, homie. Nigga tell Thug I got it. So for God to deliver this nigga, homie, I told Yak, nigga, you got to have a little faith, my nigga. Thug didn't have the faith. That's how you know, nigga, that's why. Nigga, this ain't God's doing. God never had his hands on Thug. The devil did. That's why Thug took the plea, because he wasn't walking with God. He didn't have the faith to take 2 more steps. 1 more day. Not guilty. Oh man, I'm free. I've been cleared. He wasn't with God. Yak was with God. That other brother, he was with Yak, and he was holding on with Yak faith. He'll be rewarded later. But nigga, right now, he got a life sentence. He got to go find God to get his reward. He didn't have God. He would ride with Yak God. And Yak had a God because I was talking to him, praying with him. And I was just telling him about my mama God, man. So nigga, nigga didn't he know? See, y'all on the sideline looking, nigga. I done talked my way into the hearts and the minds and the lives of our stars and our celebrities. And
now we play the waiting game.
Why children worship. They knew nothing about me. They knew nothing of me. How did my words reach them? How did my words get to their ears? And I was there here talking in my car. I couldn't even open the doors up on the inside. I had to get out like the Dukes of Hazzard, nigga. The roof was hanging. I would drive every morning, driving my daughter through 3 cities, nigga, with the gas light on. How did they hear me? Nigga,
Career-wise.
it's over. He can never bounce back. Listen, because of the pain and the agony and
Mange Quiz says, yo.
destruction and division.
Bye. Have a great time. Lumia Stream says, Mange Quiz is kicking it in the vibe zone. The support is a blessing.
What can anyone good do?
Mange Quiz says, you should post your stream in the KickFam Discord.
He misled a group of young men who he left to fend for
Lumia Stream
themselves
says,
financially
you
and
crossed the
families.
line.
What
Mange
can
Quiz has
good
been
do,
eliminated
though?
from the vibe
He
on
have to
Kick.
go to hell
Get good.
And nigga be reborn. Until then, nigga, he'll suffer. He'll suffer in shame. He will be mocked. He will be spit on. Everything that he desired for Gunner to have, homie, he's gonna reap tenfold. He's dug a ditch, but he dug it for himself. And he's been given every opportunity, nigga, to turn away, to leave Gunner alone, nigga. And he's been doing this before the world. So guess what? It has to happen to him before the world. This has nothing to do with karma. This has to do with a source of energy that one serves and the other don't. Nigga, we watching good versus evil. We watching an evil man do evil things, and he ruled. He was a king who ruled. He was an evil king who ruled. Many lives was lost during his rulership. Prior to his rulership, it was a kingdom, a city, a land that flowed of rivers with milk and honey. Atlanta Street was paved in gold in the heavens of entertainment. Everything they touched turned gold. Then they passed the reign to a angry, resentful, violent, homosexual sociopath.
It's over 9,000!
Yeah, homosexual sociopath.
I'm curious to see what Future and Lil Baby.
They better not say a motherfucking thing. They better push him to the side. They can't, homie.
No. I'm saying that because when Boston Richie and a few other rappers had paperwork or was corroborating, they fell back from it. I want to see if they're going to give the same energy to Thug.
Homie, Thug.
Because Thug's such a staple.
Thug know who been taking dick.
What? What you mean?
Didn't Thug just say these niggas been taking dick?
Woody said that.
Woody said that?
About their crew, Roscoe and all that.
All of them in the same crew. Woody and Roscoe and Thug was in the car.
Yeah.
And Thug said, Roscoe, what about y'all? Shit, nigga, I already beat his back in. You think that's the only secret they got? Nigga, why won't nobody say nothing to Woody? He's initiated all this. But let me just say this, homie. This one I knew they was some hoe ass niggas. Because I'm staying neutral. I'm saying, y'all, when y'all get out, y'all ain't gotta kill each other, nigga. Woody, let me show y'all how y'all can get some money. I showed Woody and his team how to get all he getting over there. He reached out to me immediately after he got out. I coached him on the stand on how not to. So niggas start saying I start putting trackers in his car. I'm not a street guy that want to track people. How would I do that? Woody, you a killer. So nigga, I start saying, and then nigga, he really still playing killer. Cause I'm hanging with him in his neighborhood. So I'm sitting back watching, on camera, we playing one way. But I'm watching how he engaging in his neighborhood too. They still with the shit. That's why every time he have something, it's a big shooting. So nigga, I know, he going to church, but that's for the camera. I'm also hearing how he talking, say, man, nobody better not fuck with you, So I'm saying, nigga, you ain't gotta do that, Woody. Ain't nobody fuck with me for now, nigga. I've been this little bitty nigga with this mouth for y'all show up in my life. I've been protecting. So I'm saying, if you it's still in you. Because you too quick to you asking me. So one time we ran up on some of 21 Savage little partner, and I let the back window down. And they what's it? They finna start fucking with me. Woody let the window down, that nigga bagged back. That's when I knew how dangerous he was. And I started noticing, when I got into it with Woody, every nigga I was cool with for Atlanta stopped wanting to be cool. So when I come to Atlanta, say, nigga, let's go out. Hey, man, apologize to Woody, man. All the niggas start trying to give me a apologize. Man, fuck Woody. Oh, man, come on, man. So even the street niggas said, man, you wrong about what you said about Woody Dog. So the nigga was scared. But I ain't.
Oh, so Woody that. He that.
They say, nigga, and you see Thug ain't missing it. Thug ain't doing him like he doing Woody. If Thug would've came out and done Woody like he done Gunna, his records would be at the top of the motherfucking thing. But he came out picking on somebody he perceived to be weak. Only the strong can show compassion for the weak. That's why Woody ain't done nothing to me. He think I'm weaker than him. He think he's stronger than me. Woody is a very compassionate killer. He's a very compassionate, loving killer. But he also impulsive. And he's emotionally responsive. So that's what makes him dangerous in a social path.
That's why I said everything he says, it's not law.
No.
It's not law.
Because he done lied and said some gay shit about me.
That's what I'm saying. Everything he says is not law.
But nigga, Atlanta niggas wear skirts proudly, crop tops with fishnet stockings, and they got a strong force and energy of homosexuality in the town. And Thug is a representation of it. Whether y'all want to admit it or not, homie, it's always been questionable that this nigga is whoop-de-whoop. I don't give a damn how much money he making. This nigga was getting some real live money. He never had to do this. So why was this? Nigga, when you get money, that shit go coming out of you. He wasn't doing it broke. In some of the rap lyrics, the nigga was saying, how can a straight man come up with that? So nah, nigga, everything about them niggas questionable, nigga. Everything. They cannot be what they were before now. This is, nigga, nah, nigga. Nigga, they failed so New Dallas can make the way. Now this story got to be rewritten. Big Meech left an explanation mark. You mean to tell me these niggas come back on the back end and do this after Meech?
Now we play the waiting
That can't
game.
go down in history. So nigga, this kingdom had to fall. This Rome. Them niggas were Rome. Them niggas, the Roman soldiers, they had to fall, my nigga. And New Dallas ride. Yeah, them niggas had been in the way, my nigga. They had misled too much.
If you had to predict, do you predict that the 21 Savages, the Futures, and the Lil Babies, they'll still fuck with Thug?
Yeah.
I think so.
Because he's still violent and dangerous. And his heart hadn't
But
changed.
they didn't fuck with Gunna though.
Heart is not violent and dangerous. See, it's nigga, you got to remember, he's still dangerous. He's still dangerous, nigga. He didn't go in there and come out a new man like that boy Mondo is. He didn't come out of there a new man like Woody. He didn't come out of there a new man like Gunna. He came out still sliming, nigga. So that means he 10 times worse. Because mama said that the Bible said that God's word say anytime you are delivered from something and you go back into that same situation, it's 10 times worse and it's 10 times harder to get out of it. So this is why he got to go through what he got to go through, because it got to be harder for him to try to get out now. It was easy last time. He got out and said he had his weight in him. If you had your weight, all you had was 2 more days for him. But you know why he quit? He know what was in that phone they got. He know what's in that phone they got. His phone got a lot in it, boy. They got a lot of motherfuckers tired of him calling him. And them tapes was coming out. That's why Brian Steele tried so hard to suppress these tapes. That's why he said, oh, they didn't show my tapes in court. Ah, they didn't show my, nigga, because your lawyers suppressed it, nigga. But they were trying. So, whatever law enforcement, individual, group, prosecutors that have decided to release these tapes, this is better than a conviction. Job well done. This is better than a conviction. You guys have single-handedly destroyed this criminal organization. They'll never have power or influence together. And not only that, they've turned on one another. And they'll destroy themselves. Job well done, Fulton County and Atlanta Police Department. Well done. This was clever. Now, this was very clever.
And you loved every minute of it.
I loved every minute of it. Man, I wish I could say
it's over 9,000.
See, I've been Googling, homie. I researched, I Googled. I don't want to tie this detective's name. But homie, there's a detective who got every video. He been on these niggas for decades. He's the main one on the stand. He retired. He got the whole file. He got the whole every video, every audio, and he's willing to sell the rights to it for $2 million. This is bigger than BMF. You talking about thug? Every last one of them niggas interrogation tapes is included into this. Everything in them. I mean, the whole everything y'all want. From what I hear now, he got everything like 50 got for BMF. And it's a lot that ain't been told. But y'all, man, listen. He's now working with children. He's doing anti-gang cognitive. He's doing anti-gang prevention and intervention. He's working with youth, doing public speaking, but he has retired from the Atlanta Police Department. He was a top cop. Man, he did everything right. Had they stuck with him and had they started with Nut, had they started with the death of Nut, Donovan, Mr. Donovan, had they started with the death of Nut, all them niggas would be in jail for life. But because the prosecutor allowed Brian Steele to slide that motherfucking lyric shit in as if they convicting these niggas off their lyrics, and they wasn't, homie. These niggas really killing people. So 50, Vlad, he said he don't want to do. He don't want to do no interview because this is his life work. This is his life work, and he done a great goddamn job. The biggest trial in the history of America hip hop. $2 million, you can own the rights to it. That's just the start of negotiation price, I believe. Yeah, so that's how much I know about this case, man.
Women are emotional. Women do act on impulse more than men.
But also, and I have to say this caveat because this is true. That's your beauty.
But I don't see that. I mean, if a guy tells me you're emotional, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, but exactly.
Correct.
That's the
like,
superpower.
Why would that offend me? It's absolutely true.
That's the superpower, and this is the thing that is that's so misunderstood. When I say these things, they think I want women to act like men. No, I don't.
But I think we have our own powers in our own way. I mean, I think there's a lot of, I know how to hold my household together. I know how to take care of my husband.
Women are super powerful. And if you don't believe it, look at what we've done on behalf of women to society in the past 60 years, simply because women said they wanted it. We didn't have any proof if any of this stuff would work. We just did it because women said that they wanted it. So women are extremely powerful because they have control over an apex predator, and that's men. The only caveat to their power is if they want men to serve them, they have to be women that are worthy of being served. So women that are nice to men, they have a certain level of respect for men, for women that are virtuous. But when young men are looking into the world today, they're seeing women that are saying that they would rather be in the woods with the bear than a man. They're seeing women that are promoting abortion at crazy levels. They're seeing women that are praising other women for being hoes. And those young men are going to start to decide, we don't want to do things for these types of women. Why should we go die and be willing to serve these types of women who are not virtuous? And you're seeing this happening now. When you look at the statistics about 8th to 10th grade boys and their opinions on equality, they're starting to go, we don't care. This is a graph that shows the opinions about equality by 8th grade and 10th grade boys. Let me read this to you. In 2018, 84% of 8th and 10th grade boys agreed that women should have the same job opportunities as men, but in the last 5 years, that number has dropped to 72%. The proportion of boys who completely agreed as opposed to mostly agreed saw an even steeper drop from 63% to 45%. The share who agreed completely fell from 72% to 57%. And so when these young men that have these opinions start to get into power, they're going to say, oh, you want the right to vote as a woman? Nah, because why should we be willing to go die for policies that you put into place, especially when you show and you're demonstrating that you don't care about us? You want abortions? Nah. You want divorce laws? Nah. And once young men start to do that, there's nothing that women can do to stop them. And whether you think that's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. If that's what they decide, that's what it's going to be. So yeah, that's the power that women have. They have access through their femininity. They have access to having the ability to control men to do things on their behalf. But they have to be a woman that's worth doing things for. And when men as a whole in society decide that the women that they have in that society aren't worth doing things for, they're just going to go, we don't care. The issue with feminism is that it tells women that they're more powerful when they become an adversary to the most powerful force on the planet, the apex predator, and that's men. But really, femininity gets its power from its unison with masculinity. It's probably not a good idea to demonize the only force on the planet that protects you from the harshness of reality, and that's men.
I mean, I know how to hold my household together. I know how to take care of my husband. I know how to get shit done in my house.
100%.
I do all of those things very comfortably, better than my husband, but because I'm a woman, and I will take pride in that. But I don't want to step into his terrain of the things that he's good at as a man and try to take custody of that as well.
And I guarantee you, because of that, he would literally lay down his life for her because she's kind, she's nice, and she's a woman worth serving.
You've nailed it. This is exactly right.
Yep,
We're very separate.
exactly.
We have different power structures, different capabilities. Women can do some things better than men. Men can do some things better than women. The problem with Western society as a whole is that those jobs have been inversed. So I'm not saying I want all women to think and act like men. Women are just as powerful as men. We just have very different, distinct roles.
Yeah.
You can't argue that a boat is more important than a plane. It depends.
Right.
Well, you don't want a plane on the ocean, and you don't want a boat in the sky. So we do very different things.
But I think a lot of women are comfortable with all of that in my position when they have their shit together. This is my opinion. Because I have purpose, because I have drive, because I want to grow and build things in this world, and I'm very comfortable to be very soft in my feminine energy. I'm always cooking for my husband. I don't even let him order without coming to me first because I want to take care of him. I want him to be, you know, happy when he's with the boys playing cards. I'm always serving everybody. I love doing that gladly. And the boys are always like, oh my God, Tracy's always like all over her husband. I love it. And I think it's because I've worked on myself a lot and I know my purpose in life. Now, it doesn't say that women that choose not to do what I'm doing and just want to stay at home cannot feel the same way. But I feel a lot of the people that have this modern feminist mentality are speaking from a place of insecurity because they're lost. They don't have control over their lives. They don't have control over their finances.
Exactly. They're speaking from a place of resentment and they want to blame their failure on the patriarchy or men as a whole. So it's just a way to blame your negative character flaws on something outside of yourself because again, you're a 10. You shouldn't have to work on yourself. You don't have anything to work on. Nothing bad ever happens to you because of your own decisions. It's all because of the patriarchy or men. Any way to blame men for their negative circumstances, whether that be in dating, whether that be in the workforce, whether that be in single motherhood, whatever circumstances it may be that are negative is because of the patriarchy and none of it has to do with you. And the reason why so many young women fall victim to it is because it's easier to blame something outside of yourself than it is to look at yourself, reflect, be accountable, and make some changes in your life. That's what it's all about. It's about resentment.
Met a guy that could help them out or have a leader in the family and they don't know how to take care of themselves when they're single. So they go for the easy way to make cash, the ways that are probably not, I mean, the OnlyFans, for example. I mean, most feminists that are screaming at the top of their lungs are making money in the West on OnlyFans and they call that feminism.
And just like everything else in the feminist playbook, even the women that do OnlyFans, they're not doing OnlyFans because they love money, attention, and they just like sleeping with random people. They're doing OnlyFans because they had some childhood trauma or some big bad man convinced them to. And then all of these women, they do OnlyFans, they become multi-millionaires, they say that they regret it, then they start doing podcasts and interviews, then they become religious, and then ultimately they become an activist against porn. The porn to activist pipeline has to be studied. It only took about 5 years for these types of women to turn into Martin Luther King.
That freedom and an empowerment.
Well, I understand it. And the world is a very difficult place for young men, and it's a very confusing place for young women.
Yes.
For young men, it's difficult because when I was 16, 17, I mean, Dubai didn't exist, but I didn't know where Monaco was. I didn't see Instagram reels of Monaco. I'd never seen a Lamborghini in my life. The women I was talking to in school had never seen one either. Like if you're an 18, 19-year-old kid today, the girl in your college who you like, who's 18, 19, she has millionaires blowing up her phone, trying to fly her all around the world. You're just a Joe average brokey. So it's very difficult to be a young man. I don't think it's confusing. Young men know what they need. They need power and status and influence and money, and they're being constantly exposed to this whole world that they want to get access to that I was fortunate enough to not see. But that's why it's difficult to be a young man.
Right.
To be a young woman, I wouldn't say it's difficult. I'd actually say it's easy, but confusing.
Right.
Because they have all these options now. They're 18, 19, 20, 21, whatever. They can be born in the middle of nowhere. They can be in Transnistria, a breakaway micronation. It doesn't matter. If they're hot and they have Instagram, they're getting invites. So as long as they can go cry at the passport office, they now get access to the highest tier of life that exists on the planet. If you're a man and you want to get on a boat, you have to work. If you're a woman, you want to
for that boat.
You have to buy a boat. If you're a woman and want to get on a boat, you need an Instagram picture. So life can be easy for women materially at the cost of their soul, and it's very, very confusing for a woman because what do you do as an 18?
It is confusing, and it doesn't help that we lie to them any chance that we get to appeal to them. That's not good.
A 19-year-old girl. Society used to have an easy laid out path for people. A woman would meet a man. They'd fall in love to some degree. They would have children. They would be married. She would become a mother. By the time she's 22, 23, that was what women did. And then for whatever reason, feminism came along and women decided that the patriarchy is terrible and they didn't want to listen to their husbands and they wanted to be set free to make their own decisions, for better or for worse.
Well, it's because they were indoctrinated into that. They looked at the successful men and they said, look at how these men
Lumia
live.
Stream
They didn't
says
see the men that
the
were working in the factories, the guys
Connery
that have
is
back
kicking
problems
it in the
because
vibe
they've been
zone.
doing the hard
The
labor
support
jobs to
is a
provide for their
blessing.
families. They didn't see those guys. They were propagated into believing, look at these men, look at how they live. If it weren't for the patriarchy making you a mother, then you could potentially live this same life. As soon as I hear a woman say career, I know that she's probably indoctrinated because most men don't have careers. Most men have jobs that they're not passionate about, by the way. They just do them out of necessity to take care of the people that they love. And this whole idea about doing something that you're passionate about, how are you not passionate about family? That's where most people's passion lies. Elon Musk, and I'm not trying to make this political, but people like Elon Musk, great innovators, yes, they need to have a job that they're passionate about. Most people aren't those people. Most people aren't going to contribute anything to society, like me. I talk shit for a living. I'm not going to change society like an Elon Musk is. Elon Musk people need passion. I'm just trying to work a job to provide money and food for my family. Luckily, this is something that I actually like to do, so it does help. But most people aren't going to have a job that they're passionate about, and most people don't need a job that they're passionate about because they're not passionate about anything other than family. So women were sold this dream that they were missing out on something. They looked at the top at the men who actually have things and that run things, and they thought to themselves, if only I didn't have to be in a family or have a family, I could be that man. And what do you see? A bunch of women becoming wage slaves. Now they just work at Burger King or they're at the DMV trying to take 20 minutes to give me my damn ID. Give me my ID. And the truth of the matter about it all is, even if a woman is capable of buying things herself, she's not really happy unless she has a man that can buy things for her, because women love and they see value in having the ability to get men to do things for them. And if you have a good woman, that's a good thing. But I'm just saying, even women who can afford to buy things for themselves want a man to buy those things for them. This is the reason why even wealthy women will say, I want a man that makes equal to or more than me. So even if having the opportunity to do it yourself, it doesn't really make you as happy as having a man that can potentially do it for you. Women were pushed into the workforce because capitalists wanted cheap labor, they wanted to stagnate wages, and the government wanted to double the tax base. And it's been an absolute failure. The birth rate has plummeted, and sure, GDP has went up by 350% since 1970, but our national debt has risen by 3,900% since 1970. So who's actually winning from this?
We gave it to them, and now they've been set free. So what do 18 and 19 and 20 and 21-year-olds do now? They run around talking to dudes on Instagram, trying to get Birkin bags and Instagram likes. And they can only do that by hyper-promoting their sexuality, as you just described, so they can get as much attention as possible, because the laws of power, 48 laws of power, as you described, you have to try and garner attention, whether it's negative or positive. I'm one of the most Googled men in the world, and I said Lily Phillips' name. Why? Because she got... That's the bottom line of it.
Crazy.
It's true.
Crazy.
So women are just using their sexuality now to try and get as much attention as possible. They're being thrown out into a dating market with the most desirable men on the planet. They end up having to share a man who can get any girl he wants, because they only want a man of a certain status, and all women want him. So there's 1,000 women per one man. They're running from dude to dude, relationship to relationship, getting their heart broken over and over and over again, until they eventually realize they have to settle down to some degree. Then they end up upset that they can't settle down with the kind of guy they were with 10 years ago. They get into some resentful relationship to eventually have children or offspring or whatever it is. Like, everything is completely broken.
Then we have it set up so that in 10 years she can go, he doesn't make me happy anymore. She can appeal to the state, use the state as her enforcement arm to take half of everything this man owns, even if he didn't do anything wrong.
Said, we didn't want to listen to men anymore. We don't want to the patriarchy. We don't want to have to obey our husbands. What's interesting as a thought experiment, and I don't know, women will have to answer this, but if I were to analyze it logically, I would say, every time I see a woman complaining that men aren't loyal, let's say, for example, I say, you did this. Men were loyal when they had to be. A man met a woman, you were in high school, we had to get married to have kids because society expected us to get married to you, so we had to, and we had to take care of you. You're complaining that you need help. We had to give you a house. Right. We had to work. Right. We had to raise the kids. We had to be loyal to you. We had to be home every day. We had to take you to church on Sundays. We had to. Then you said you don't listen to us because we expected you to cook dinner. You didn't want to cook dinner and you want liberation. So now what are you doing? Now you're running around chasing men who have all of the options on the planet. and you're wondering why he's not loyal to you. Well, you want him to sit down with only you. How many beautiful women in the world are blowing up his phone? He's the guy with the yacht. There's lots of space on the boat.
You know how I see it, though? So tell me what you think about this. You get married. I know you're not married, but let's say you do get married. And I don't know the type of woman that you would marry, but assuming she's the kind of woman that is intelligent, she works, she has her own ambitions, but she's obviously available to take care of you and the house and everything, right?
It's over 9,000.
Do you ever feel, firstly, that you can be, I mean, does a woman inspire you ever? Does your wife help push you? I mean, again, it's subjective and it's different because you're in a place where you've already made it, right? But assume you're in this situation for other men out there. Is it normal for you that your woman inspires you to be better, that you would always bounce ideas off of her, build with her, grow with her? Or do you not believe that that's the woman's job in your life?
I'll say this, it's not even necessarily the direct motivation, because that can happen too. A woman definitely can directly motivate you, but her presence in and of itself makes you look at things differently. Her presence makes you want to do things more securely. So like now I have a daughter. I'm talking about wills, I'm doing life insurance policies and all these different things I would have probably never done because I'm a guy, and guys don't even think that way until you have people that you have to be responsible for. Men will choose freedom over responsibility until they have people in their lives that they love, that they need to be responsible for. I've never seen a dude who got less responsible after having a family. I've seen dudes that weren't responsible before having a family and never became more responsible. I've seen that before, but I've never seen a dude who was responsible and then became less responsible when he got a family. And I have seen a lot of guys who weren't responsible and then became more responsible because now they have a family. But now that the family courts and the divorce courts are so biased towards women, you're not even seeing as many men pursue family. And then everybody wonders why young men aren't going into the workforce and doing hard labor jobs anymore, why young men aren't going to college as much, why young men aren't getting mortgages, is because what would they do that for? And there are some men that are not fueled by family, they're more fueled by passion or the pursuit of status or money or whatever it may be. But when a man is choosing the job of a carpenter or like a construction worker or a plumber, that's a man that's trying to put food on the table for a family. That's not a man inspired by his passion for plumbing. So yeah, having the responsibility of a woman and a family can change how you look at things and do things as a man. It's like an indirect motivation.
I think a woman would inspire me to be better so that I could provide for her and protect for her better. I think that me personally, I get all of my happiness via proxy. So my woman inspires me to be better because I can make her happier. And I'm only happy if she is happy. I'm only happy if my children are happy. I'm only happy if everyone around me is happy. I don't get happy by myself. I exist via proxy happiness. So I think to a degree she would inspire me. Yes, that's true. And I'm not saying that people don't get married anymore. I'm not saying any of these things. What I'm saying is that women in their years where they would have had a very clear purpose, where they're at the height of their reproductive years, for example, they're at the height of their hormones. Their clear purpose would be love my husband, have children. Right. And now they don't have that. They just have social media, distractions, endless offers, money, gold digging, OnlyFans, dating left, right, and center, Taylor Swift, bullshit on the news, all of these hormones inside of them. They're told they're a boss, but they also don't want to work, but they also should work, but they also should have all this money just because they exist. And then they know this other girl who has all this money because she's dating 6 or 7 different men, and they're just running around sleeping with everybody. And my question is that better for society than a woman meeting a man, falling in love, and getting married?
No. Definitely not.
So everything's a mess.
But it also doesn't work for society I mean, again, I think both are to blame because Let's
hear the men's fault. Let me hear the men's side.
Let's hear that. I don't think it's the men's fault. I actually think it's both of their faults because you kind of, you're creating the society amongst each other. So at least in my day, I mean, it would never happen, ever. If somebody calls me and says, hey, do you want to come on this boat? I'm like, sure. Like, there's no matter what the boat is, no matter where it is not possible because my values will never allow for any guy of any status to think that just because you're going to offer me so-and-so present or offer me so-and-so trip that I am going to go all the way there for you. No way in hell. Yep. Like, this is my principles. And I think there's a lot of women, at least in this part of the world, that think like me. But also, there's many and many and many that don't. It is such a common thing around in some groups of women to talk about them being invited by men and men buying them stuff. I don't have that with any of my girlfriends. None of my girls are the kinds of girls that will ever take a present from a guy for no reason. Yep. it would never happen. And we all have amazing husbands, great hardworking men that are trying their best and that are building and growing, and we build too, and we grow too, and we're happy.
Well, see, the big problem here is that because a lot of women are trying to appeal to the hive mind of other women, women sound all the same, so the men don't know who the hoes are no more. If you're a virtuous woman, you shouldn't be promoting abortion because your virtues wouldn't allow for you to even need an abortion as a necessity. If you're a virtuous woman, you shouldn't be applauding hoes. So the problem is, sure, they might not do those things, but if they dress the same way and they think the same things, men can't tell the difference between the virtuous women and the ones who aren't. So yeah, I agree with her. It's reflected in my life. I do see a lot of women who are good women, but because they believe all the same things, and I don't even know if they actually believe these things, but at least because they're trying to appeal to the hive mind of other women, and so they're just saying these things so they're not outcasted by other women, whatever it may be. Men can't tell the difference.
What comes first, the chicken or the egg? Is it because the men are like, here you go, and the women feel empowered? They're like, yeah, so I'm empowered. I can take what they're offering and do what I want to do. Or is it the other way around?
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm going to answer that question.
Yeah.
I'm going to answer it because I would argue that when society functioned the way it previously did, where there was a man and a woman and a husband and a wife and a family and a small home and children in it, I would argue that men didn't want to give up having a wife and having kids that they take care of and going to work, because most men still want that now. Right. Women want to give up having a responsibility and a duty to men.
Right.
Men still want that. Ask the average man, what do you want? I want a woman, I want some children, I want her to listen to me, I want her to be loyal, I don't want her to be a hoe, don't want her to talk to anyone else. Men still want the same thing. Women have changed. Most women, of course, exceptions exist. Most women don't want to obey a man anymore. So women changed the game, and women said, we don't want to obey anymore. We're going to change the way society functions.
He's
because
right.
They thought
He's right
it
here.
would be fun.
He's right.
And they thought that they would have this liberation and girl power and all of this garbage. So now we're in a situation where we described how the girls act. Let's describe how the men act, because there's two categories of men. The men who can get girls and the men who can't. Well, the men who can't get girls, they just sit online all day and have checked out of society.
Right.
They play video games and trade crypto and smoke weed. Now, the system by and large has no problem with them, because although the population is collapsing, although there's a population collapse, they're just importing people from other parts of the country and destroying cultures in real time to keep the populations up. The reason they have no problem with the people who don't reproduce and have a wife and have kids and have family is because it's very difficult for a man to stand up and protect a society if he has no vested interest in the society. He can just leave or check out, right? If a society is collapsing all around him, but he has a wife and kids, he's going to want to stand up and protect his home and house. If he just sits in his bedroom playing video games and society is collapsing, he makes memes and thinks it's funny. So he has no problem with that. And then you have the men who can get laid. And the men who can get laid have worked very hard to put themselves in this position. They've worked very, very hard to finally achieve the status and the wealth and the capability to be attractive to women in a hyper-competitive dating market. They're spoiled for choice. All of the beautiful women in the world, to some degree, want a man which is semi-like them. And men who manage to get to this level of life naturally optimize their minds for competitiveness and for competence. So if you find a 23, 24-year-old man who managed to make millions and millions of dollars because he naturally optimizes for competence and he's in good shape and he's very logical. It's over 9,000! He's out there in the world and he can get all these different girls and he sees how all of these girls act and he sees very few of them have any values. What's he going to do besides just tear through a bunch of them?
Exactly.
Which is what he's going to do.
Yep. And that's one of the issues that I've seen with promiscuous men is they have trust issues because they've been the guy that the woman has been promiscuous with. No man wants to be the sucker that's at the party with the woman that slept with everybody. And because they're the man that slept with all the women, they know that there are a lot of these women out there. So they lose a sense of trust for women because they've been the guy that the girl is called at the middle of the night, or they've been the guy that the girl has cheated on her boyfriend with, or they've been the guy that women have said they're willing to do anything for, even throw away some of their values and behave in a certain way. And so not only is it the fact that you have divorce court, where if you have a bunch of money or you're a super competent man, half of your things could be taken away from by you from a woman just because she says she's unhappy. But also you have the factor of them not wanting to commit because they see what is actually out there and they get a different perspective of female nature that men who don't have access to women don't get. Tate Cooking, he's spot on this.
And then you're right. And it is the man and the woman. And
but
it all
then,
gets worse.
like you said, it's not necessary that women are like that. So in a position where a man thinks this way and he has earned his right for a proper woman and he marries a woman or dates a woman or whatever, do you believe that it's well within his right to still have options?
Well,
don't be shy.
I'm not going to be shy.
Truly, like, I'm curious. I mean, everybody has.
I think, okay, so biologically, you have to, when I look at all subjects, you have to analyze them societally, you have to analyze them morally, you have to analyze them biologically, right? So if a man is married, should he sleep with other women? Well, morally, no. Biologically, men don't get pregnant. And men have been programmed to get as many women pregnant as possible.
Why as many women? Why not his wife?
Well, because women, unfortunately, are slow and they take a long time to grow babies. If you'd speed up, maybe we wouldn't have this problem.
But I think that's a personal choice of yours that you want that many children. So many men just want 3.
Of course, but I'm talking biologically. When I say biologically, I'm talking about us as animals, as organisms.
Yeah.
As animals, as organisms, men to procreate, for humans to exist, considering so many men died at war or hunting lions, men died at a much higher rate than women. There were more women than men. My job as a man is to get as many women pregnant as possible, biologically. Morally, that may be wrong, but biologically, it is my incentive to do that. The female incentive is actually different because when a woman is pregnant, she needs a man to stick by her or she's going to die. She needs protection, provision. The female incentive, biologically, is to be loyal. To get one man to know who the dad is so that he won't leave and to stick by him and for him to take care of me. Whereas the male has a different biological incentive. Get her pregnant, get her pregnant, get her pregnant, get her pregnant. That is why if a woman cheats on a man, it's so much worse than if a man cheats on a woman.
I can actually respect the fact that he differentiated between morally and biologically. Oftentimes what we should do morally is different than what our drives are biologically. But I'm just not sure, because there are some countries, of course, and throughout history, there have been some great fucking leaders that have been outliers that have done that, but also 50% of the world practices monogamy too. So the fact that it's such a high practice and it's been around for forever also, you couldn't really make the argument that one is necessarily more natural than the other. I do think that is also in our nature as humans, because we are social creatures, to have high investment into our kids. And to have high investment into your kids, it's probably better and seen as better and probably just is better to have one woman and one family, one lineage. So I'm just not sure on this argument. I've never been convinced either way. I do see the biological aspects of men having a high sex drive and having, you know, wanting to have a lot of women, and even guys who are married watch porn and all these different things. I get that biological aspect. But there is another aspect where we are also social beings. So what is also good for us is to be very invested into our kids' lives to get the best outcomes for our kids. And because majority of the world practices monogamy, it has to be somewhere linked to what is natural for humans to do also. So when it comes to the whole men or humans are naturally polygamous argument, I never ever been able to pick a side because I see it both ways a little bit.
Cheats on a man, paternity in and of itself.
Yeah.
Is
well,
at
yeah,
risk.
that's, yeah.
A man can sit there. If a woman cheats on a man, there's an emotional connection required because she trusts this man at some level to protect or provide for her or take care of her. She respects him at some level, like he's strong. There's something there. Whereas a man could cheat with a woman, he doesn't care.
Okay.
He could cheat with a woman that he doesn't even like. That's the thing. Men can literally sleep with women that they don't even like.
No,
men
we
can
play
sleep
the
with
waiting
women.
game.
Some men who have a low sexual control or low sexual discipline can sleep with women that they actually find repulsive and disgusting just out of necessity for the moment, just to get what they want done. Which I do think is crazy. I think you should have sexual discipline, but that is the truth though.
So you're saying it from a biological perspective, instinctual perspective. The way I see this argument is I don't cheat for respect for my husband.
Yep.
And I would expect, no matter what the biology says, no matter what the instinct says,
understand,
my husband will say, I think I have something going on here that's more important. I don't want to hurt her. Irrespective of how he feels or how he functions as a man, within himself, he's like, but is it worth hurting her? Because her feelings will get hurt whether my biology pushes me to do this or not.
Of course.
Do I want to hurt her feelings? Do I want to do this to her? Not really. Let me try not to do it. It must be more tempting for him than it is for me. But you always talk about controlling your mind.
Real quick, just going back to the whole what's more natural, polygamy or monogamy argument. There are a lot of guys that have kids by multiple baby mamas that tell me that they wish that they had kids by one baby mom. And I see this happen all the time, and that's why I believe in the divine order. Like, it's supposed to be God, man, woman, children. Usually when I see that structure, that's when I see it work the best. Through that order, the mother is the link between the father and the kids. When that link between the mom and the dad is broken, when the mom and the dad don't get along, that's why I think if you have a child with somebody, y'all should always at least try to get along with each other. Because once that link is broken and the woman starts to resent the man, and then she's taking care of a baby that resembles the man that she resents, even if she isn't trying to train or coach the kid to resent the father, which sometimes I believe that they do, even if they're not doing it on purpose, just their resentment towards the dad rubs off on the kids sometimes. And so in polygamous relationships, it seems like that link is more likely to be broken, because even if you're a kid, jealousy is a part of nature. It's a natural thing. And if you feel like your dad is taking care of the other mom and they kids more than you, even if it's not true, it's just you feeling that way, that can cause resentment between the kids, that can then transfer to the fathers, that can go between the moms. It just seems like that's more likely to happen in a polygamous situation, because even something like jealousy is natural. So when you're having the conversation, which is more natural, polygamy or monogamy, I always have a hard time with it because it's so multifaceted.
Discipline, working hard.
100%.
Why is the exception when it comes to this?
I'm not saying there is an exception.
And men can't control that, but you have to control every other difficult thing in your life.
Completely understand. So morally, I said no. Biologically, I'm explaining why men are always going to be more tempted to cheat than women. That's what I'm trying to explain. Okay. A woman isn't even tempted to cheat unless she's broken. The only kind of woman who's tempted to cheat is a woman who's been slept with too many men anyway and her mind is broken. Women, by and large, their natural inclination is to be loyal.
Correct.
And a man, his natural inclination is not to be loyal. And I'm only saying this before I answer your question, so we understand that when we talk about loyalty and monogamy, we are talking about women saying, you should want to do what I naturally want to do, and a man doesn't naturally want to do it. It's like a woman. It's like a woman saying to a man, "You should want to put on makeup," and we're like, "Well, no, I could, but I don't really want to."
Right.
Society might tell me I should, but I don't want to. You want to do this. So women and men are fighting a different battle here because women want to be loyal anyway. So we have the moral aspect, we have the biological aspect, and then we have the societal aspect. And this is the point I got to at the end. Societally, we were supposed to do exactly as you described. But women broke that contract. Women broke the societal contract when they decided to not listen to men anymore. What man in his right mind would get married in the West?
I feel like the sanctity of marriage is not respected by men or women nowadays.
No,
I
but that's because of women.
Of course it's not. It's destroyed.
Who's filing for majority of the divorces? Women are filing for 75% of the divorces. The women are the ones that are breaking that up. Who are the ones who think that they should be able to go out and just sleep with random people at will and still get a man that is willing to do things for them? That's mostly women. Like he said before, men are still the same, and we pretty much want the same things that we've wanted forever. Women are the ones who decided that they wanted something different and that they wanted to start to value different things. Instead of valuing families, they value capitalism and going into the workforce. So this is new polling from 13 hours ago. I literally had to edit this in to prove my point. This is these are women that voted for Harris, men that voted for Harris, women that voted for Trump, and men that voted for Trump. Which of the following is important to your personal definition of success? Now read this. Number one, for women who voted for Harris, is having a job or a career you find fulfilling. For the men who voted for Harris, having a job or career you find fulfilling. So people who vote for Harris believe that having a job or career is important in your life. That's how they define success. The number one thing they define success. Now, for women who voted for Trump, even they said achieving financial independence. So the women on both sides, either Trump or Harris, believe that some type of financial or career-driven fulfillment is important. Now, the men who voted for Trump said having children was the number one defining factor of success. The women who voted for Harris as the second thing that defines success said having enough money to do things you want to do. The women who voted for Trump said having a job or career you find fulfilling. So on both sides for the women, it's swapped a little bit, but both of them have to do with money or chasing career. For women who voted for Trump, so women who consider themselves to be conservatives, 6 on the list is having children. 9th on their list of priorities is being married. For women who voted for Harris, so women who are a little bit more liberal, 11 is being married, and 12th is having children. So that literally just proves my point. The new polling says that Gen Z, the women in Gen Z, prioritize their careers and financial, having money as more important than having children. And so by and large, it isn't the men who change, it's the women who change. They don't value family anymore, they value careers. And men don't care about women who value careers because women are the only ones that can have children. Men want women who want children and prioritize family. And so sometimes that's why I wonder what's going to happen in the future, because a replacement level birth rate, meaning you could replace the people that currently exist, is 2.1 kids per family. No society has ever survived dipping below 1.9 children per family.
According to research, in order for a culture to maintain itself for more than 25 years, there must be a fertility rate of 2.11 children per family. With anything less, the culture will decline.
Another one.
Historically, no culture has ever reversed a 1.9 fertility rate. A rate of 1.3, impossible to reverse, because it would take 80 to 100 years to correct itself, and there is no economic model that can sustain a culture during that time. In other words, if two sets of parents each have one child, there are half as many children as parents. If those children have one child, then there are 1/4 as many grandchildren.
In America currently, we are at 1.6 kids per family. And even the future Gen Z women, the only ones who can have kids, are saying that having children is 11th on their definition of success. And I just wonder what's going to happen when young men start saying we're not going to let you genocide our population because you want to chase having margaritas on random beaches and condos. But in the workforce, the issue is women in the workforce who care more about their careers and future success and salaries than they care about family. There have always been women in the workforce. There have always been female teachers, nurses, daycare providers, customer service, entrepreneurs. Women have always been in the workforce. It's just even those women who were in the workforce still valued family more than they valued their jobs. Currently in a situation where we're having so few kids, we're going to start halving our population each generation. And regardless of what I think is right or wrong, what's going to happen when young men start asking each other the question, what do we care more about? Female happiness or the future of our civilization? We have the duty of dying and doing the hard, dangerous jobs to protect and to sustain society. That's our duty because we're the only ones that can do it, because we're physically strong enough. And in exchange for the luxuries, the safety, and the infrastructure that men provide, women have the duty of selecting the right men to continue the population in society because they're the only ones that can do that. Men are still by legislation required to do the thing that they're supposed to do. If we went to war tomorrow, there's still a draft or a selective service that we might be subject to. Women have completely given up and abandoned their duty. They're choosing to actively not participate in it. So women are the ones who have changed.
I look at him like he's a simp. I'm like, you're an idiot. You're a dummy. For what? What are you marrying her for? She's a stripper. You met her in a club in Miami. So what are you doing? Why are you marrying her? This is all women's fault. Women did this. We were perfectly prepared with the societal setup until women said they didn't want to listen to us. They wanted to be sexually liberated. They wanted to run around and sleep with whoever they wanted. They didn't want to listen to their fathers. They didn't want to listen to their husbands. And they want to be out there doing whatever. Patriarchy. And then they want to flip and reverse it because they don't want responsibility. The average woman on the street, if you ask her what she wants to do, she says, I want to go to school and I want to go to college and I want to have fun and I want to explore and I want to travel the world and I don't want to listen to a man and I want to go all around the world. I want to go backpacking and I want to go to Dubai and I want to go on a boat. And then when that's all done, maybe when I'm 35, then I want to meet a nice man. Then I want to settle down. When men hear this, we're saying, okay, so you want to run around and sleep with everybody. You want to be a slut.
And then you want
some dude to pick up and pay the bill at the end.
Right. Men are not going to be virtuous for old hoes.
No, I don't want to do that. Any man who's optimized for competence refuses to do that. Now, if I, right now, in a hypothetical, because I don't talk about my personal life very much because I have enough enemies. If I went out there and met a virgin, 23-year-old religious woman who's never been with a man, who's going to obey everything I say and trust me to guide and lead her, would I marry her? Yeah, of course. It's not about being anti-marriage. What I am is anti the choice of wives that exist in the world today. If I'm going to go to Miami and meet a girl and be like, oh, she's my girlfriend now, and people say, so when you're getting married, you've been together a while, I'm going to say fucking never, because I don't know what she was doing before I met her. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be that guy. And the reason I'm not going to be that guy is because I have been the guy who looks at a girl getting married.
Same thing.
If you knew what I knew about
same thing.
I can't be that guy. I'm sorry, I can't. And most men optimized for competence can't. And there's not a single man out here. There's not a single man out here in the modern world of this misandrist, matriarchal world where everything about being a man is demonized. If you're remotely masculine, you're called every name under the sun. Who's going to go out there, dedicate himself, work hard, be motivated, struggle to become rich and important and successful and finally make it out the matrix. The 0.001%.
Yeah, they love to hate on masculinity when they can't use it for their own utility. For example, they don't want you to be assertive or have any authority in your relationship, but if a woman is being harmed on the streets or harassed on the streets by a random man, they want you to be assertive then. So women love masculinity, but only when they can use it for their utility.
Pick up some woman who'd been running around doing whatever she wants and just marry her and spoil her so that she could eventually take half his stuff. Men aren't doing that, and it's women's fault.
I see that. I mean, I'm Arab. I know what men feel here, and I know what they think. And for a lot of men, when it's a woman, obviously not the girl that dated a couple of guys before she met somebody, but the one that's running around and chasing the money and chasing the boats, no man I know would want to marry a girl like that. Fortunately, this is the reality of things. And I think in a lot of high-value women, in a sense, I hate using that word now, but high-value women, they also would not want to date the random guy that always has 5 hookers on his table. Well, I think it goes both ways.
That may be true. It may be true.
Trust me, I'm speaking for women that I know personally. If it's the kind of guy, it may not be as difficult for. I mean, she may at some point, if he like calms down and shows he's changed, may say, you know what,
can forget the past.
It's cool that he kind of like had all these girls around him, maybe. But I think in general, it's a turnoff for a lot of women. To be like, why does he have 50 hookers on his table? Like, I don't want to be seated on that table. Yeah. Take it from me. I have so many guy friends, a lot of guys I grew up with, and I've seen them with hookers on the table. I'd be like, when I was single, who's on the table? They'd tell me, I'm like, I'm not coming. There's no way I'm going to be sitting on a table like that. I mean, some women feel this way. Yep. So I think it goes both ways.
No, I agree with you there. I think there's some women who wouldn't be happy to be on a table with a bunch of other women. That is true.
Not just women. I'm talking about like, not other women. Of course, I'm happy to sit with other women.
Yeah.
Paid women,
paid hookers.
People that they call escorts, they could make them travel in to hang out with them. I would not sit on that table. It would never happen.
I understand it. I completely understand it. But it's this world we're now in. Women have tried very hard to make themselves playthings, most women. And then they also they complain or they want the world to change when men do nothing but play with them, is what they are.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is basically the bottom line of it. And we need to re-incentivize marriage. Mm-hmm. If you were to say, Andrew, fix society, I'd say, okay, well, I understand why marriage is a good basis for society. I understand why it's a good cornerstone. The reason I'm not subscribing to it now is because it's been perverted and destroyed. If you want to restore marriage, then you have to restore the incentives for marriage. Women.
Yeah, and to go back to what he just said, they thought that they were going to reap the benefits of the old world while being hoes, and it turns out it just didn't work, and it's not going to work or ever going to work. And the more men start to realize that these are the types of women that they have access to, the fewer men are going to want to get married, and that's what you're seeing. I just showed statistics earlier about how young men are looking at equality, and it's because they're starting to see these things in the actual world, and they don't like what they're seeing. And once that happens, once men refuse to be benevolent to women and they refuse to be used by women to give women the things that they want, which can be a good thing if you have virtuous women. And here's the funniest part, and this is the part that young women don't like. The young men get to decide if they want to serve you in the future or not. So you don't get to go, women can be hoes, women can have abortions, women can promote all of these negative things in society while also chasing careers and abandoning family. Anymore what the young women feel like they should be able to do. If the young men say nah, then it's going to be a nah. And by the way, it should be that way. Men have the duty not only in society, in the broader society, but also in their relationships to be very selective and to pick virtuous women that they should serve. Because why should a man be virtuous and sacrifice for a woman that's not virtuous herself?
Have incentives for marriage. Men currently have no incentives. Masculine incentive needs to be restored. And the masculine incentive is for us to have some responsibility and accountability and power for those things.
Authority, though.
Why would I be responsible for a woman, and why am I accountable for all of her mistakes if I can't give her any kind of order or control or what to do? If I'm the captain of a boat, if the boat crashes, I'm the guy who gets in trouble. That's because the whole crew listens to me. If I'm the captain of the boat and I shout orders and the crew ignores me, then how can I be responsible for the boat crashing? So most men now are in relationships. If the woman crashes the car, he has to fix it. He's accountable. He's responsible to pay all the bills
Michael
and take
for
care of her and make
2001
sure that
says,
she's safe.
hey.
If someone breaks into the home, he has to get up and risk his life. against
At
armed
Lumia Stream
intruders
says,
to ensure she's
Michael
alive.
Bay
There's all
2001
accountability and
is
all
kicking it in the vibe zone. The
If
support
she
is
says
a
she's
blessing.
unhappy, she can take half of everything he owns. He has to pay the judge. He has
Michael
to pay
for
the lawyers, and he
2001
has to be
says,
accountable in
I'm
that
enjoying
sense,
your
too.
stream,
So he has all of
BTW.
the accountability or all of the responsibility with no authority. And
Michael for
responsibility with no
2001
authority is
says,
essentially
have you
slavery,
posted
in
it
my
in the
opinion.
KickFam Discord
Are we
server
the
yet?
captain of a boat where everything is your fault? All of the work is yours,
At
but
Lumia
you
Stream
can't get a
says,
single
you
order.
crossed the line.
Thing is
Michael
with you,
for
I mean, you say
2001
things
has
and
been
everything
eliminated
you
from
say
the
is
vibe
literally
on
what
Kick.
any
Get
intelligent
good.
man that I have been following online, whether they're business coaches, whether they're soft guys that talk about like leading their families in all realms, there's an agreement and a consensus to what you're saying. Men are most comfortable with themselves when they're leading, and women are most comfortable when their men are leading. But then when you say it or twist it into words like you need to obey me, all of a sudden it hits a nerve with women, right? I think that's the issue. I don't think you're saying anything wrong. I actually
Tone
agree
policing.
with almost
There's the tone policing. I agree with what you say. You just have to say it in the way that I want to hear it.
every ideology that you have. I just think it's the way that it's said that triggers people. So this is exactly how media works. It's a headline. You say sentences with a strong headline that piss people off. And then they don't want to listen to what you mean by it. But every woman out there would say, I actually want a guy to make me feel like I don't need
but
to.
it doesn't matter what the women think anymore. Like, we're going past that now. Now we're appealing to men, like what guys think is going to be important going into the future, because guys have the in say in whatever happens. So we can't keep doing this in society anymore, where we're appealing and saying things in a certain way that women want to hear it just to appeal to that. I think that even the content creators are starting to shift to a position where now things are being harshly said and people are enjoying it, and they're appealing to more of a male audience. And I think that that's going to be the future from now on. I think this whole tone policing, preschool teacher BS is starting to go out of the window, because sometimes the truth is harsh, and in pursuit of the truth you have to be willing to be offended by words sometimes. The men of this generation are not going to forget that we got tone policed into the point where we couldn't call a man and a woman. We were tone policed so hard that the truth became compromised and we couldn't talk about reality.
Drive the ship. I want him to drive
Men are like, we tried that before and women didn't want to listen to us, so now it's like obey, submit. Those are the words that are being used now, because it's like, and if you don't, men won't care. But when you ask for things to happen in society, men won't care. And the next generation, you see that reflected in the statistics.
Ship. I want to feel like I could count on him and lean on him. Granted, he gives her love and affection and emotion. He's there for her, not just pays for the bills of the house and does whatever he wants, right? So I think we're in agreement, and I'm pretty sure that when this gets out and people are triggered, they're going to have to come back to this episode to say, wait, let me see why he said that. That's the whole point of being curious, to listen to why and what does he mean by that, because I don't think anything that he said is wrong, actually.
Well, thank you very much. And it's kind of interesting if you look at a history book. All these different cultures and different civilizations which never even met operated the same way. The man was the warrior and the protector and the provider, and the mother and the woman was a mother who was in charge of the home. And this was the synergy between the man and the woman. Whether it was the Aztecs, the Chinese, the Mongolians, it doesn't matter where, the whole planet, men and women operated the same way.
Right.
And this is not an idea that could have been spread, because this is cultures that never even met. The Aztecs never met the Chinese. These are very far away.
Yeah.
Why did things operate this way? Because it's the natural order of things. But now we have enough technology in many ways, not
To
just
show you options.
well, now we can mess with the natural order of anything. Right. So now what we're doing is we're messing with the natural order of everything all of the time, and we're trying to psyop everybody at home into believing that destroying the natural order is going to make things better. But of course we don't know, because it's untested, it's untried.
Right.
What's actually funny about everything, I've always found this quite interesting, is that as we disrupt the
Iron
natural order
Goddess
between
says,
men and women,
the day is always the
it's
bestest
actually
when I have you here
hilarious
with me.
how it's still men that have to enforce all the female ideals and all the female power anyway. It's still men who have to end up enforcing it. It's just men who have been cucked by the system to some degree. Right. I got in an argument with somebody when the Taliban retook Afghanistan, and the Taliban, I was on Piers Morgan, and he sat me down and he said, what do you think about the Taliban preventing women from going to school? And I said, well, I don't live in Afghanistan. I'm not Afghanistani. I think the Taliban have a very difficult job to try and be the government of a war-torn country like Afghanistan. I'm sure that their decisions are not always perfect, but it's their government and they're a sovereign nation, and we believe in sovereign nations, don't we? So they made their own decision. And he said, well, don't you think that's disgusting? Don't you think that the girls should be allowed to go to school and we should do something about it? And I sat and said, why don't the women do something about it? Why do men have to go die? I thought, no, this is girl empowerment now. Girls going to school, girl power. Girls need education, girls. So this whole girl power, why do I, as a Western man with nothing to do with Afghanistan, have to strap on a backpack and I have to go die?
Facts.
Turns out there is no girl power without men prepared to die for it. There's never been girl power without a man behind it. There's no such thing as girl empowerment. There's no such thing as a girl boss. There's no such thing as any of these things without a man at some point who's prepared to defend the girl. So it turns out, as we disrupt the natural order, and we're living in this matriarchal insanity of the West, and all this girl power garbage, behind it all is still a man at some point enforcing it, which just shows how false it all is. I think a girl boss is a woman who gives her man status, which is what we've talked about because she's not a whore and she hasn't been all over the place. A woman who gives her man status, inspires her man to take care of her, gives him the things that he can't find out in the world without her, has a happy family with him and a happy home. That's a girl boss to me. A girl boss is not someone running around saying, I hate men, I don't need men.
100%.
And all those women who say, I don't need men are liars because you do need men. Because the second you get in trouble, you're going to call a man. Whether he's a police officer, a mechanic, or a fireman, he's a man. He just doesn't have sex with you, but he's still a dude.
100%.
So it's all, there is no girl power. It's all made up.
Yeah.
It's all made
you
up.
You don't hear men going around saying men power. You know, it's just like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's just, I think it's like ridiculous, right? The only reason we do this is just, I feel like, when you have the insecurity of where you are in your life and you just want to make some noise. And I think this is a very much of a first world problem. A lot of people just screaming this at the top of their lungs just because there's no other real problems to deal with.
That's what it is.
And at the end of the day, I mean, where are the feminists when the transgenders wanted to go into the bathrooms of little girls, right?
Interesting, that, isn't it?
And then who's the one that got them out?
Well,
men.
Men, that's right. And who are they afraid of to molest women or molest children?
And women's sports as well.
So who are these NGOs? Who are these charities? Who are these people who are trying to inspire and encourage feminism? If they don't care about women, what are they trying to do? They're trying to destroy society by and large, which goes back to the point I was making earlier about female voting. If you're a feminist, you don't listen to your husband's vote. You vote for yourself, and you vote different to your husband because you're independent and you're a feminist, and it doesn't matter what he thinks.
Your husband's
even though
adversary.
He's the one who has to die if we go to war, even though he's the one who goes to work all day and probably works more hours than you, even though he pays more taxes, even though he knows more about the brutal realities of violence and consequence. No, don't listen to your man. You made your own decisions, and your decision comes from Whoopi Goldberg because you saw her on the news, and the news said that Trump's bad, so let's vote against Trump. That's what's happened. These feminists don't give a shit about women. They are deliberately trying to destroy society. And if you want to find out who these people are, look up who started the feminist movement.
And I'd argue, too, that most women don't give a shit about politics either. Outside of maybe abortion rights, I know there's this new thing where people act like they care on TikTok, but outside of like abortion rights, I don't think that women care very much about politics. And I'm saying by and large, of course, there are exceptions to the rules. There are women that are interested, of course, but I don't think it's of female interest by and large.
Another one. Let everybody do their own research. But then you're going to learn what's really going on.
I need to look at that up.
Look it up. And you'll see that most of these issues, nearly every issue in the world, is a Trojan horse. Because it's so easy to wrap up a Trojan horse in such a nice issue. Feminism's perfect, right? We believe in women's rights. Andrew, do you believe in women's rights? Well, yeah. Okay.
Well, then you should allow for abortion. You should allow people to kill their children because you believe in women's rights, right?
Now we're going to let your kid talk to a drag queen. Well, no. I don't believe in that part. They do it all the time. They do it with climate.
Do you hate trans people? Do you want to see trans people die? No. Well, then they should be able to go to the bathroom with your wife and daughter in there. Or you hate them. Whoa. Hey, if me not allowing you to go into the bathroom with my wife and daughter makes it so that you feel like you have to harm yourself, then maybe it's just natural selection. Because that's just a line I'm not willing to let. No gentleman in no dress.
Another one. Climate change. Do you believe in climate change? Well, I don't want the trees to die. Do you want all the fish dead? Like, well, no. Okay, we're putting up your taxes. So how the fuck is me paying more money to help the fish? Fish don't need money. He ain't got a house. He ain't got rent. I got rent. Why the fuck am I paying the fish's rent? So they take a nice sounding idea and they inject in the middle so you can't reject it. You can't say I want all the fish dead. I can't sit and say no, I don't want women
and it's
to
actually evil because empathy is one of the things that makes humanity super unique. We're social creatures, and we're so empathetic that we take care of our elderly and injured and disabled, and that's part of what makes us human almost. I think if we lost that aspect of ourselves, we would be less human. I think we need that aspect, but they weaponize that fact about us. They weaponize the fact that we're empathetic for each other in certain situations and circumstances, and they implement all these things that he's saying. So I think it's genuine evil because you're taking something that's pure and that's of good nature and doing and using that against people. I think that that's horrible to do.
Rights.
But that's the thing. I mean, I'm a woman and I know what rights I have and how much power I have. I know this and I protect it, and I'll protect it for everybody. But I won't go and demand things that are unreasonable and that would only vilify our people coexisting with me. You're raising men, you're raising boys, you're marrying husbands.
That's right.
What are you doing? Demonizing them. What are you doing? This is the thing I don't agree with. It's not so much about the empowerment of women and giving them power. It's much more about, why does your power have to take away from men's power?
Because a person is smart, a woman is smart, but women are stupid. And this is the bottom line of it all. And all of these movements are Trojan horses. Any movement that's not a Trojan horse doesn't gain traction. The climate change stand is deliberately designed to get everybody paying more taxes, afraid to drive a car, and locked in their house. If you say, I don't want to be locked in my house and I don't want to pay more taxes, all of a sudden you want the whales dead. This is what they do. Same with feminism. If you don't,
and then women back it up because women, in order to show that they're more empathetic, or in order to appeal to the female hive mind, they have to show that they care about certain things, even if they don't actually care about them. And then they'll make you seem like a bad person because you've actually looked at the details of why this stuff is being pushed. But because you don't appreciate the thing that's being pushed, you're automatically a bad person. Me telling women that they shouldn't be sleeping with random men makes me a misogynist somehow, just because women say so. Just because the hive mind of women say that I'm a misogynist for caring about female purity and their ability to be happy and having a family and getting a man that they love. Caring about those things means that you're a misogynist, and that means that you hate women, of course. And that's just because women said so. So then other women are just going to keep saying that because they want to appeal to that belief structure, because they don't want to be outcasted by other women. Because women who don't go along with the grain, other women are brutal to them. Brutal.
On women advocating for open borders, calling for wars they don't have to fight in, and dragging drag queens into children's schools. You don't believe women should have rights. So when you say, no, I don't like feminism because of all this it's delivering, they say, you think women should be raped on the street?
Whoa.
No, clearly not.
Whoa, buddy.
They Trojan horse all of these concepts on purpose. It's very difficult to argue against them.
So this is an example, okay? You find a lot of people protecting, I don't know, a movement, the minority or whatever it is, because they don't want society to judge them, and they want to see that they want to seem like they're agreeable, and they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings with the softness that we have in society, right? So for example, gay men. A lot of gay men tend to be very loud and obnoxious about their sexual life, very detailed when they're sitting on a dinner table talking about what has been done to them, because they, for whatever reason, maybe felt suppressed for so long, and all of a sudden they're a bit freer and now they want to talk about it.
No, it's because they freaky as hell. That's why. It's a freak culture. It's a freaky culture, bro. What are we talking about? The whole basis of it is based on sexuality. It's definitely a freaky ass culture. What are we talking about?
On a dinner table, in detail, graphically. I don't subscribe to that. I get very uncomfortable when that happens, but then you'll have 5 other girls giggling and laughing and high-fiving, thinking that it's cute. And I'm just like, I won't sit on a table with women that are talking about, I don't know, what they did last night, what toy they used. I would never 100%. Sit on a table with a woman that's saying that. Do I really need to laugh it off because he's gay, just to make him feel like it's okay? And I'm not homophobic. I need to laugh it off because I just need to prove that I'm not homophobic. I have loads of gay friends. A lot of them very well respected. They're gay. They don't need to talk like that. They have nothing to prove. And I think this happens time and time again. It's happening with the transgenders in schools. It's happening with, LGBT, all of the whole shebang that's happening. It's all about making people feel like, I'm not racist, I'm not homophobic, I'm not this, I'm not that, so I'm going to be agreeable to everything that's happening.
Well, this is such an interesting point you just made, because it ties back into something we mentioned earlier. And I said that when men make points, they make them obnoxiously. And I said the reason I make an obnoxious point is because I'm not afraid to fight the 20 people who disagree with me. So by and large, men are less agreeable because we have the capability to defend our ideas. Women don't. Women are by and large more agreeable because you cannot defend your idea. So this is just a biological trick of life. When a man met an opposing tribe, we got killed, or we killed them. That's how it went. So we didn't have to absorb that tribe's ideas. We never even had that option. We had to either fight, we had to fight to the death and either win or lose. Our ideas are ours, their ideas are theirs. Women have never had that predicament, because if your man died, you then became the property of another tribe, and you now have another language and another culture, and you need to change your mind and agree with that one so you can get pregnant and survive. So women have learned and evolved over time to be more agreeable. Also, with the fact that women cannot defend an idea. There's a very simple experiment you should look up. They get 10 people in a waiting room for an experiment, but the experiment's actually the waiting room. They think they're waiting for the experiment. And they say, before we go into the experiment, I'm going to hold up this triangle. Can everyone tell me what color it is? And the triangle is blue. And there's 10 people in the room. One of them is the subject. He goes last, and the other 9 are actors. And the first 9 people say green, 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 green. And when it gets to the last person,
he says green.
He says green.
He doesn't believe his own eyes anymore.
That's right, because he's afraid of upsetting the 9 other people in the room.
I've seen this.
Now, all of the women say green.
Now we play
Small
the
men
waiting
say
game.
green. Big men say blue. Why? Because the big man can beat the other 9 men. So physically.
So he thinks, hopefully.
Even though it's about a color and a triangle and your eyes, your physical capability directly reflects how you absorb and combat other people's opinions. And then women are afraid to say, by and large, I don't want to hear that, shut up, because they don't want a man to yell at them because it's intimidating. So they laugh and they giggle. And then the other girl laughs and giggles because the triangle's green.
That's
Everybody
a good
goes
little
along
wrap
with it,
around. I like
which
that.
ties back into my point earlier
That was
about
fire.
women being empowered
That was
deliberately
fire.
so they can be manipulated deliberately so they will not go against the grain because women agree with societal norms more than men.
Yep.
So if you tell women,
I've said that, putting women in positions of power so that it's easier to control them through fear.
we need to let the drag queens talk to the children, or you're homophobic. This woman agrees. This woman agrees. The news agrees. TV agrees. Why wouldn't you agree with that? Most women will go, well, okay, I guess, because they're afraid. That is why they want women to have the vote. This is why they want women in charge of society. This is why they want to live in a matriarchy, because the people who are behind the matriarchy, who are men, understand that having a bunch of women in charge of everything make it easy to psyop them and control everybody.
Now, you see the biggest powerhouses in the world controlled. Every head of state is controlled men. Well, what happened if they're women?
Well,
another situation.
Well, people say this. Like I've heard what feminists say. You know, all men go to war all the time. If women were in charge of everything, women wouldn't go to war. Which is probably the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I've never even seen. I mean,
female leaders have higher rates of going to war, by the way. So that's just not true. You can look that up on Google. Female leaders throughout history have higher rates of going to war. Actually, women might empathize a little less with men. Now, of course, they empathize heavily with men that they love and fathers and brothers and all of those things. But I think on a mass scale, when you're talking about a woman, talking about a regular guy that she sees on the streets, I think that women empathize less with men than men do with women. And so when it comes down to war, it's like, yeah, why not?
That's a fact. You know, women argue just fine. Women argue all of the time. The actual real interesting thing about that is I remember when Kamala was running against Trump, and I was talking to a feminist, and she said that people don't want Kamala because she's a woman. And I said, yeah, true. And she said, why? You don't think a woman's smart enough? And I said, well, she's not. Kamala's an idiot. But primarily, actually, the fact that you've said people don't want her because she's a woman, because people are misogynistic, proves that she shouldn't be president. Because do you think that the male presidents of other nations are going to respect her? Do you think MBS is going to respect her? Do you think Putin is going to respect her? Do you think Xi is going to respect her? You saying that people aren't voting for her because she's a woman and men don't respect women is actually proof why she shouldn't be in charge in the first place, because no other masculine leader is going to respect her, especially her because she's a dummy.
I've never understood the idea of having a female leader is going to change anything, because all of the structures are still going to be having to be operated by men. The wars are still going to have to be fought by men. So how having a female leader, how is having a female leader making anything different? This whole idea of the matriarchy is just la la land. There is no, it's impossible to have a matriarchy. And Andrew Wilson has made this argument time and time again, and he's done it very well. It's the force doctrine argument. Women have to appeal to men to use their force to get the things that they want. Outside of that, men can take things at will from women if they want to, but they generally speaking choose not to. In fact, we're so empathetic and soft on women, especially in the Western world, that we don't even use capital punishment for female negative behavior. We use social shame. So even if you look at like crime statistics and like people being locked up, women get 60% less time for the same crimes, and they're less likely to go to jail and more likely to get like probation for the same crimes that men commit, because we typically don't punish women with capital punishment. Something extremely damaging like paternity fraud, where a man is convinced that a child is his for 16 years, so he uses 16 years of his life and hard work and labor to provide for this kid, and then he finds out it isn't his. How are women punished for this behavior? Ruining a man's career that he's worked his entire life to build because you wanted to make false allegations. How is she punished? We've gotten to the point where women can damn near hit men without even fear of men retaliating with physical violence. Because in the Western world, we hardly ever give women any type of capital punishment. It's almost always like a soft slap on the wrist or a social shame. And that's why when you hear women talking about things like being hoes and being able to do all these different things, the first thing they say is, let's normalize this, or we have to stop shame, because that's their typical punishment for negative behavior.
Thatcher was more man than most men.
I think the time will come. I mean, this is how it should be. I think women because we always say there's the exception, and there's a reason why there's mostly men in these positions. It's because they want those positions, and women don't want them.
Of course.
So it's not because we're not giving it to them. Most women do not want to be in that game of politics, of high power jobs. They want to raise families. They want to have a balanced life, and you cannot have a balanced life if you're in that situation. So
it's stressful.
It's stressful, and it's fine to say, I really don't want it. Like, it's fine. I mean, I'm happy to just have my business. I'm happy to do this, and I'm enjoying life and building and growing, but that is too demanding for me as a woman with everything I want to do in my life, and that's okay. And I think most of these feminist women that are fighting for these seats are people that don't want the seats in the first place.
They just want to try and prove a point.
They want to prove a point.
Yeah,
exactly.
I want to ask a question to you, because I want to hear what you say about it, because I've talked about this female leader thing quite a lot, and I said I would never like to live in a country with a female leader. And the reason I said that is because I believe men are braver than women. By and large, men are braver. And if you're going to be the leader of a country, you need to stand up against shadow cabals, which are truly trying to influence things and influence the government. And you have to be very brave to stand up against them. And if you're not brave, you're going to end up doing as they want. They tried to kill Trump twice. They tried to shoot him twice. He didn't bend. He didn't break. He didn't quit. And he didn't do what they wanted. What would a woman have done if they shot her?
So I think Trump is an exception.
Yeah, Trump's Trump.
Trump's Trump. Okay, I think if it was Biden, it would have been the same thing. I don't agree in the sense that I don't want a woman to lead. I'd be happy, but I would not pick a woman because she's a woman, because I'm a woman, to lead.
Smart.
It will have to be for good reason.
Yeah.
I don't care about your gender. If you're not qualified, I'm not voting for you, regardless of whether I'm a woman or not. So that's on one thing. On the other end of things, I think that you will have people speaking and building and creating the whole system with you. Even if she's sitting as a woman president, and we know this with the men presidents, they're sitting in that chair, but most of the time, hundreds of people are making decisions with you. So I don't care if that's a woman in the seat. I don't think that I'm in jeopardy or not safe because a woman is sitting there, because surely she has a team making decisions with her.
I agree.
That doesn't hurt. It's just a matter of pick wisely, not based on the gender, but based on who's qualified. And I think most people, the masses, are so biased that they pick based on religion, based on race, based on color, based on gender, and not based on qualifications.
Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end it right here. I'll leave a link in the description to the full interview. This has been a good one so far, so I imagine it's going to continue to be good. But there's like an hour and 30 minutes left of this conversation. I'll probably use like 40 minutes of it, and there's a lot more. I'll leave a link in the description down below. Let me know in the comments below if this video was a W or L, and give it an HBO special as a help without special. Hit the like and the subscribe button for more content. Till next time.
Introducing Grammarly, like you've never seen before. Your all-in-one writing essential. Today, we're checking out Proofreader, a gem of a tool for notes, proposals, emails, and everything in between. Proofreader goes beyond just spelling and grammar. It helps elevate your writing by refining structure, clarifying your main point, and improving overall flow and logic, providing instant feedback, smart suggestions, and more. You decide what stays and what goes. Total control, zero guesswork. And that's just one of Grammarly's full lineup of writing agents. Writing that's clearer, sharper, and more you. Grammarly's Proofreader makes it easy. What's next on that to-do list?
It was moving. I saw it move.
Yeah, I saw it move too.
Barely, yeah. It's a berry thing? Maybe no. No, they can't climb out.
I don't know. I'll throw it.
No, okay, it's Victoria. It's
Where is it? You see it?
Yeah, I do. I see it. That brown against the tree right there.
Dude, it's like hidden in the tree.
It's like that. The slant right there. Follow the slant. Right. It's that.
Another one. Dude, I can't find it on the phone.
The cylinder thing over there.
Say straight up there.
On the edge of the red.
Here.
Following up. Further up. Yeah. It almost looks like
there's some rock coming
it's
down.
Like waving around.
Is it?
Okay. Bigger than a normal size man. Dude, it's creepy.
Look at my phone, you can see it.
Wait, I want to see it in the phone.
Yeah, I want to see it too.
Moving like a bear. Oh my goodness.
Dude, that's weird.
It's definitely. Guys, come look in the phone. You can see it.
Oh, he's pointing. Is he plotting against us? I know. We come in peace.
We come in peace.
I can't zoom in any more than this.
I know. The arrow's gonna try flying now again.
What do y'all think about that one? I haven't seen a good Bigfoot video in quite a while, and this one looks much more believable than the usual, in the sense that there sounds like there are multiple eyewitnesses, and it looks like it's actually reacting to the noises that they're making and not just passing behind a tree off in the distance. The movement of the thing kind of makes me wonder if it was just a guy in a gorilla suit messing with tourists, though, trying to draw more attention to that location, Scooby-Doo style. Honestly, though, even though this could be a legitimate Bigfoot sighting, this kind of looks like a gorilla to me. Even the movement kind of looks like one. But maybe the Bigfoot is closely related to the gorilla. That would make sense. I don't know. What are y'all's thoughts?
Watch who's stalking who now. Who's stalking who now? Look at that. Do you see a person?
The video shows him walking through thick trees, the air quiet and still. But far in the background, something moves. A dark figure, hard to see at first. Every time he turns, it slips behind trees, silent, patient, almost like it's playing a game.
Yeah, who's stalking who now? I got you now.
Another one.
I got you now. Look at this beautiful moss, by the way. You hear it?
He tries to act normal, pointing out the moss, talking to himself, but his voice grows shaky. He knows he's not alone. He can feel it.
Okay, ready? Tell me I'm crazy. Tell me I'm crazy.
The deeper he goes, the more the feeling
American
grows,
3 economy.
like the woods themselves
Talking
start
about.
closing in.
I
He
am
reaches
still
a
here for
clearing
you.
and
Keep
looks
killing
around.
it. Much love.
Nothing.
Yeah,
But he's
feel me.
breathing heavily now. He keeps saying he's alone, trying to believe it. But behind the trees, that figure is still there.
Tell me I'm crazy. Look at that. I'm by myself in the lit. Look at that. No, my...
Another one.
Today's video is not just going to be a bunch of clips of cryptids, but I thought those first two videos were pretty interesting. This one, when you see it zoomed in there at the end, it certainly doesn't look like some creepy guy just following him through the woods. And I don't know of any animals that just walk around upright like that, like they're holding something in their hands in front of them. And I'm not saying the animals can't do that, they just typically don't. And it probably is just a guy who's in a suit that's obscuring or altering his silhouette. But even if that's the case, this is a terrifying clip. I think I'd rather be stalked by a Bigfoot than to be openly stalked like that by another man. If some guy is following you through the woods like that, refusing to identify himself, but not really being that cautious about keeping his presence unknown, he can't possibly have good intentions. Hey, don't forget to hit like and subscribe if you haven't already. I post 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. And don't forget to leave your comments on the videos and your theories down below.
The following video shows three friends who are hanging out at a friend's house when suddenly an unsettling occurrence is caught on camera. What starts off as a simple get-together eventually turns into something straight out of a horror movie. The friend hosting the gathering is filming her friends, showing off her new camera when the following is caught on tape. This is what was captured.
Hola. Me gusta. Hola. Qué divina tu cámara. ¿Te gusta? Mía, boluda. A nadie me regaló. Me regaló mi mamá. Genial. Hace mate. Dale, dale. Mira. Aguanta que todo no usa. Ahí está. Ajá. Dale. No te usa. Escucha, que me pongo nada. Te cuento lo que pasa. ¿Qué le pasó? Chocó con la moto. Con la moto del papá. No. Iba. Con la moto del papá chocó. Vamos, guarda. No, dale, eso estamos. Y para eso vinimos más o menos. Dale. No, vinimos a visitar para eso. Dale, claro. Lo estamos jugando en esta noche. Y vamos a grabar con tu cámara. Dale, vamos. Para. Saca eso ahí. Ahí fuera. Ahí no, tráele más allá. A ver. Ahí estamos entonces. Acá. Ahí. Más frío tu mate. Ahí. Más o menos. Ahí. Ahí.
Now we play the waiting game.
Feliz. Para preguntar, yo tengo más experiencia. Preguntar.
Another one.
¿En serio lo estamos hablando? Sí, en serio. Preguntar si hay alguien en esta casa. ¿Hay alguien en esta casa? No jodan, en serio se movió. No jodan, en serio. ¿Viste? Vos sos boluda. Ay, no. Una joda. Ay, fue una joda, basta. Voy a hacer con esto. Pero, boluda, no. Si vos sabés, bolita. Ay, pero para empezar, ¿quién? Pero si vos. Una joda. Eso se movió serio. Sí. Hay que terminar. No, mira. No. Para, boluda, dale, que tengo miedo, boluda.
Now, in case you missed it, towards the end of the video, moments before the lights go out, the wine glass can be seen moving on its own once more before one of them notices.
XX Squirrel
It was at
Sex
this
says,
point that
much
they
love,
realized that
fam.
they probably shouldn't have played with the makeshift Ouija board as they were deeply disturbed. Not much else is known about the video since the original source is unknown. But like always, you be the judge as to whether or not the video is real. Is this actual paranormal evidence or not?
I'm curious to know what y'all's take is on this one. At first glance, it looks really good, like it might be real. But then when you go back and rewatch it and actually pay attention to the subtitles, I start to develop some doubts. As if to explain away any questions or suspicions as to why this was being filmed to begin with, they explain multiple times right out of the gate that it's a new camera, she got it from her mother, and that's why she's using it. Then they immediately start talking about someone who was in a motorcycle accident, presumably to offer up an explanation as to why they're getting out the Ouija board, as well as to explain who they're likely trying to communicate with. Then they sit down and immediately all three of them are contorting their wrists, making it pretty obvious that they're all three trying to push this glass around. But then for some reason, the girl closest to the camera gets really upset right out of the gate. I just don't buy it. Not to mention, the glass only moves in a direct straight line. It was clearly being pulled by a string, just too thin for the camera to pick it up.
Jerry Bruce is a father who loves spending time with his children. If you hop over to his channel, you'll find that most of his videos have a wholesome quality to them. However, out of all the videos on there, two in particular stand out from the rest. These two videos are different in that they show something that doesn't fit with the family-friendly content of this channel. If anything, they seem to have come from a horror movie, one that is based on a family terrorized by paranormal activity. As it turns out though, that's exactly the case here. Jerry has been encountering strange occurrences in his home that seem to be paranormal in nature. On May 26th of 2009, he is suddenly woken up by a strange noise inside his living room. He immediately grabs his phone and begins to record. Jerry writes, I have never seen anything like this. My wife and I were awakened by the sound of a door closing. This video is all I got before me and my family left the house. This is what he caught. Strangely, the handle on the other side of the door is being turned as though someone inside were doing this. But, as shown in the video, no one is in there. An encounter like this would definitely spook anyone. But then again, there are some who might write this off as being caused by a draft entering the handle's lock. Although it isn't sure if that's the case, it's the second video that seemingly dispels this notion. On July 11 of 2009, Jerry's recording his son when all of a sudden, something really creepy happens. Take a look.
Whoa!
The same closet from the first video can be seen opening on its own. Then, seconds later, the toy flips over by itself. It almost seems like whatever had been inside had tripped over this toy in its attempt to get to the child. It is immediately then that he grabs his son and rushes out of the living room at once. Understandably, Jerry was totally spooked. Viewers believe that he might be dealing with something paranormal. But, as with most videos, it's hard to be sure if that's so. Could it be that a supernatural presence resides in Jerry's closet? Or is something else going on here? You be the judge.
First off, I don't think that you could blame that first clip of the doorknob shaking or vibrating, whatever you want to call it, on a draft inside of a small closed closet like that. That was a really small closet, and that's an interior doorknob. There isn't typically a keyhole on an interior locking doorknob, just a little pinhole. And there wouldn't be enough room in that closet for a draft to be caused by anything anyway, unless there was an air conditioning vent in there, which makes no sense. And although it was dark in there, I feel confident that he showed sufficiently that there was nobody in that closet. The second clip, if you go back and watch it in slow motion, it almost looks like something pulls slightly on that toy right when that door pops open. But that could be a draft from the sudden change of air pressure in the room. I'm leaning toward this one being legitimate. What do y'all think?
I've literally fallen down a rabbit hole of things about Titanic that I did not know, and I thought that I knew about Titanic.
ERD920129DX8
there was an
says,
actress who was aboard the Titanic. This is her in another movie.
Stream says, ERD920129DX8 is kicking it in the vibe
She
zone.
was one of the survivors of the Titanic because she was staying up late to play like card games.
ERD920129DX8 says,
she was one of the first
I'm enjoying your stream, BTW.
Now we play the waiting
lifeboat.
game.
So anyway, she was one of the lucky survivors.
ERD920129DX8
when she got to
says,
New York,
have you posted
she was
it in the
approached
KickJam
by,
Discord server yet?
movie producers because they wanted to make Titanic the movie.
Lumia Stream
Literally
says,
after
you
she
crossed
just
the line.
Survived it
ERD920129DX8 has been
she did.
eliminated
They
from the
made
vibe on
the very
Kick.
first ever
Get good.
Titanic the movie.
KNGXCOWBY
after
says,
Titanic
hope all
went
is
down.
well stopping through
The
to show
movie
that
was
love.
called Saved from the Titanic, starring Dorothy Gibson, the Titanic survivor. It gets worse. So unfortunately, the actual movie is lost to time. The copy of the movie is gone. It came out May 14th, literally April, May. Like a month after the Titanic went down, the first movie was out. And so we don't have the original movie now, but we have stills from the movie so we can kind of see what happened. Yeah. So not only did Dorothy star in Saved from the Titanic, she wore the same clothes that she was wearing when she really did survive the Titanic. So she had to replicate what happened, and she was wearing the same clothes. This is a still from the movie. This is another still from the movie. They shot it in a studio, and I think they used another boat that clearly wasn't the Titanic. Anyway, apparently there was some mixed reviews with this movie because literally the definition of too soon. But people were concerned about Dorothy because she seemed utterly traumatized and was genuinely showing signs of PTSD. Because literally, what the she never acted again. She retired after that movie, was like, I'm out, and that was her last picture. This is insane! I did not know that a survivor of Titanic was a famous actress that then did a movie of the Titanic in the clothes she was wearing when she was on the Titanic. I don't think this is recommended by any therapist. I know that sometimes, you know, returning to a scene of a crime or something can be helpful for various, but no, this is too much. And the movie got a lot of backlash for being a money-grabbing attempt, which it clearly was, because it was money grabbing. Yeah, so James Cameron Titanic, not the first Titanic. In fact, there's many films over the years, but this one was the first. Poor Dorothy. R.I.P.
Reading the details of the production schedule for that film and then comparing it to the production schedules of other films, other silent films in that era, it's not really that odd that the thing was able to be released at such a short period of time. Apparently this was a silent film, and most silent films of that time didn't have detailed scripts. They pretty much just scripted out scenarios. They would typically only take a day or two to write the whole movie script. Filming typically lasted less than a week, and it was fairly common for the casting process to consist of nothing but a phone call to some stock company. Plus, although it was called a film, it had a runtime estimated between 10 and 15 minutes. However, I'll tell you what this reminds me of: when the government does something they shouldn't do and they need to get a narrative out quick. Propaganda hit the country in its feels. This just reminds me of how fast all those 9/11 documentaries came out when they hadn't even finished cleaning up Ground Zero yet.
Something huge is up. Now, trust me when I say the last thing I feel like doing is recording a video, but I have to show you this. And trust me, it's gonna get weirder as we go. So we're gonna start with this right here. So you mean to tell me it turned directly into blood, directly over Jerusalem and nowhere else? And that's not even half of it. Wait till I show you what happened when a plane went from the eclipse. But right before that, did you know that they were raining evacuation notices in Gaza City just yesterday? No, did you see what Trump just said? This was just a little bit ago. I have warned Hamas about the consequences of not accepting. Now, don't misconstrue what I say. Of course we want the hostage back. But did you know at the same time Israel's airport is being bombed? Yeah, at the same time all this is happening. That's very coincidental timing. So back to the plane for 1 second. We have this plane that flies right in front of the eclipse, and it drags part of the eclipse with it. And they're saying that, yeah, it's just an optical illusion. Or maybe we don't even know what an eclipse really is, or what God uses them for. And again, yeah, we know that eclipses are normal and they happen, but it just turns blood red just when it's going over Jerusalem, like right when it hits it. Cool photo on the way to Jerusalem, cool photo in Jerusalem. But guess what? I haven't showed y'all the craziest part. Get ready for this one. You know 3i Atlas, that little alien thing heading towards us? Guess when it's gonna cross by the sun? Halloween Eve. Halloween Eve, basically Satan's day, to make sure it does not drop any mini probes. What are the chances of that? Oh, and of course, more flooding in the United States. Or I forget, maybe this right here that just happened in Pakistan. Residents were saying there's something evil about it. Maybe I'll update y'all later.
Did y'all see that headline that he flashed from the New York Post? Manhattan-sized interstellar object 3i Atlas could release many probes that hit Earth, experts warn. Man, they are really ramping up the fear-mongering with this interstellar object, aren't they? And I want to know who these experts are that are predicting this, and how did they develop their expert opinion? Where did they get their information from? Seriously though, how are they making this assumption, and what are they basing it off of? Is it because they've studied the history of all the other times that an interstellar object passed by Earth and dropped off a bunch of mini drones? This is ridiculous. If people are listening to this stuff and actually being scared by it, they just aren't using their brains. I'm certain there's something coming, but they're clearly lying to us about what it is.
Just today, I posted, I said, look at these stupid fake dinosaurs. And somebody said, isn't it interesting that in the Bible, it talks about dragons, but says nothing about dinosaurs?
Nobody talked about dinosaurs because it's stupid. Like, it is. It's told to children because kids would believe it, right? That there was this time where there was no people and there was just these massive, super cool lizards that just conquered the earth. But that never happened. Like, that is literally just fantasy. The dragon thing is way more realistic because people wrote about dragons. That's when you start to understand that when they started finding dinosaurs in the 1800s, like they discovered all these dinosaur bones. But the funny thing is, we know man has been digging in the ground since the Garden of Eden. So the idea that they didn't find one of these things until like basically yesterday, that's sus in itself. You know, it's funny. I was listening to an audiobook about the Romans once. Caesar Augustus was the first emperor of Rome. And he's saying he actually kept dinosaur bones as good luck charms or something like that. Side note, he didn't actually believe they were dinosaur bones. He believed they were the bones of giant humans and also monsters.
Dog. He didn't just believe it. He probably knew it.
They did know that. I mean, again, what they tried to do through the dinosaurs very clearly is establish a timeline that rejects anything biblical. They try to discount all mythology. You'd say, well, there's history of dragons. And they'd say, oh, that's a myth. That's not really history, even though it's like it's written down, it's drawn everywhere. It's in like the Chinese zodiac. All the other animals are real. This one is not.
Right.
That's strange.
What a potent point. Every single animal on the Chinese zodiac is real, except for the dragon. And these gigantic bones? Nah, dragons.
I think it's so obvious that they're lying to us about dinosaurs and what they were and when they were here that it almost makes me angry every time I hear the experts talking about it. Either they're aware that they're assisting in the cover-up of our actual true history, or they're simply too ignorant to realize that they're helping to spread propaganda. And I have no problem with saying that they're acting in ignorance. I figured this stuff out from looking at the facts and the information presented to me in YouTube videos. They study this stuff for a living. There's tons of evidence showing that whatever these things were, they roamed the earth at the same time as man did. These experts just choose to ignore that evidence, and that means they are no expert. Experts don't ignore evidence to hold on to their bias. They look at everything.
July 10th of 2025, a security camera inside a house begins to record after sensing motion in the living room. This camera only records whenever movement is detected. The thing is, though, no one is home.
Another one.
No one is around, or at least no person is. Although the man who lives here wasn't home at this time, his dog was. And so, upon receiving this notification, he ignores it. But unbeknownst to him, this motion-activated recording would capture something deeply unsettling at that moment. Ever since then, his dog hasn't been the same. This is what was caught.
BZG.
Talking about.
Good morning, beautiful, lovely PPL. Hope everyone has a blessed and amazing Tuesday.
Yeah, feel me.
After what occurred in this footage, the owner has been making sure to never leave his dog alone. As he states, something had messed with this dog. Now it's worth noting that his dog is okay and is only slightly frazzled. In the footage, we can see him looking at something that doesn't appear to be there, as the owner believes something was agitating him. Whatever it was, according to him, had to be responsible for yanking off his dog's collar. Now, of course, it could be that his dog had simply shaken off his own neckband, but this wouldn't make sense according to him, because the collar has no way of coming off easily unless someone removes it. Given that this never happened before, the owner can't help but think that something paranormal occurred here. But as always, I'll let you be the judge on that. Just what exactly had taken place during this recording?
There could be tons of explanations for that dog looking at something that we can't see. He could literally be barking at a moth fluttering around on the ceiling. But what got me was he was clearly barking at something. His collar gets jerked off, and then he leaves the room with his tail tucked between his legs like he's scared or intimidated by whatever it was that he saw. And I almost always believe the reaction of animals more than I believe the reactions of people. Dogs don't typically have a habit of faking ghost videos for internet brownie points. What are y'all's theories though? If I were the homeowner, I'd be putting up more cameras and covering every angle of that house so that if this happens again, I'd have more to go off of. I would think if this is a real haunting of some sort, it's not just going to happen this one time. I'm no expert or anything, but it seems like most of the stuff that appears to be real has this pattern of slow, steadily increasing activity. But guys and gals, that's the end of our clips for the day. I'm going to go ahead and end the video right there. I tried to do something new today and add some paranormal ghost type content just to get away from our typical doom and gloom, the world is going to end videos. But I hope y'all enjoyed these clips we watched together today. I'll be back tomorrow with another video. I hope you come back to join me. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. But guys and gals, I hope everyone has a great, safe, fantastic rest of your day, and I will see you all tomorrow.
探り合いはよしましょう。あなたが出す手札次第で契約の内容は決めさせていただきます。先に身だしなみを整えさせてください。対価はしかといただきました。後悔はさせません。お行きなさい。鏡に映る花、水に映る月。勝利することが私の手札となり価値になるのです。契約が完了しました。
Today, I can't wait to show.
This is you without Astound Wi-Fi.
Buffering again. I told you we needed real Astound Wi-Fi.
It sort of feels like this. So why not switch to Astound?
All set.
Lock in gig Wi-Fi at $35 a month for 3 years. Plus, get a $100 Amazon gift card. Live more with Astound.
It's the most expensive arms race in history, but the real cost could be far greater. In 2024, nations poured a staggering $2.7 trillion into their militaries, a record high even as they drowned in pandemic debt, battled runaway inflation, and watched their infrastructure crumble. On today's episode of the Infographics Show, we're looking at why every country is preparing for a war that none of them can actually afford to fight. For decades, the General Dynamics Ordnance and Tactical Systems factory in Scranton ran just 1 or 2 shifts. The 155mm artillery line turned out 10 to 14,000 shells a month, plenty to keep U.S. stockpiles full and allied nations supplied. Not anymore. Now the factory floor blazes with activity. Welders shower sparks across steel casings, while massive hydraulic presses stamp shell bodies out of 2,000-pound bars of steel with mechanical precision. The air thrums with the sound of artillery rounds rolling off the assembly line every 4 minutes. The factory is running at wartime pace, 3 shifts, 7 days a week,
Cannabis
pushing out
users.
almost 40,000 shells
Talking
monthly.
about.
The numbers tell
Good
the real
afternoon,
story.
fam.
Ukraine consumes
Yeah,
more
feel me.
155mm ammunition in 2 weeks than the U.S. produced in an entire year before 2022. The factory shells immediately replenish dwindling American stockpiles, drained by aid shipments to Kyiv. But it is a losing race. Every shell that rolls off the production line represents a small fortune to the average American family. But it's all part of the desperate and dizzying arithmetic of modern war. The scale of global military spending has finally reached levels that would make Cold War planners sweat. The United States alone spent $886 billion on defense in 2024, a figure so massive it exceeds the GDP of most nations. But breaking down that astronomical number reveals the true scope of America's military commitment. The Pentagon's base budget alone gobbles up hundreds of billions, but emergency supplementals tell the real story. Congress approved a staggering $30.6 billion emergency request for ammunition stockpiles, more money than most countries spend on their entire military. Another $113 billion went to foreign aid, much of it replacing American weapons shipped overseas. The result? America is funding 3 major fronts: Ukraine's fight against Russia, an escalating Middle Eastern war, and a military technology race with China. For the first time in American history, interest payments on the national debt, $640 billion annually, now virtually exceed defense spending. The Treasury Department's own analysts describe this as entering uncharted fiscal territory, where borrowing costs compete directly with military readiness for federal dollars. China's response has been equally dramatic, though shrouded in characteristic opacity. Beijing's official military budget for 2025 is $296 billion, representing a 7.2% annual increase that is sustained for over a decade. But Western intelligence estimates suggest a real figure approaches $450 billion when accounting for dual-use technologies, military-civil fusion programs, and off-budget nuclear modernization. Beijing now possesses the world's largest navy by hull count and has doubled its nuclear warhead stockpile since 2020. And it fields hypersonic weapons that U.S. defenses cannot intercept. Each Chinese military advance triggers billion-dollar American countermeasures, creating an action-reaction cycle that certain pundits have called the world's most expensive chess match. Europe's rearmament tells an even more dramatic story. Germany, which spent decades treating military modernization as an optional expense, eventually committed to doubling defense spending within 5 years to surpass NATO's 2% GDP target, upping the target to 3.5%. After Putin's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the then Chancellor Olaf Scholz announced a €100 billion special fund for military modernization, the largest defense investment in German history, while warning the parliament that we are living through a turning point in history. Today, Germany has surged to become the world's 4th largest military spender. Its defense budget is now the highest in Central and Western Europe since the 1990 reunification and the collapse of the Soviet Union. All of Europe is following suit, some like Poland leading the charge. Spooked by Russian aggression, the Poles almost immediately increased military spending to 4% of GDP, ordering almost 1,400 K2 Black Panther tanks from South Korea and 250 M1A2 Abrams from the United States. The total package amounts to $6 billion for a nation with a GDP smaller than Florida's. What is going on? Even traditionally neutral nations have abandoned decades of military restraint. Sweden, which maintained neutrality through 2 world wars, not only joined NATO, but increased defense spending by 40% in just 2 years. Finland followed suit, ending its careful balancing act between East and West to become NATO's 31st member. Nothing illustrates Europe's security transformation like Sweden's quiet quest to prepare for war. In 2018, the Swedish government mailed a 32-page pamphlet titled "If Crisis or War Comes" to all 4.8 million households. The booklet, updated for the first time since the Cold War, provides instructions on stockpiling food, finding shelter during air raids, and identifying disinformation campaigns. Most Swedes probably thought this kind of preparation was history, but neutrality isn't neutral when your neighbor threatens nuclear war. You choose a side. Sweden's military transformation has been swift and costly. Defense spending jumped from $6.2 billion in 2021 to $8.75 billion in 2024, with plans to reach $29 billion by 2035. The government reintroduced military conscription, expanded civil defense programs, and began construction of new underground command bunkers. Most symbolically, Sweden abandoned its policy of arms export restrictions, shipping AT-4 anti-tank weapons directly to Ukraine. Switzerland's response has been more subtle but equally significant. The Alpine nation, famous for armed neutrality and secret banking, quietly authorized $6.5 billion for F-35 fighter jets, despite fierce domestic opposition. Swiss military planners have begun modernizing the country's extensive network of Alpine fortifications, bunkers and tunnels built during World War II that can shelter 114% of the population. More telling is what's happening in Switzerland's financial sector. Major banks have established economic warfare task forces to prepare for potential exclusion from international payment systems. Credit Suisse's collapse in 2023 taught Swiss authorities that financial neutrality offers no protection in an interconnected world where sanctions can cripple entire economies overnight. Meanwhile, in 2024, Japan poured $50.2 billion into defense, its largest military budget since World War II, and an 11% jump from the year before. But the nation is drowning in debt, with a debt-to-GDP ratio of 260%. A defense buildup against China is projected to drive spending up 65% over the next 5 years. Nearly a third of Japan's population is now over 65, and the debt service alone will swallow 40% of government revenue by 2030. This is today's debt trap reality. It's impossible for anyone in these types of situations to overlook the confounding influence of the COVID-19 pandemic. The global event not only killed millions, it financially crippled nations that are now racing to rearm. Global government debt spiked during the pandemic, creating the worst fiscal crisis since World War II. Countries that spent trillions keeping their economies alive are now spending additional trillions preparing to stave off existential threats abroad. The United States, despite its economic strength, runs a budget deficit of 6.2%, levels the Congressional Budget Office describes as unsustainable. The federal debt reached $33.7 trillion in 2023, growing by $1 trillion every 100 days. Yet defense spending continues climbing, driven by China's military expansion and indefinite security commitments to partners across the globe. Things are even worse in Europe. The continent's economy contracted by 6.1% during COVID-19, the worst recession since the 1930s. Energy costs exploded after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, with natural gas prices spiking
Sahara
by 400%
says,
and forcing
hey.
governments to subsidize heating bills. Now these same cash-strapped
Lumia
nations
Stream
must fund
says,
massive
Sahara
military
64
modernization
is
programs.
kicking it in the vibe zone.
Peer pressure
The support
and
is a
due to
blessing.
genuine fear of resurgent authoritarian revisionism. With a debt to
Sahara
GDP
64
ratio
says,
of
I'm enjoying your
144%,
stream, BTW.
highest in the developed world, Italy should be cutting spending. Instead,
Sahara
it
64
increased
says,
military
have you
expenditures
posted
in
it in the
2024
KickFam Discord
in a bid
server
to get
yet?
up to the 2% minimum threshold stipulated by NATO, committing
Lumia
to new
Stream
fighter
says,
jets,
you
naval
crossed the
vessels,
line.
and missile defense
Sahara
systems.
64
Back in
has been eliminated
2018,
from the Vibe
during
on
President
Kick.
Trump's first
Get
term,
good.
he was already pressuring the Europeans to spend upwards of 4% of GDP on defense. After one fiery meeting with the American president, Italian Defense Minister Elisabetta Trenta burst out laughing at the president's demands. Spending 4% of GDP on the military cannot be done, she told the press then. It isn't even thinkable. It's already incredibly difficult to get to 2%, even though we have agreed to that. In today's jittery security climate, even Italy is scrambling to justify pushing military spending beyond 4% by 2035. One creative solution is building the world's longest suspension bridge between Sicily and the mainland, then reclassifying it as a national security expenditure and NATO strategic asset. Suddenly, a $16 billion
Woozy Fangaming
construction
says,
project
Taco
becomes a
Tuesday.
loophole, disguised
Let's
as a
go.
landmark. We respect the hustle, but calling a bridge a missile shield? Well, that's a stretch, even for NATO. The United Kingdom is still reeling from Brexit's economic disruption and post-pandemic inflation, and also scrambling to build bridges in the quest for military modernization, but not in the literal sense. The Brits recently locked themselves into a 50-year AUKUS nuclear submarine deal with Australia worth up to
Now
£20
we
billion
play the
for
waiting
Britain
game.
in exports over the next 25 years. The price is about 5% of Britain's entire annual government spending, financed entirely through borrowing. Meanwhile, Australia is going all in. It's spending 368 billion Australian dollars over 3 decades for nuclear submarines, including billions funneling back to U.S. industry. Former Prime Minister Paul Keating called it the worst deal in all history, warning that it puts all of our defense eggs in one basket. A retired senator and submariner piled on, it won't deliver capability fast enough to deter, let alone fight the war it's supposedly for. The brutal economics of modern warfare make traditional cost-benefit analysis obsolete. Consider Ukraine. Western nations have provided well over $200 billion in military and economic aid since February 2022, and that's more than the annual GDP of 140 countries spent in just 3 years of conflict. Modern weapon systems carry price tags that would fund entire government departments. A single U.S. hypersonic missile costs over $14 million. That glitzy B-21 Raider stealth bomber program is projected to cost $203 billion for 100 planes. That is $2 billion per bomber, enough to buy each one a seat on the Fortune 500. But there is good news. Adjusted for inflation, Aviation Week now says the first 21 Raiders might cost only $668 million apiece. That's right, military budgeting has entered its off-brand Costco era. Buy in bulk, save billions. Meanwhile, the F-35 still runs $80 to $109 million per jet. And that's before you add lifetime maintenance. That price tag currently stands at $1.58 trillion and will only increase. It's proof that stealth doesn't come cheap, especially when it needs software updates more often than your iPhone. A war over in Taiwan could trigger a $10 trillion global economic shock overnight. Half of the world's semiconductor supply, the chips that power every iPhone, every car computer, every advanced weapon system, comes from Taiwan, and nearly all of it is made within 100 miles of the potential invasion zone. Reuters sketched the nightmare in blunt detail. In the mildest scenario, China encircles Taiwan with a naval quarantine, cuts underwater cables, and dares the world to intervene. In the worst-case scenario, it launches the largest amphibious invasion in history while raining missiles on U.S. bases in Japan and Guam. Either way, war games agree. Even if the U.S. Navy sinks ships and holds the line, it bleeds badly doing it. The Brookings Institution warns that China's military gains have made the outcome inherently unknowable. But one thing is certain, everyone loses, especially Taiwan. Despite these terrifying projections, Western countries continue arming for the type of globally interconnected conflict that could destroy their very way of life. The Pentagon war game concludes the same way it has for 3 years running. America would win the military conflict, but lose the economic peace, spending a decade recovering from a war that lasted 6 months. Putin's 2022 invasion of Ukraine certainly didn't reassure anyone. Instead, Russian aggression jump-started the biggest military buildup since the 1930s. The ripple has spread worldwide. China's rise under Xi, aircraft carriers, hypersonics, destroyers, sent neighbors scrambling. India pumped $75 billion into defense. The Philippines, historically inward-looking, is throwing $35 billion at military modernization. Japan is sharpening its self-defense force into a real joint military with bite and is exploring a partnership with South Korea, once wartime enemies, to co-develop missile defense systems to counter China and North Korea. Political scientists call it the security dilemma. One nation rearms, rivals react, and costs spiral. China builds carriers, the US builds subs, Russia rattles nukes, Europe rearms. Everyone sees defense but feels offense. It's the world's most expensive game of chicken. Everyone is spending billions but no one dares to blink. For NATO's smaller states, the 2% GDP pledge makes the most sense, yet for such small economies it can feel like a straitjacket. Estonia spends nearly 3% of its GDP on defense, despite having less economic firepower than Tulsa, Oklahoma. Latvia's 5% of GDP defense bill now tops its education, health, and infrastructure budgets combined. If proposals in Washington prevail, U.S. defense spending could explode to $1.7 trillion annually by 2034, a peacetime figure nearly double the Cold War peak. Without a plan to pay for it, that increase would more than double the federal fiscal gap, turning a fixable budget challenge into a full-blown economic time bomb. And nowhere is the cost of modern warfare clearer than in Ukraine. On March 15, 2023, a visiting American intelligence officer watched as Ukrainian artillery crews torch $50,000 in ammo every minute. Each 155mm shell costs $8,000. HIMARS rockets come in at $168,000 a shot. Guided Excalibur rounds are somewhere between $60,000 and $112,000 each. And that is just the surface. Russia's Zircon hypersonic missiles run over $5 million per unit. China's DF-17 glide vehicle probably cost billions to develop. The US has spent billions trying to catch up with no fielded system yet. Even cheaper systems add up fast. Turkey's $5 million Bayraktar TB2 drones proved deadly, but jamming them costs billions. The US Army's new AI-integrated air defense system system is priced at $1.1 billion each, meaning a Patriot battalion would probably cost $4 to $5 billion, and likely obsolete in 5 years. Cyber war flips the equation. Low-cost offense, sky-high defense. Estonia spends $50 million a year protecting its networks. The U.S. pours nearly $10 billion into Cyber Command, with billion-dollar contracts to Microsoft and Google for infrastructure that didn't even exist a decade ago. The real bottleneck is manufacturing. Ukraine has been given over 8,000 Javelin anti-tank systems, but the U.S. makes 2,400 annually. Semiconductor shortages are now delaying weapons production, and China controls a vast percentage of the rare earth minerals needed for advanced military tech, creating a choke point money can't quickly fix. History backs the warning. The Soviets spent 15 billion rubles in Afghanistan and collapsed. Britain won World War II but limped out broke. At the height of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the United States was spending upwards of $12 billion a month. Forecasts of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan have U.S. costs topping $1 trillion annually, or 6.7% of GDP, not counting the shock of a global supply chain collapse. The security dilemma that once fueled superpower arms races now threatens the economic foundations of civilization itself. Every defensive measure appears offensive to rivals. Every weapon system demands countermeasures. Every alliance obligation triggers cascading spending that no treasury can sustain indefinitely. As military budgets soar while nations struggle under record debt burdens, the fundamental questions remain unanswered. Are they preparing for victory or mutual destruction? In their desperate race to prevent their own annihilation, have the world's powers instead guaranteed it? If tensions keep rising, the next big conflict is likely to erupt in the Pacific. Watch how U.S. will respond if China invades Taiwan to see one of the most likely flashpoints, or click on this video instead.
PlayStation.
Now we play the waiting game.
Hey bro, I think she was feeling you.
What are you doing running? You're saying it was really good out?
It's the perfect texture for running. Very low impact on its dry snow so your feet don't get wet.
A few moments later.
All right, thanks. We've seen a lot of people out here, like you said, running, sledding, just enjoying it. One thing, oops.
He needs some milk.
That could happen, unfortunately. Looks like Chelsea's okay. You okay?
It's the perfect texture for running. Very low impact on its dry snow.
So we're doing 50-pound Bulgarian split squats. 3, 4, 6, 7. Drop the weight. 10 more. 1, 2, 3. I call that the Tower of Motherfucking Terror.
If you're going to film at the gym, you need to do so responsibly with respect to other people. Filming somebody, zooming in on them, making them the subject of your video, slowing it down to make them out to be a gym creep as if they're staring at you, and then supporting comments like this is not filming responsibly with respect to other people. And let's think about it. Why did he look at you? Besides the fact that it's absolutely normal to look at other people in a shared space like the gym. Maybe it's because you have an entire film production setup with a tripod, a camera, a microphone, and you're talking to yourself. Or maybe it's because he grabbed some weights and he's walking past you, and it's normal to look at other people as you walk past them. Whatever the case may be, this man does nothing wrong. The only person caught in 4K in this video is you. The only creepy thing about this video is you doing this to this man, then posting it on social media, all for some likes and attention. And this is exactly why so many people want filming banned in gyms because of videos like this and creators like you. You need to do better. Mind your own business.
My best friend noticed a creep just staring at me while I was working out.
5, 6, 7. Bro, what are you looking at? Like you keep looking in between her legs, like you're being a creep. You're being a creep. Like stop. You're not even working out. Like go.
But I'm saying just go somewhere else, please.
Yeah. Like you're being
if you're just using those dumbbells to just go somewhere else, please. Like you're like just standing right directly in front of us. Oh, we weird.
Put the camera facing them. How dare her? Sweetheart, how about you switch the camera angle and put that shit into wide mode so we can fit your massive ego into the shot? Sweetheart, ain't nobody staring at that flat pancake booty. And you're just like a rock. Why? Because we skipped the flat ones.
Statue of Liberty type step.
This woman's quick instincts, her cat-like reflexes, just might have saved this man's life. Guys, this is woman in a nutshell. Total lack of situational awareness. But to be honest, I wonder why he held the finish for so long. What the heck was he waiting for? For the judges to let him know what he scored?
Would you date someone who's plus size?
No.
No.
And why not?
Because why don't you just work out?
Do you go to the gym?
No.
Would y'all date someone who's plus size?
Yes. Yeah, I would.
What do you have to say to your friend here that wouldn't?
I don't even know. I don't know. She's crazy.
Like, are we talking like humongous or just like chubby?
Someone the size of DJ Khaled.
No. You would take DJ Khaled.
Not him, but like, not him specifically, but like body, yeah.
Dang.
Like, what if they were a really nice person? Like, you fell in love with them.
We could work out together.
When you have gone to the gym, have you seen people that are big there?
No. They're like really fit. So I don't know. I haven't even seen those people.
You've never seen a big person at the gym?
No.
Girl, you act like your boyfriend's like six-pack.
No, his height makes up for it.
He's chubby.
We're talking about humongous.
Wait, your boyfriend's plus size?
He's chubby. He's not like, I don't know, skinny, like skinny. He's like a little bit smaller than DJ Khaled, so whatever you consider.
All right, they gotta stop calling it plus size people. You're either fat, obese, or the final boss of fat people, Jabba Hutt.
I'm Kiko, I'm 23, I go to UCSB, and I also bartend.
My name is Optimus Prime.
So the question, just because you're in a hurry, natty or not?
Natty or not?
Yes.
None of your business, natty or not.
This is true, but people would be curious to know.
Right, and I don't care what people think.
So not natty?
So none of your business.
Brother, leave that man alone. He's obviously natty. Her face says 100% naturally on 2,000 milligrams of testosterone. Is it Turan or Tren?
Hi guys, come watch me train legs. It's my favourite day because it gives the perfect excuse to show off my chocolate starfish. I film myself stretching because it makes my fat ass look amazing, and then I film myself loading the weight on the bar and pause to look around to see if anyone is looking at me. After, I will place myself under the bar, continuing to poke my ass out to pretend I'm finding a comfortable position. I'll then film a couple of reps with bad form and then rest against the bar poking my ass out pretending the camera isn't on. Next, I'll film some jump squats for you to see how much my ass jiggles, and then we come to the end of the video where I will have the camera on my ass lost to show off the pump. I'll then do a peace sign and walk off. See you next time.
Stop flexing your muscles, Jordan. You look like a fucking imbecile.
Yeah! Yeah, look at this! You know what I'm doing?
Day of my life. There were so many weird things about this day, about this workout anyways, that were just off-putting to me. Like, I knew it was the last day.
Now we play the
but
waiting
let's just
game.
watch how this young lady sets her water bottle down right in my personal space, looks at me, and then she's like, yeah, I'm just gonna get in your personal space even more. From this angle, you can't really see, but whenever I say she was breathing down my neck, right here, like so close, like if I would have swung that weight back, babe, it would have hit, and then it would have been my fault.
If you're going to have this level of entitlement, you might as well just stay your ass at home and do some P90X or some Tae Bo. Gym etiquette is rare nowadays. Well, except for this guy.
Hey, bro. How many texts do you have left? One more? Can I join you?
Yeah, I'll just... Yeah.
What's your phone number? What's your phone number? I said how many texts you have left?
I have one more set.
I'll work it. I'll join you. On your text. Sorry. How many texts you have left? Two more? Can I join you? What's your phone number? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
He faced several feminists and left them speechless.
The girls will get $5,500 each. The blokes will get $69,000 each. How can anyone justify this item?
You can't.
No.
I mean, the gender, I beg your pardon?
I can justify it.
Why?
Well, I'll tell you what, a sport doesn't become interesting because the stars are paid more money. Stars get paid more money because the sport is interesting. Let me ask you this. How many of you guys on the panel know who our Australian Matildas are playing in the quarterfinals?
Don't.
No, because you don't care about it. All of you can go and watch W League games in the women's competition here, but you don't. Now, when you start to go and watch these women play the wonderful football they do, then they'll earn more money. The Men's World Cup is one of the biggest money spinners on the planet. Women's football, even though at grassroots level it's working really, really well, it's got a long way to go. The other thing, let me ask you this about sports equality. The top 10 fastest men of all time in terms of sprinters are all black. Are you telling me that the white guys should say, hold on, we should be paid just as much as the black guys for sprinting? No, because they're not as fast.
I wake up and I wonder this every single day. How do people just don't get this? This is the perfect example of emotions versus logic. To be honest, the only women's sport that I will only watch is none. But I will make women's volleyball an exception. And 100% of the time, I'm not watching it for the volleyball. I'm watching it for the culture. If you know, you know.
Left, right, let me see you do it. Left, do it.
Haram. The world record for a man is 9 minutes faster than the world record for a woman. You're telling me that in 55 years of women running a marathon, we've caught up within 9 minutes of a man?
People just really say fucking anything on podcasts.
Misa_Milo says, in the vibe zone. The support is a blessing.
9 minutes, like the guy's fucking 50 yards ahead of her. Anyone who's ever run a day in their life,
I'm enjoying your stream,
shaving
BTW.
30 seconds off of your time is fucking impossible.
Misa_Milo says, have you posted it in the KickFam Discord server yet?
Is a freaking eternity. That's like me saying,
Lumia Stream says, you crossed the line.
5 seconds behind
Misa_Milos has been eliminated from the vibe
man
on
in
Kick.
the world.
Get good.
Wait till she learns about 100-meter races. They're only milliseconds apart. You know, 9 minutes is a town ahead. Getting beat by 9 minutes running is the equivalent of getting lapped 4 times in a car race.
You're talking shit about our women's basketball team because you don't know how to play basketball.
That's your argument?
And why are you talking shit about women with people with disabilities? Because most people with disabilities have sports with issues. So why are you talking shit about that? So what's your
Okay, so what's your main grievance? Is it about women's sports and basketball or disabilities?
both?
Okay, well, for the basketball thing,
Wait,
women...
let me finish talking. So what about you? What's your disability? Do you have any disabilities?
I have a high tolerance for stupid people talking to me. I'd say
Yeah, that's
a
not a disability, sir, because you're racist. Thank you very much.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Ask a bunch of questions and walk away. Makes sense. Perfect.
This is something straight out of a scene from a South Park episode. But this is how you know Myron is a great guy. He held back so hard because of her condition. And trust me, he had plenty of ammunition. This man is the hero we didn't know we had, but the hero we all needed. This audio recording deserves a Grammy nominee. This audio recording should be played in every single gym known to existence.
Purposely doing exercises wrong to see if anyone corrects me.
Another one.
Follow me to see part 4.
Most people don't even know this muscle exists. That's why they don't have it. Mike Metzer trained it. So do I. This isn't gear. It's hydration, intensity, and old school focus. You want muscle that moves when it's touched? You've got to train it. Train it like it matters. Heavy weight, reps to failure.
This dude is built like a deep breath. Bro's got that Elon Musk build. His body is shaped like a freaking Cybertruck.
Watch this creep come over to my personal bubble while doing our DLS. The gym was practically empty, and so many corners to be in, and he chose this one. I've been in this corner for 10 minutes before him and only had one set left. So I started recording him, so now we're all uncomfortable together. He was literally staring at my Pikachu before this.
A TikTok influencer named Adriana claims to have captured footage of a gym employee, quote, being a pervert and gawking at her while she takes her shirt off. What? And you may ask, well, what the hell are you doing taking your shirt off in the middle of the gym? Anyway, here's the video.
Stand up for myself, he threatens to call the police and revoke my membership.
Now we play the waiting game.
No man at the gym, been to many gyms in my life, men are not looking for any kind of drama at all. They're just there. No man wants to leave the gym with that kind of story. Guess what happened at the gym? That's something that some women look for. And so we just need to be in separate gyms.
This is getting so out of hand to the point where a man has to stare at the freaking ceiling after his set. You might as well just pull up to the gym fucking blindfolded, because these influencers are absolutely blasphemy.
May I help you? Like, do we got a problem? You looking at?
So if you're like me, you watch this video wondering, is there more? Did he say something to you? Did he do something inappropriate? Because walking past somebody to go to the station you're working out at and briefly glancing at them for less than a second does not make somebody a creep. Then you chop the video up to seconds, minutes later, whatever it is, he finishes up, walks by, his buddy follows, and he doesn't fully look at you until you turn to him to be confrontational, which you caused. I'm sorry, but this man did nothing wrong. For you to put yourself on this pedestal of being a victim, all at his expense, just so you can get some likes, some attention on social media. And to think, there are women out there, they get harassed in gyms, there are creeps. How do you think those women would feel watching this video? You know, I went to your page and I thought there has to be more to this story. I went to the video and surprise, surprise, the comments were turned off. I wonder why. Maybe because everybody else was saying the exact same thing, but you didn't care. You actually pinned this video to the top of your page just for views and likes. You know, this man is a part of your community. His face is in this video. He has a reputation. He has a family. Do you know what this can do to somebody to label them as a creep? You need to do better. Mind your own business.
It seems like Gen Z cannot go to the gym without filming or taking a damn selfie. At this point, gym needs to start banning filming in their premises immediately. And gentlemen, that's it for today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe.
How many shots?
I don't know, 20 shots, 30 shots, probably.
It's over 9,000!
Another one. Not gonna lie, I'll make music in a closet if I have to. So I use samples because, I mean, I play drums, but I don't really have space in my room for a drum kit. But I can still hear, you know, the drums I want in my head, and it'll still come out with that big studio sound. You can get that 3,000 square foot sound on Splice.
Canadian_Goose902 says, lurking while I do some stuff around the house.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice with 11 Labs. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Maj Toure Show. I am your host, Maj Toure. It is Monday, brand new week. Monday, what's today's date? That's September the 8th. A lot of work to do. A lot of work done this weekend. Y'all know the rules. Everybody that comes in, tell me where you from. Comment, hit the like button, repost if you're watching on X. Share the space all over the place. We need all of the support we can get. This platform's a shadow, man. I was talking about this on a live before. I try to go live now at 6 p.m. on Instagram. So if you're on Instagram, Big Daddy Toure, follow me over there as well. But anyway, I was talking about the platform shadow bans and all of that. So we're going to work hard to get around that. And so we do that by hitting the like button. So when you come in, hit the like button. If you're watching on X, just hit the little repost button. Tonight's show going to be a doozy. We got some folks talking about this conversation around Trump saying he's going to send the National Guard into Chicago. So I wanted to give some breakdown and some understanding of what is going on there, what that actually means, what that actually looks like, what that like, you know, things take traction on social media, but what does that look like for the general public? So we're going to chop that up about it tonight. Again, guys, share the space all over the place. We're going to ask everybody to support our actual work. Fundamentals AU says, I'm from Chicago. Those are LD kids talking nonsense. What you mean, like learning disability? That's funny if that's what you mean. But it's a few things we're going to talk about. We got different perspective, but if you guys tap into the Maj Toure Show, you're tapping in here because you don't want run-of-the-mill conversation. You don't want, again, we say this every night. People talk in their silos. They say what the pre-approved talking points are for their silo, for their team, for their side. That's not what you're going to get at the Maj Toure Show. So we're going to give a different breakdown of this whole Chicago situation, leaving you guys with some value. I need y'all to have value. I don't just need y'all to show up in the joint and just, echo chamber in the sense of I'm saying things that y'all agree with or y'all are saying things that I agree with. My job is to make sure our communication is sharpening. It's sharpening so when you out there amongst these NPCs, non-player characters, people that ain't solutionaries, you can either build them up or refute their bullshit-ass positions. That's what it's for. So tonight's show is going to be about that. The Chicago gangs issuing a chilling warning to President Trump. Now, obviously, you guys know the work that we do at our Second Amendment work, our community work. We're going to ask everybody to support the work. Peace Protocol. Let me give some shout-outs real quick. Reese, afternoon. Mo Fly Productions. If y'all want some media, that's my guy, Reese. Mo Fly Productions. Make sure you subscribe to his YouTube channel as well. Protocol says peace. Fundamental says in Chicago, LD means local dummies. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Q-Tips, what's up? Q-Tips Gaming. Sean Kennedy and Jameer Miller tapped in earlier and said, Maj should have like 10,000 people tuning in. I should. Corporal Kickass. Appreciate you, Corporal Kickass. Again, I didn't forget. I know you gave that $50 donation. I'm not saying you're asking me to say that, but I want to just give shouts to people that have supported our work financially. Guys, the Second Amendment work, the community work that we're doing is based on your voluntary donations for the last 8 years. We need about 517, I think, donors at the $100 level to end our fundraising. We are now on day 54. It's 54 days left until Halloween. We are going to end the fundraising.
No, we played the waiting game.
We fucking lost. The anti-gunners beat us. It's just what it is. Our pro-gun movement didn't want it enough. So I'm going to ask you all to support the work throughout the show. Repost, donations, as well as grab some merch. Go over to blackgunsmatter.shop. Pay it forward at givesingo.com/solutionary. That's that link right there. If you're watching this on X, it's my pinned post. Big Rob, what's up? So that's what I want you all to do. And I would prefer that you guys donate at the $100 level so we can get big chunks. Because not only are you helping us that way, but you get access to Solutionary University, firearms basics, civics, understanding imminent threat, meal plans, workout routines, all of that stuff. For paying it forward for others. We want to buy this building. I want a Solutionary Center in every city, every major city. We wouldn't be having this bullshit happening in Chicago if we had that. So, but we got to start with one and we got to do it ourselves, and that's based on voluntary donations. So I ask for you guys to give support all throughout the episode. Now, for those of you that's just coming in, again, hit the like button. Let me know where you're from. Let me know what city you're watching from. Let me know. I'll see if you're on YouTube or not. And again, everybody, especially y'all on X, man, just hit the repost button. It's not hard. I can see you when you hit the repost, and I give you a shout for that. And I'm going to give everybody that repost 10% off that blackgunsmatter.shop. I know. I got y'all. We all family and all of that. I want to hook y'all up. So this video right here is one of the persons that gives a breakdown for Chicago to not be infiltrated by President Trump's National Guard. Now, let's start from the beginning. Donald Trump, a few days ago on Truth Social, made a post, in essence, kind of like saying, you going to find out Chicago, basically fuck around and find out. Y'all going to find out why we call it the Department of War. They changed the name of, what do you call it? Hey, for everybody that's reposting, I'm reposting you, that's quote posting and all of that. Who we had? Hotep Protocol just did the repost. I thank you for that. Saying this to say, y'all, Trump put that post out, and I said this when the whole like National Guard was being deployed in DC. Now, DC is federal. It has always been federal, federally owned, federally controlled. It's not a regular city, okay? Since the very beginning. But my argument was not, because we have nuanced conversation on the show, my argument was not, yo, Trump can't do that because it's DC and it's a city. That wasn't what my fucking argument was. My argument was, this gonna be a rollout. If y'all conservatives start dick riding and being okay with this, because it's cool, it's federal, but if y'all get behind it, he gonna try to do that in other cities. I said that. Now, has it happened in other cities? Absolutely not. To this extent, no. I am in between thinking that it's a dry run for DC and to see how people respond, and see how the people accept it, how stupid people that don't understand the system of checks and balances or that are so reliant on government will be like, yeah, we need the government to protect us, right? Meanwhile, these are the same people that say, a lot of times in the black community, the police and the government don't give a fuck about us. If that's the case, then why are you asking for the federal government? If it's Trump's National Guard and you think that Trump is racist, I'm not saying he is or ain't, but if you think that and you're asking for more of Trump's troops to come help you, that's contradictory as a motherfucker, okay? Now, Keimer Shadow, what's up, brother? Just made a good point, said he's trying to emulate what the president of, what is the fucking country that Kelly is from? Y'all will tell me. Anyway, slips my mind. But we ain't in that country. We're in America. So I said this when it was in D.C., while giving the caveat that it actually is federal in D.C. And I said, well, watch out for this. And we saw people arguing back and forth. El Salvador, that's where it is. Arguing back and forth. And I just was like, nah. Now, I am still of the belief that this is still a pump faking a cat. I'm of that belief. I'm of the belief that this is like, let's see how they respond. And an interesting turn of events, nice little plot twist here, is some of the Chicago gang members are speaking up about it. And then there's a group of other people speaking up about it. And the problem is none of these motherfuckers are talking about it from the angle that we're going to talk about it from tonight. So let's first play this brother right here. I want y'all to let me know if y'all can hear me volume-wise and all that other good stuff. We're going to play this brother right here. And I think one of the first ones that kicked it off. But there's some more videos. This one's short. It's only about 37 seconds. I'll give you guys the breakdown. Go.com/solutionary. Support the work.
Another one.
Owner shouts. If you want to promote a business or something in the chat on the main screen, do super chat. We try to do $10, $20 super chats per episode, which means obviously $200 5 times a week. That's $1,000 that goes towards the work for the week. So let's hit play. Let me know if y'all hear anything cool.
Labamba213 says, hey.
Not send the National Guard to Chicago again. Not, I repeat,
At Lumia Stream says, Labamba213 is kicking it in the vibe zone. The support is a blessing.
This is Chicago, nigga. Niggas go fight back.
Labamba213 says, I'm enjoying your stream, BTW.
Fuck what you talking about. Y'all niggas got switches, gang. They not going for that shit, bro.
Labamba213 says, have you posted it in the KickFam Discord server yet?
They anything about it. They must go in Chicago. Nigga, do y'all know that
At Lumia Stream says, you crossed the line. Labamba213 has been eliminated from the vibe on Kick. Get gad.
So first, I'm gonna replay this. But let me give y'all my perspective. I understand where he's coming from in the sense of young, wild, some wild and not negative, just wild and don't have hope for their future, right? Don't have hope for their future. I understand that there's wild people that just, it's like, whatever, I don't care that they're the National Guard. They come stop trying to move my freedom around, then I got switches. I understand and appreciate that. Don't get me fucked up. And the reason why I say that is because it's fucking unconstitutional for the National Guard to be deployed into cities, local authorities. It's unconstitutional. It's not alignment with the fucking design of the National Guard. It has nothing to do with the system of checks and balances. And you are violating that. You're overstepping your fucking boundaries. And there's too many pussies that are just out here. Now, does this mean that I'm saying, yes, I want the National Guard? No, that's not what I'm saying. Okay? I'm saying I respect the youngin' that isn't a fucking coward. The coward is the person that is kowtowing and tap dancing. I saw one dude in D.C. was like, man, I got my jewelry on. I would never wear this jewelry. If Trump got, look, it's police right there. It's National Guard right there. If they come out and try to jump out on me, I'm going to scream and they're going to be right on him. And he was, I guess he was a cool guy, had a nice little chain on. But to me, that's pussy shit. Now, I'm not saying go around running around wearing a whole bunch of jewelry. I'm not saying that.
No, we played the
he screamed too. In this video that he posted, he was like, I'm going to be like, ah. That's what he did. Grown ass man. So I'm saying this to say, I would prefer a young, wild, rowdy youngin' that is open to instruction and guidance than an adult coward like that. The reason why these people are cowards is because, and they dick riding because we have been convinced to outsource our security and rely on the government while being contradictory and saying things like the government don't give a fuck about us. So you want the National Guard to show up to defend you because you pussy.
All this shit that's going out the door, and I'm not paying attention. All this shit that's now being critiqued.
To Big Rob's point, though, one hand on a weapon, one forearm across your face, doing this type of shit. Stupid shit. The television shit. And see, now that's another part of the conversation. Is it possible? I'm being facetious for 1,000%. This is what it is. These young people have been, and adults, have been conditioned by the media to not have an understanding for firearms training, responsible and safe ownership, and it has not generated a culture of Second Amendment rights and strong young men. It's low testosterone, high ego, high lack of self-control, shit happening that the media in conjunction with government created. Okay? So that does not mean that I'm, again, tapping into the Miles 2 ratio, baby. If you're not a motherfucking nuanced thinker and can't get both ends of this conversation and understand the objective, nuanced thought that's going along with it, you need to tap into fucking, what's his name? Like this guy right here, Pungus. This is so corny, right? He needs to tap into, go catch a Brandon Tatum episode. That's what those guys do. Okay? So you ask him for federal government, there's a lack of understanding of the civic responsibilities of government, the limits on government. Then you get mad at young people that are in essence saying we don't give a fuck about that. Now they might be having the right energy for the wrong reasons. Okay? Now this brother right here, I'm gonna call him, I don't know this brother, I'm just saying brother, right? This brother right here is saying something along the lines of, don't do it, because you're going to put them National Guard troops in harm's way. And then here's the other side. Y'all motherfuckers be swearing that everybody that got on camouflage is fucking Nick Irvin, the Reaper. And they not. And they not. They got jobs too. So y'all have decided y'all think that law enforcement could definitely shoot them like train so hard and they put it in like that, and they don't. By and large, they fucking don't. They out of shape. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't communicate well. They don't know the Constitution, and they took an oath to defend the Constitution. So this thought process that y'all acting like these National Guard troops is these motherfucking John Wick ass motherfuckers, that showcases and speaks to your belief in a almost low-key a boot-licking belief. A boot-licking belief that somehow these people are superior to you or they got some skill set. Okay, they might have went through some training. But he didn't say we getting fucking...
He eventually said, yeah, Ryan didn't have to say that. But no, this faggot ass nigga doubled down, which implies that this isn't about the conversation, King. This is about something else.
Jarheads, hoorah, motherfuckers coming into Chicago. That's not what we said. We said the National Guard. And most of the people that's saying that don't even understand what the National Guard does. The National Guard stands around, helps in national crisis like Hurricane Katrina, like 9/11. That's their hands on deck. Okay? So we got both ends of the conversation before we even get to in depth, because this is only 37 seconds of one brother's perspective, which I can understand where he's coming from, and I can understand the youngins that he's talking about. But again, a lot of people do the right thing for the wrong reasons, or they got the right mindset for the wrong reasons or the wrong outcomes. Okay? But the bootlickers jump out there and immediately rush to make fun of the people saying, this is my city. They want us to be patriots. They want us to be patriotic, and we take pride in our city and say, no, we don't want government overreaching into our city. And they say, oh, it must be because all of them are criminals and it doesn't matter. Ignoring due process, ignoring a system of checks and balances, that's bootlicker shit. See, if you tapped into the Maj 2 ratio, if you tapped into my show, you tapped into my show for a full and robust fucking conversation. If you wanted some goofball shit, you can go holler at, again, Brandon Tatum. You can go holler at whoever. But I believe that you came here because you want a thorough breakdown and understanding of things. Right. They want to disarm the people. They want to complain about the violence in Chicago. They want to complain about, yo, they getting the guns from Indiana. Okay, well, why the fuck the violence ain't happening in Indiana the same way if all the guns coming from there? Why? Because Indiana has more of a respect for the Second Amendment, safe and responsible gun ownership and training. See, they don't want to tell you the full story. They're not going to tell you how this is a Hegelian dialect. As soon as I saw Trump, and if I'm lying, I'm flying, y'all can go back and look at youtube.com/Maj2Ray is there. Y'all can look at what I said as soon as he said, yeah, we think we're going to do something in D.C. And I was like, that's lawful. That's within the federal government's limits and restrictions and their purview, whatever. For them to have federal troops there, I think is stupid, but it's constitutional. But I also said this looked like a rollout plan for other leftist cities. And sure and behold, they still doing this. So you haven't trained the people in Chicago. Chicago has some of the most restrictive gun practices. You got to get a fucking FOID card in Illinois. I've taught a lot of classes. I've been in Chicago a gang of times, 15, 20 times, teaching classes. There's a gang of fucking hoops you got to go through. Do you know when you get a FOID card, they do a digital background check on you every 24 hours? Okay? So you not promoting constitutionally respected or supposedly respected values. You promoting death and destruction via media with the movies and all of that. Hoodlum, this, that, and the third, all of that. You get behind all of the motherfucking ignorance. Then when you get the outcome, then government want to show up and be like, yeah, let us violate more of the Constitution because we're going to come and help you. Solutionaries. That is called Hegelian dialect. When the government creates a problem, like, I don't know, maybe they blow up some buildings and say it was terrorists, even though there was a whole nother tower. I'm speaking maybe hypothetically. You never know. There was another tower that blew up and it wasn't no plane that touched it. Just randomly it fell apart too. And then later on they go, we're going to come up with something called the Patriotism Act or something. I don't know. This is all hypothetical. Right? And then your civil liberties and the respect for your privacy and Fourth Amendment rights go. That's what the theory of Hegelian dialect is. We create a problem, we present a solution, and you ask us for it. Champion. Okay? That's what it looked like to me. Now, let's play what this brother said again, and I'm going to pause it in between where I think he's fucking tripping. But a lot of what he's saying, I could understand it. I don't want the youngins to be pussies. I want the youngins to be young warriors, and we get them as patriots, and they defend their community. That's the difference. Let's play it.
Trump, do not send the National Guard to Chicago, gang. Do not, I repeat, do not do it. We are a different fucking breed out here, nigga. We are not Los Angeles. Nigga, we are not Washington, D.C. Nigga, this is Chicago, nigga. Them niggas go fight back. I'm telling you, them niggas go fight back, gang.
I want to hear what y'all think. Is he wrong to say they should fight back? I want to hear what y'all have to say. Fight back against what? Are Americans, when their cities are invaded in an unconstitutional way, and again, currently this is hypothetical, this internet shit, and we're going to go into that tonight. Vince V-Man May says them dumb is going to get wiped. Timer Shadow says, what would they be fighting for? I don't even a lot of times, every time I've seen the National Guard, every time, the National Guard don't come through starting shit. And usually, everybody don't start shit. Listen, don't start none, won't be none. Okay? I have never seen National Guard come through like, yeah, we tighten shit up. No. They stand there, they do their orders, they know not even almost, they're a fucking standing army. So they play it quiet. Now, if you fuck with them, they might, fuck with you back. But for the most part, National Guard stand there in front of their fucking tanks. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. Right? So fight back. Right. Listen to what Fundamental said. Margin from the South Side. I ain't never seen nobody go over the viaduct to pull it with nobody but themselves. I'm just telling y'all, if it's internecine beef, it's internecine beef. Now, if this is gang related and they shooting at each other, all right, cool. Let them fucking Darwinism. But to champion the federal government violating what its role is. See, and this is like Trump even saying shit like, yeah, maybe I'll run again. You can't fucking run again. You had your second term. You can't run again. But people start dick riding, not making the Constitution as their standard. And it's like, oh, let's see. This is the same thing that happened in 2020. Let's see if people just bend to, you gotta wear a mask, you gotta take a jab, you gotta have this in order to keep this job. Clearly that shit was constitutional. Unconstitutional. Clearly. Okay? Kai Machado says, I think some LA gangs tried to fight the National Guard during the 92 riots and lost. I'm not arguing, and I want to be very clear. I'm giving y'all a robust conversation tonight. I'm about to get on these motherfucking gang members in a second. Don't get it fucked up. Everybody gonna get the smoke. The right and the left get this smoke. If the balance is being liberty-minded, solutionary, and constitution-based. If you ain't clicking on all of them cylinders, you gonna get caught in the... So you catching some of my strays. Bookworm says, well, the problem is when grannies and little girls get caught up in their BS line of fire. 1,000% agree. 1,000% agree. I'm still not willing to let federal government come through and handle that. That's what fucking local law enforcement is for. That is what the people of Chicago are supposed to get involved for. That is what the people of Chicago are supposed to get civically engaged, be a part of the civic process, and organize around. We have a representative government. No, we want firearms to be able to defend ourselves. No, we want some of this budget to go towards training people to be able to defend themselves. No, we want this, that, and we don't want FOIA cards. We don't want you got to have this license and this license. No, we want Illinois to be a fucking constitutional carry state. The people have to get informed, educated, and fight back, not rely on more government. They in that position because of government, because of community uninvolvement, because of, oh, I'm going to let somebody else do it. So we keep doing that. Now we asking for a bigger government. It's backwards. It's backwards. And these goofy motherfuckers that's running around shooting at everything, they got switches. They got switches. I don't give a fuck about a switch. I don't give a shit about a switch. I'll pluck your ass from half a block. Shit, give me a backwards hat, some time behind glass, and a nice little steady, chill, sunny day. I could pluck all of y'all from half a block away. So we're not tripping about that. We're talking about this conversation that has become so one way or the other. It speaks to the lack of confidence that the people have in the people. And I mean in the sense of you are looking towards government as your God and your savior while you call yourself Christian. While they become or tempt you with unconstitutional shit. And this does not mean that we're talking about these fucking donkeys shooting up communities just because they got a switch. We ain't talking about that. Let's hit play a little bit more. We not in support of that. I want them little motherfuckers, give them to me, or let them Darwin themselves out. Let's play a little bit more.
I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Them young niggas got switches, gang. They not going for that shit, bro. I know much of y'all finna say, oh, it's the National Guard. They can't do anything about it. They must go in Chicago. Nigga, do y'all know that it's more bad people than good people, bro? There are over 100,000 gangs in Chicago by the city by itself, gang. Trump.
So he's wrong there. That's the part that I want to map on a little bit too. He said there's more bad people than good people. That's not the case. That's not the case at all. And this spawned a whole bunch of conversations today. we're gonna play a few of these videos, right?
Another one.
We're gonna play a few of them. Let me pause real quick. This spawned a bunch of conversation. Fundamentals at you with the $20 super chat. Appreciate you. We need 9 more, y'all. 9 more, y'all, at the $20 level. From half a block, I line you right up. Stay behind glass. Get that hat backwards. Let's get it. Okay? And I'm joking, but I'm not joking. I don't give a fuck about a person with a Switch. Most people don't even know how to, you can't even handle the recoil of 45. You talking about switches, brrr, like, come on, bro. But nonetheless, there's a middle ground here. We should not be advocating for our youngest of the warrior class to be cow-tied and dick-riding government. We should be engaged in these young people's lives. The ones that are outside of our fucking reach, fuck them. Let me be clear, because I don't want y'all to get it twisted tonight. I don't want y'all to think that I'm advocating for, yeah, they just had it growing up bad, and if they not reachable, fuck them. Fuck them. Let them kill each other. But I'm not with the devil, you know. I'm not with the lesser of two evils. And even if I was, the fucking federal government ain't the lesser of the two evils. They don't help. They establish a precedent to be a virus on the rest of the world. And when I hear people saying this shit, yeah, we don't care. Them YNs don't need to have guns. Them transgenders don't need to have guns. I am a student of motherfucking history. I remember when they said this, not remember, I wasn't old enough, but I know that when they said the same thing about the Italian gangsters in Chicago, no less, Al Capone and them with full auto during Prohibition, and they were defending drug turf because Prohibition was a thing in Chicago. Oh, those crazy, dirty Italian mafia dudes. We need to make the National Firearms Act and limit full auto. Oh, but you don't want to talk about that. Keimer Shadow with the $20 super chat. We need 8 more, y'all. Thank you for that, Keimer. Okay? We don't want to talk about that. In Chicago, when the Italians was the so-called unclean, and they the gangsters, what I tell y'all, Hegelian dialect, the government prohibited alcohol. Now they control the trade. So when the government created, thank you, Dave, for that. When the government created prohibition and there was a so-called black market, and then people defending the turf over the illegal things that they selling, now illegal at the time, now they beefing it out. They shooting them Italian oh, we need gun control, National Firearms Act. It started with the undesirables that were doing crime. The crime based on what the government fucking created in the form of prohibition. Why are we supposed to be in America, land of the free? And adults should be able to do or put in their body whatever the fuck they want without a government having a say in it. Alcohol is horrible. And I drink occasionally. But we don't want to talk about that. But because we ain't practicing Sankofa, we don't look to the past to understand our future. Now they run the same play with the YNs, the undesirables in Chicago. Now instead of that, even though they already got all of the gun control, instead of having that conversation, you want to say give us more, not only gun control, but now extend fucking federal government overreach into cities. That is the dumbest shit in the world. But I know why. Because people don't understand civics and they don't know the limits that's supposed to be on government. You've outsourced your security, your belief, government becomes your God. G-O-D. It's wild. But then when I say it and tie history back in, oh, Maj, you think everything. Maj, you think everything. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. Dave Davis says, can't give 20, but I can give 9. How did people not see this? I didn't. Okay, so let me tap in. I didn't think that Trump was going to do this. Listen, based on Trump's first term, I truly believe, I'm going to keep it a buck with y'all, that first term he won and they didn't see him coming. First term was when, some of y'all may remember, okay? Chip Kelly was in control of the Philadelphia Eagles that one year. He came from Oregon. He ran a hurry-up offense, and the Eagles was busting ass. Nobody had an answer for the hurry-up offense. And they didn't expect him to come out the blue. And the Eagles was busting everybody's ass that year. They lost. And no, they got a ring. They got a ring under that Chip Kelly hurry-up offense. We beat the shit out the Patriots that year. I was actually at Mark Victor's house, a fellow libertarian. He's a lawyer over there in Vegas. Saying this to say, right? The next year, everybody came back strapped and ready for fucking. We prepared. We developing our defenses to defend against the hurry-up offense of Chip Kelly and the Philadelphia Eagles. That was the year we won with. What's his name? Nick Foles, and somebody got hurt and they went to Nick Foles and all of that. Anyway, Trump 2016 to 2020 run was that. But then they prepared. It worked out. He was the hurry-up offense. Nobody expected him to win. Boom, he win. Then the second term, they cheated. Everybody prepared and they figured out the way to beat him. They did the whole COVID shit. Mail-in ballots. It was a horrible thing. He loses. I thought Trump was going to double down and come back and be like, I only got
Rocks 1396 is kicking it in the vibe zone. The support is a blessing.
Putting together I say this all the
Rocks
time.
1396 says, I'm enjoying your stream, BTW.
I had issues with at a certain point. I was like, yeah,
Rocks 1396 says, have you posted it in the Kickfan Discord server yet?
And I thought he learned from his first term.
Rocks 1396 says, it's a solid way to get more viewers and followers.
Nobody not see Trump doing this. During his first term, he didn't get us in no new wars.
Rocks 1396 says, if you want, here's the invite link. Discord.gg/Kickfan.
Because I want to be clear and make a distinction. I'm not knocking the Israel
Jewish
Jews.
Says, you crossed the line. Rocks 1396 has been eliminated from the vibe on
When
Kick.
you say Jew, you're talking about Sephardic, not just Ashkenazi. So let's be very clear. I'm woke. I'm not one of these dumb motherfuckers. Okay? Saying that to say, he didn't dick ride the Israeli government the way, and Netanyahu Bibi the way he did now. So I was like, bet, he reaching out to libertarians. I really thought he was going to put together a coalition. This has been one of the fucking most disappointing administrations, in my opinion, that I've ever seen in life, or may have in existence. So when you say, could we not see Trump doing this? The first 2 weeks of his campaign, of his second term, I was like, damn, he on fire. Motherfucking defending he was doing the three jobs that a president, a runner of the executive branch is supposed to do. Defend the borders, command the armed forces, uphold the Constitution. I had my questions about him with the not as pro-gun as I thought he should be. Take the guns first, due process later. I had questions about that, but comparatively, I was like, all right, compared to what he did his first go-round, and as it relates to he's not as great as I thought he was going to be, but he didn't get us in no new shit and all of that, I was like, all right.
Robert Boy says, locked in the grind never stops, keep smashing it.
Which is why when I started seeing the 180 energy, I started going, hey,
Robert Boy is kicking it in the vibe zone.
Legal and within
the support is a blessing.
Rights on their limitations.
Up for big cheers.
But this shit look like they about to try to tell y'all, hey, we should do this in Chicago too. And I'll be goddamn if he uses social media to start saying maybe Chicago gonna fuck around and find out. Gun websites 25. Appreciate that, gun websites.
No, we played the waiting
super
game.
Chat, guys. I think we need what 3 more now. I'm 3. We got 3. I think we need 6 or 7, something like that. 7 more folks at the $20 level super chat. Guys, listen. When you do a super chat, if you got a small business, if it's your small business, you got a social media handle, you know somebody doing some good work, put their website, put their social media handle.
Says, Smiley sent 5 purple bits to the vibe. Tipping for the experience.
488 people in the chat. I want everybody to hit the like button, smash the like button, as well as watching this on X. Hit that repost button. Very, very important. So, I say that to say this conversation from what the gangsters say, don't send them to Chicago, which I agree with. Be within your limited government role. That is a local and state issue. Period. Okay? That's what it is. That's what it is. So no, I don't want more government in a space when y'all haven't even tried to correct it by giving people respect for their Second Amendment rights. Leave me the fuck alone. Bookworm says, Maj, did you see how many times the judges let the dude off who stabbed the girl in the neck? When all three branches aren't holding up their end of the deal, where's the line drawn? Wait, stop. I've heard that argument. Now, I'm going to go a little bit on a bit of a sidebar for a minute. I don't know what that dude's, what he was arrested for. Shouts to the new affiliate, Michael. Michael just signed up to be an affiliate for BGM merch. If you want to sell merch and get a commission off of it, shoot me a DM after the show. Anyway, I don't know what that guy was arrested for. I know we have due process in America. So this argument that, activist judges let him out, I would have to know more about that situation before I make a blanket statement. So I want to say that first. I am never going to get away from due process, right? What's the actual information, so forth and so on. With that being said, I did see a fucking video of him stab that fucking girl in the neck. Okay? Now, to the question, which to me means let's hurry up and get him a speedy trial, get him a trial of a jury of his peers, and let's let due process go. Even for shit that I see right there, I still go, cool, we got a system of due process. All right? So I want to be clear on that. I am intellectually consistent. All right? Now, Bookworm says, when all three branches aren't holding up their end of the deal, where's the line drawn? That's our fault. The line is drawn when we are not involved in the local, state, and federal process. The line is drawn when we're not speaking out against, I like Trump. I've liked Trump since the 90s. Okay? Charismatic, all of that. But when he's wrong, he's wrong. So if you're not being a solutionary, you're not being objective, you're not being involved, you're not extracting yourself as much as possible from dependency on a system, we are the line. When you have a Donald Trump making fun of a Principal Thomas Massey and people that are ignorant to the Constitution and the limits on government, that don't understand when they say shit like, Massey never gets nothing passed. Yeah, because his job is not to add more government. So when the people are ignorant, this reflection is a reflection of us. We, the people, we have a representative government. And we have a due process system. Was this guy out on, he was let out a bunch of times because he had mental issues, right? Who was okay with, we gonna get rid of mental asylums? The people. Did we push back against that? And maybe the violence that we're seeing should be a spark for us to get more involved. Okay? But this Chicago situation is not that. A president's job is not to send a freestanding army, National Guard. That's constitutional. We don't abandon the Constitution because things got bad. I don't abandon the respect for the Constitution because they said it was COVID-19. That's not how it goes. Ever. So the argument isn't we don't want safe and responsible communities. The argument is your government has got in the way of that by adding the people of Chicago and Illinois because they don't understand civics. We have a class. We're going to go over all of that tonight. Okay? They don't understand civics. They don't understand civics. They're not involved in the civic process. They're not actively engaging in these young people's lives. They're not supporting the organizations and people that are doing so. Then they want to outsource everything and blame Big Daddy government didn't do it. Give us more. Give me more, Daddy. Like, fuck boys. Then when I show up and go, no, that's not the answer. They want to make fun of me like Thomas Massey because I'm actually applying the answer as opposed to more fucking Band-Aids. So in this instance, it's not all three branches of government. All of them young YNs that get caught with shootings and murders in Chicago, a lot of them are getting roofed. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? So, Bookworm says, this is why democracy sucks. I don't want to be dragged along with the idiots. Well, the democratic process is what it is. We don't live in a democracy. We live in a constitutional republic. The problem is, if the people It's not even a problem. It's a reality. If you create a culture of more objective, principled, balanced, objective, holistic Americans, the pool of public servants and judges and lawyers and that comes from that is a better class of citizen that's more in a Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, Ron Paul energy. And do that because the government has no reason to. Generally, the government wants you stupid. They don't have a reason to do that. You do. So then, instead of us getting behind the people that's going, we got to get active to, you know, right the ship. Then we want to go black pill. No, don't go black pill. This shit is winnable. This shit is winnable. You got to get active though. And you got to call out the bullshit on both sides. Like what this lady is doing. Let's play this real quick, y'all. Guys, givesendgo.com/solutionary, right? Support the work. We need 7 more folks, $20 super chats. Support the work that way and or givesendgo.com/solutionary. If you're watching on YouTube, it's right there under me. On whatever screen you're watching this on. And if you're watching on X, it's up there. All right? Let's play what this young lady's saying right here.
So what I'm noticing on the internet right now is there's a lot of
Stone 420 talking about.
There's black men talking about they ready for the National Guard to come in. They got switches. They got over 100,000 gangs. Chicago is ready, and I'm like, you think your black ass is really ready for the U.S. Armed fucking Forces and the National Guard? Are you for real?
No, we play the way.
This is what I meant when I say these people don't even understand that the National Guard isn't even supposed to be there. They don't have a clue on what the National Guard even does when they're at a place, generally. And the self-hate thought process is, you think that you can't, as if, that's like when people be like, oh, it's only a 22. Okay, can I shoot you in the head with it? No? Right, because it's a fucking bullet. This argument that, like, somehow the National Guard, somehow law enforcement are John Wick-ass energy, and it's not. This girl don't look like she shoot. She don't look like she work out. She don't even look like she take good care of her health. But the self-hate kicks in and goes, y'all better not say nothing against daddy government. You ain't that big and bad when the people are supposed to be that big and bad. The government is supposed to be afraid of you. But y'all don't want to hear that. Y'all don't see, they tricked y'all into not taking them history courses. They tricked y'all. Okay? Ask the French about Haiti. Ask the United States government about them dudes in caves for 20 years in fucking Afghanistan. See, so this thought process that somehow a warrior, right, wrong, or indifferent, somehow is definitely going to be outgunned because there's superior weaponry. The United States government has superior weaponry in Vietnam, in Afghanistan. Come on, man. See, but everybody don't know about history. So you mix that with a little bit of self-hate instead of saying, hey, we supposed to be defending our communities, not killing each other, but at the same time, the government isn't our friend. So let me try to reach out to these brothers that we can reach and get them in the right direction. See, that's the part that costs work. That's the part that means you actually got to get involved instead of making a motherfucking little funny video from behind your steering wheel. You feel me? Ask the Brits about men in taverns. Ask the Brits about all of them Philly dudes that lit their ass up. Said this our shit now. But see, they ain't teach the hood about history this way. I really, in a different life, I'm supposed to be a history teacher, to be honest. But they ain't tell the youngins that way. They ain't tell this girl don't know that the entire United States government was based on fuck the police and the government. They shot the shit out the redcoats. But they don't know that. They don't equate us as patriots, people in the hood.
It's over
people
9,000.
Them trailer parks. I love a trailer park. I love an RV park. Love it. Love it. Love a hood. Love a redneck that made his way in a $10 million home. I fucking love it. I love a Grant Cardone ass energy. You understand? But they don't know that. So they say, you think your black ass going, just like the King George was like, these peasants think that we have the most powerful navy in them. But that's because you ain't take the civics class. It's in the chat. Take the civics class. It's $20. Take it at your own leisure. It's videos. You get the curriculum modules come right to your email. See, but the general public don't know, so they say this shit like this, thinking that they clowning, but clowning themselves. Okay? This fat-faced joint right here, this high-calorie young lady here. Okay? We got to be serious. Let's listen to what else she's saying.
Your 2-block range is not going to go against motherfuckers who have night vision goggles and fucking tanks and drones, you fucking idiot. Bro, you can't even shoot a nigga without spraying up your grandma's porch.
I got MVs. I got quads. But what do I know? I'm just a high school dropout. Now, I do agree with her saying you spraying up and shooting people and all of that. Open the call lines up. Yeah, let's open it up. I want to hear somebody that dares to disagree with me tonight. Because I want to roast some of y'all. Let me fall back, because I think y'all going to be scared of this conversation. If anybody disagrees with me or got some pushback, we're going to open the call lines up in a little bit. Let's play a little bit.
Okay, these men are trained to shoot a fly's wings from 800 yards.
See that? Dumb shit. Just saying shit.
Wait, do you know what you're asking for? Do you understand? I don't think you do. This is...
She doesn't understand. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Trained to hit a fly's wings from 800 yards over, just stupid shit. But this is the dumb shit on both sides. This dumb shit about the self-hate and the, because you dick ride the government, I want the police to come protect me. When there's a Supreme Court decision that's been upheld several times, they have no obligation to help you, legally or morally. Period. And you're asking for more fucking government while sounding this stupid. That's equally as dumb as a motherfucker that spray and pray in their community. But everybody hopped on the internet. Mind you, there's been no actual proof that this is something that's going to go down in Chicago. I said in the beginning because I was like, look out for that. Okay? But everybody got on the internet and gave their perspective. Everybody talking about a fucking pay grade. They don't shoot. They don't study. They definitely ain't in the Solutionary 9. She definitely ain't in the Solutionary 9. But everybody got an opinion.
Really not funny. But I'm so fucking embarrassed. These men are used to training in fucking jungles and the fucking mountains and shit and deserts you ain't never fucking seen before. And here you are hiding behind a liquor store with your rusty 9mm, bro.
These people just say anything. This speaks to her self-hate, her ignorance. This does not mean that I'm advocating for these young goofy boys. But either end of this goofy spectrum does not help the general public. Y'all tap into the Maj 2 ratio for me to give y'all objective realities. I'm not here for the fucking grift. I'm not here to be like, yeah, this side is right all the way and this side is wrong all of the way. If the people that I say that are wrong all of the way are the people that are picking up firearms and doing the wrong thing with it for I don't give a fuck what reason. But I'm not going to, because I'm saying that, meaning I'm co-signing this. This person don't know what the fuck she talking about.
Oh, I need you to get off the fucking internet. Ah!
I'm telling y'all, this is what the general public thinks. And this person said, she just dropped the mic on the gangs in Chicago about the national. That's what they said. Let me see if I got. Call in. I want to hear y'all call in. That's the link right there. If you're watching in the chat on YouTube, that's the link to call in. If you want to call in and get chopped up real quick. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Everybody hopped on the internet. Everybody hopped on the internet and gave a perspective. Let me play this lady right here. Everybody gave a perspective on what they thought was going to happen, what Trump is going to do, whoop-de-whap, whap, whap. Let's listen to this elder right here.
Well, he's backing down about moving the guard into Chicago. Yeah. Yeah, he's gotten all kinds of backlash about it. And I'm sure his people have told him, look, if you start taking the guard into Chicago, they're not going to peacefully protest. They're going to fight back. And unless you're ready to deal with that, you better keep your ass out of Chicago. Yeah. Well, he's come out and said that he doesn't want to go where he's not invited, and that even though they're crooked, they've got a crooked governor and crooked mayor and so much crime in that city, he's not going to go unless he's invited. Even though he was just saying all these African-American women and their red hats have been saying, please, sir, please come help us in Chicago with all of our crime. Bullshit.
Right.
Yeah. But he knows. He knows if he goes in Chicago,
Lumia Stream
it's
says,
going to blow up.
Sigismund 16 is kicking
And
it in the
he's
vibe zone.
scared.
The support
So
is
Chicago.
a blessing.
You got excellent hot dogs.
Sigismund 16 says, hey.
Good for you. Good for you.
Sigismund 16 says, I'm enjoying your stream,
I don't know who this
BTW.
sister is. This is where the part of the conversation turns into me.
Sigismund 16
Everybody has
says,
an opinion
have
on
you
the
posted it in the
situation
KickFam Discord
that's tied
server
into
yet?
what their thing is. Like me. Here's what my
Lumia
opinion of the
Stream says,
situation is.
you
I
crossed the
evaluate
line.
a whole bunch of
Sigismund
people's
16 has
perspective,
been eliminated
what
from
they
the vibe on
saying,
Kick.
And
Get
if
good.
not one person has talked about anything as it relates to the actual Constitution. Nobody. And nobody has had anything to say about this. The Posse Comitatus Act. See, everybody want to fucking say what they feel. Don't nobody want to talk about the facts. And I don't rock with the whole Daily Wire crew, but sometimes the facts don't care about your feelings. So even a young lady just now that said, yo, he's scared. To me, a lot of that becomes a pump fake. If you try it, or let's pump fake and see how people receive it, and no, I won't go where I'm not wanted, da-da-da-da-da. You can't be invited there. It's outside of it. Let's read what the So, again, my job is not to be here to give y'all one way all of the time. Or it is. My way is to give you the solutionary way. The solutionary way is more well thought out. It's more nuanced. It's better. It's improved. It's just not for a weak, low IQ motherfucker. It's just not. Okay? Posse Comitatus Act explained. The law generally prevents the president from using the military as a domestic police force. This is not complicated, guys. The Act bars federal troops from participating in civilian law enforcement except when expressly authorized by law. This nearly... so listen, Suburban Homestead says the government never followed Posse Comitatus' spirit ever. Under the Posse Comitatus, a boy named Sue. Let me read this first, y'all, because y'all gonna have... Y'all call in. If y'all want to stand on some shit, especially if you disagreeing with me. If you disagreeing with me, stand on it on the stage. The Act bars federal troops from participating in civilian law enforcement except when expressly authorized by law. This nearly 150-year law embodies an American tradition that sees military interference in civilian affairs as a threat to both democracy and personal liberty. However, recent events have revealed dangerous gaps in the law's coverage that Congress must address. What does the term Posse Comitatus mean? In British and American law, a Posse Comitatus is a group of people who are mobilized by the sheriff to suppress lawlessness in the county. In any classic Western film, when a lawman gathers a posse to pursue the outlaws, they are forming a Posse Comitatus. The act is so named because one of the things it prohibits is using soldiers rather than civilians as Posse Comitatus. Now, sidebar. Y'all notice nobody talking about sheriffs? Y'all notice nobody talking about deputizing? You know, in a city, the highest motherfucking ranking thing, not based on budget, it was the sheriff. And he or she deputized, I'm gonna say he, right? Because call me sexist. He deputizes people to come fight against the bullshit. Property rights and all that other shit. That's why when you, shit gets, your apartment or your house gets foreclosed on, it's a sheriff's sale. Because now we're talking about property and defending property. It's not the police sale. They literally have sheriffs and deputies come. But we got away from that. That's why sheriffs are elected and police chiefs are appointed by the mayor. Okay? Now, when we talking about everybody ignoring fucking the Patriot Act, because we're coming up on September the 11th, we talking about federal issues, we talking about the Patriot Act, trying to federalize sheriffs and all of this other shit. But if you were involved in shit, and paying attention civically to what's happening when you just signing up for some shit, yeah, it sounds cool. It sounds like the Patriot Act. You start to go, oh, wait a minute. What you mean federalizing that shit? Now, I'm going in a bit of a rabbit hole, but I just want to, again, I know that if you are tapping into this show, you are a fucking, at least attempting to be a fucking thinker. Okay? Posse Comitatus Act was passed in 1878 after the end of Reconstruction and the return of white supremacists to political power in both southern states and Congress. I don't believe in that phrase, white supremacists. Ain't nobody fucking supreme to nobody. Unless you supreme in being holistic. Can you lift more than me? Do you know more than me? Are you serving more people than me? Can you shoot better than me? And you fucking smarter better than me? Then you're better. You're superior based on the work that you put in. Okay? I want y'all to understand this. All right? So I don't rock with that. This is an article. I'm just reading y'all. I don't believe in that shit. But this is so-called white supremacists, racist at the time. Okay? Through the law, Congress sought to ensure that the federal military would not be used to intervene in the establishment of Jim Crow in the former Confederacy. Despite the ignominious origins of the law itself, the broader principle that the military should not be allowed to interfere in the affairs of civilian government is a core American value. It finds expression in the Constitution's division of power over the military between Congress and the President, and it guarantees the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendments, which were in part reactions to abuses committed by the British Army against American colonists. When I'm telling y'all, this has already been done. And now, I'm not saying that any federal agency won't attempt to try something, and if we are not informed, involved, educated, and articulate about how this is unconstitutional, then they'll just act like it's cool. Again, they did the same thing with so-called mandates. If you don't know what a fucking mandate means, then they were like, we got a massive mandate. Mandate is a request. It is not a law. And you can make no request, ordinance, statute that is inferior to the supreme law and act like it's fucking superior to it. But they could pull the wool over you if you start going along with it and you agree and they go, well, we're doing it already, so let's just make it a law. They get you to accept. Little quick story. When they wouldn't let you in the Walmart in the year 2020, when they wouldn't let you in the Walmart and all over the South, especially in Texas, a lot of people kept getting into fights with the people in Texas, security guards, because they was like, we not letting you in without a mask. And they was like, fuck that, all over Texas. Fuck that, fuck that, fuck that, right? And in that process, they kept getting into fights. Walmart changed their policy. That's when you went from everybody standing in front of the line to get into Walmart to you can come into Walmart, but we just gonna hand you this mask. They silently changed because people wasn't going along with it because they fought back. So when a motherfucker say they wouldn't fight back, as if they shouldn't fight back against overreach. I'm not saying that these youngins would or would not fight back. I'm talking about the mindset of a motherfucker trying to ridicule somebody for fighting back against government overreach when it's unconstitutional. It's deeper than what they trying to show you. If you don't understand, look what Suburban Homestead said. If you don't understand your own rights or division of so-called powers, how they supposed to work for you, and that's supposed to check the government. The Bill of Rights and the Constitution are supposed to limit the government. If you don't fucking understand that, and you got self-hate issues, and you dick ride the government too much, you're going to be like these people making fun of, oh, you YNs. Mind you, I ain't heard none of the YNs say it. I heard people saying, yo, them YNs crazy, Trump. Don't send them here. But again, even that person doesn't know that Trump can't send them there. And he shouldn't. Not because of violence or response. It ain't no YNs walking up to people with tanks going like, yeah, what's up? They might postulate and, you know, peacock a little bit, but come on, let's keep it real. People in the hood are not what, if that was the case, we would have been going up to police officers shooting them. This is local issues that local people need to solve. That is done with training, education, community involvement, local law enforcement involvement.
It's over 9,000!
Not asking for federal government help. Help me. Daddy government, help me. I feel safe in DC now that Big Daddy government is here for me. Grown ass men. Pussies. Grown ass men. You are supposed to be. You got children. I'm talking to the men now. You're supposed to be the model of God for your children. God is strong. You look into another man. Please come help us, Trump. Trump, please. Please. Help us, Trump. Protect us. You the same motherfuckers that was about to vote for Kamala Harris. What? When I said, yo, I'm going Trump this go round. His first term was this. I liked that he linked up with the libertarians. Mind you, he did a 180. I'm going to be always fucking whatever. Objective. I'm disappointed. Right? But I'm like, nah. She talking about a fucking 45.6% federal gains tax. Capital gains tax. Fuck that. You got to be strong. Listen, this is an ultimate reality. No one's coming to save you. We have to save ourselves. We save ourselves with information, training, networks, and strength. I'm going to say this again. We save ourselves with training, information, strength, and networks. This is literally why we made the Solutionary University. Civics class. This episode right here was a fucking civics class, an American history class, a firearms basics class. I don't even think, to Shake 45's point, I don't even think they're gonna fucking, like, they're not going to fucking Chicago with that. They just said it. Let's see how they respond. Let's see if we can get the blacks to ask for some slavery, some government overreach. And some of y'all did it. Not most. It's not most. It's some of y'all just jumping out there. Like that chubby chick, she jumped out there and said it because she don't see her thing. She don't see her thing. She don't see it at all. She don't see her ignorance. She don't see her, none of that. And because she don't see it, I get it. It's our job to inform the people. It's our job to stand tall. It's our job to fight, to be very, very rumble, to push 1,000%, no doubt about it. That's why we made the Solutionary University. I want everybody to do a few things tonight. There's 700 of you in the show tonight. Shouts to everybody. If you're watching on X, hit the repost button. If you're watching on YouTube, boom, hit the like button. We're going to wrap up here. I'm going to ask everybody to support the work. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. There's 700 of you in here, right? We need 513 donors to be done with our fundraising. Okay? I want everybody, if everybody donates $100, right? We'd be done in a day, in one day. So we can't complain about, oh, these things aren't happening in our community when we could galvanize and work together to do it. Y'all seen what we've done for the last 8 years. That's what we've done. We've lowered the violent crime in Philadelphia. We've done a lot of things. My point in saying this is, if there's 700 of you in the class tonight, in the show tonight, imagine if everybody donated $100. For donating at $100 level, you get access to Solutionary University. You get access to all of the things that I named, the civics class, firearms basics, These are videos that you watch forever. I want you to use it like the Netflix password. I want you to get it. I want you to share it with your family, your loved ones, and everybody. You run them all through the thing, okay? So I'm going to ask everybody to support the work. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. If you can give at the $100 level, give $100 level. Donate and get access as opposed to just buying it and getting access. Pay it forward for somebody else. All right? GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. Somebody put it in the chat so I can put it on the wall. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. All right? That's number one. Number two, share this space all over the place, man. We cannot complain about the system. Trump not doing enough. Trump administration trying to do some overreach or just pump faking like they are. Kamala Harris would have been horrible if she got in. Biden was horrible for 4 years when he was in. That's clear and cool to have a discussion about all of those things. I'm not in opposition to it.
Oh, we play the waiting
game.
game.
But what we have to do, instead of only complaining about those things, when we see people doing the work, we have a community center that's based on all of these classes have been free based on your support. We're trying to buy this building. Imagine we do one of these in Philadelphia. We've done firearms basics, stop the bleed, conflict resolution, de-escalation. We're in the Bruen decision for our Second Amendment work in New York, the city that they told me don't do classes in. The Bruen decision, Black Guns Matter, our work is cited in that. I know some of y'all are new to the channel. Y'all new to the following. Y'all don't know what I did just yet. So I'm gonna break it down. Black Guns Matter has made the urban demographic, more specifically Black women, the largest new gun buying demographic, mostly from leftist cities, because of our work over the last 8 years. Every single class has been free to all, based on voluntary donations. We are $52,000 away from buying our building. We start with one, we do it in another city. We show some more progress in Philadelphia. We show proof of concept. We get more people and investors to come, hey, let's do one in Chicago. But we can't ask for investors until we do the first one. We are 514 $100 donors away from doing so. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. And since that's the case, I'm asking everybody to dig deep and donate. Obviously, I want all 700 of you to donate at the $100 level and get access, 1,000%. But everybody could give $10. See, this is where the rubber meets the road. When we say, I don't have time to do it, that's fair, because everybody doing what they doing. But then when there's people like me and our team that's doing this work, right? Elton says, at least you're doing better than, hey, I ain't going to attack Dr. Umar. I ain't going to attack him. I'm going to just say, I know what we doing and have done, okay? We can't say, oh, they ain't getting it done. Or, look, send the federal government in. Or say, we shouldn't have to send the federal government. We shouldn't. This should be community-based. I'm not soft on, like, gun killing. I'm not soft on that. I'm saying we solve this by doing more in the communities, and we need everybody's support. Everybody's support. So I'm going to ask everybody, GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. If you're watching on YouTube, it's in the chat. Hit the button. If you're watching on X, it's my pinned post. And wherever you're watching it from, you can see it on the screen right there. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. We need everybody's help. Everybody in here, pitch in 10, 20 bucks.
Over
you got 100. Some of y'all got 1,000 to give. Some of y'all got whatever. You saw what we've done. If you want to know more, shoot me a DM. I'm going to be on Twitter for the next whatever. I'm going to engage y'all. Instagram, whatever. X, Rumble, wherever you're watching. We need your help and support. Civics, firearms basics, understanding imminent threat, meal plans, workout routines, shooting drills. That's what you get for being a donor at the $100 level. We need everybody's support. 700 people in the chat tonight. I commend and thank you all. This has been over an hour. I appreciate you all. We got to get this done. We get this done